Hello, everybody. How are you guys doing? I see we've got a couple of hundred people watching. Please let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from, and I will try and read out your states, cities, towns, countries, and whatever else. Planets, even. Maybe we have a Martian among the fan base. Denver, Colorado, Dallas, Austin, Egypt, Bangladesh, Serbia, Belgrade, Morocco. Alex is Richard the Lionheart is live. Yes. California, Nashville, Belfast, Palestine, Morocco, New Zealand, Russia, France, Brooklyn, Ethiopia, Greece, Indiana, Beirut, Manchester, Stockholm, North Korea, Amsterdam, Chicago. You see, it's too much. It's too many. I cannot read them all. It's way too much. It's way too much. Thank you, Robert. You're very kind. Tunisia, Milky Way. Ah, I see we have someone who's trying to be clever. I said planets, and now you're you're going to the galaxy size. That's great. That's great. Well, before I get into the topics, man, I'm really angry. Honestly, I'm really angry and upset and sick of this shit. Really. In any case, please hit the like button. And one thing that I would please ask you is to. It doesn't even have to be this video, but please share this video or other videos about Shireen, so people know what happened, because we cannot allow this to go unnoticed and let them bury it and let this go unpunished. I don't know how many of you were watching her funeral today, but what I'm about to show you is going to make you vomit. I mean, I really, I'm not just saying this is hyperbole, but I'm really speechless. I don't know what to say. I am so shocked. I'm so shocked. I'm so shocked. And all right, let's begin then. It's really upsetting. It's really upsetting. Yeah, I'm sorry if I pause for a few moments sometimes, because I'm just trying to think of what to say. I'm so at a I'm really at a loss for words. There's all right. So I just give me a moment. Okay. The other day, the Israelis, they shot dead Al Jazeera journalist Shireen Abu Akleh. Now, she's a veteran journalist, right? She is known all over the Arab world. She's a household name. And she was in Jenin, right, near the refugee camp, to cover an Israeli raid, because the Israelis have been raiding areas in the occupied West Bank. And she was with she was in a group of journalists, so it's not just her. And actually, the Israelis shot at the entire group of journalists, right? Her producer was hit with a bullet. Thankfully, he survived, but she was hit in the head and killed and shot fatally. And today was her funeral. And I was already heartbroken, and I was already really upset these last 2 days. Really upset. And I didn't think, this situation could get any worse. And then today, during her funeral, I mean, when I'm about to show you, it really beggars belief. I just don't know what to say. I'm so angry and upset, and it's just too much. It's really too much. So they started by taking her body from the French hospital, and the plan was to take her body from the hospital to the church for prayers, and then to the cemetery on Mount Zion. The Israelis sent riot police to the courtyard of the hospital. and they start attacking the people carrying her coffin, and the coffin almost falls over. Can you believe this? If I told you this, you would not believe me. I will show you the video, and you won't believe your eyes. Look at this.
And paying her back with the same honor and the same respect that she deserves for having honoring them all those years.
Roman, sorry to interrupt you. As you see that the police there, that there's already some trouble. They're beating the crowd back here. While the casket has been taken through the gates there, they're holding back large numbers of the crowd. But I'm not sure what's going on here. You can see these pictures too, right?
And here's another angle, and this one shows you really closely what happened. It's even look. You see how they're kicking and beating the people that are holding her coffin. They are doing nothing but holding her coffin, and they are beating them. And you'll see in a few moments that the coffin almost completely falls over. Look, he's giving him a kick. I can't count them. He's hitting him with a stick. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. And look now, it almost falls over, the whole thing. Wait a moment. There. Look. My God. So, you know, they kill this poor woman, this journalist, and then even in her funeral, they don't leave her in peace. Even she is dead. Even in death, they don't leave the Palestinians to mourn. Well, what is their excuse for this? They felt threatened by the pallbearers. Pallbearers are the people who carry the coffin, right? Because the Israelis, they always have some lovely excuse. Oh, they were doing this. They were throwing stones. Oh, they were this and that. What's your excuse here? Someone's carrying a coffin? Oh my God, what a security threat. Oh, goodness. There is absolutely nothing that can justify this. This is pure evil. Pure evil. Pure evil. And I want to show you... this is when they brought her body into St. Andrew's Church, because remember, Shireen is Palestinian Christian. You have many Arab Christians like myself, and she's Palestinian Christian, so she was taken for prayers to St. Andrew's Church in occupied East Jerusalem. This is the video.
Because the man should be brother for his brother, the man, not to be wolf for him and kill him.
Sir, we better let you go. Father, thank you so much indeed for your time. We do appreciate it. That's Father Curry, who's actually taking part in the service that will be getting underway very soon. Not quite sure what's happened as far as I can...
And it turns out that because the Israelis were beating the mourners, because you can see literally thousands of people came out. It's impossible to count them. I would say it's in the tens of thousands. And as you saw, when they were leaving the hospital, they're beating them in the courtyard. And instead of carrying her body, which was the plan, that, you know, people, they mourn by carrying the body on their shoulders, they had to put her in the hearse of a car. The hearse is a car where they take the bodies, right? So they had to put her coffin in the hearse instead and drive her to the church first. And I want to show you something, just so you see how vindictive and evil the Israeli forces are. So after almost making the coffin fall on the ground, she is dead, and they are still attacking her. You know, they stop people from taking the body by hand, by carrying it. And you know what happens then? They actually smashed the window of the hearse just to take the Palestinian flag off of the coffin. Because that's also what they're doing, what they're beating all of these mourners for, because they're daring to hold a Palestinian flag. That's illegal. I'm not joking. That's actually a crime. It's illegal for Palestinians in Palestine to hold a Palestinian flag under the Israeli occupation. Just so you see how I don't even know what the word is for this kind of reality. There is nothing like this. There is nothing like this. Nothing like this. And the way that the mainstream media, they're so disgusting in how they hide this. Look, instead of saying that Israel is beating mourners and pallbearers, the BBC say there's violence at Al Jazeera reporter Abu Akleh's funeral. Well, what does that mean, violence? This is quite vague. Were people having a pillow fight? Were they butchering each other? What does that mean, violence? Right? That's quite vague. And then here they say Israeli police have hit mourners at the funeral of Al Jazeera reporter. Her coffin almost fell as police, some using batons, waded into a crowd of Palestinians gathered around it. Now that's correct. But before all the backlash online, and they had a different headline. So the BBC actually went and changed the headline because people got so angry. And I'm going to show you what it looked like before. They said that people were being jostled. God, I am speechless, because about her killing the other day and the funeral, the mainstream media are trying so hard to protect Israel. They are using this passive language. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. And I'm going to get to all of this in a second about how they reported, but I just want to walk you through the events. Because this is so disgusting, because not only did they kill Shireen on the job, and she's clearly marked press and wearing a helmet, a journalist outfit. And not only do they attack her funeral, but the day that she died, they raid her house. Yes, look at this. Israeli police come to remove the Palestinian flag from outside the church where Shireen's family was receiving condolences, and shoved everyone around for no reason. So this is from the church, right? And this is May 12th, so this is yesterday.
So this is what Palestinians here will tell you, not even I'm sorry. They don't even allow you to have... I'm moving slowly. Okay, so this is the family is receiving mourners inside after the body of Shireen arrived at the hospital. The funeral going to take place here in occupied East Jerusalem on Friday.
And this was in the family home, which I was telling you about. Israeli police entered the family home of Shireen in Beit Hanina, where condolences being held, to tell family to turn off the music. God, they're so really just... I don't know what to say. You know, this is really adding insult to injury, is kind of putting it mildly. So they not only murder her, they go and raid her family's house and harass her family and friends while they're mourning her. And then during the funeral, they go and harass people outside a hospital and almost make the coffin fall on the ground. Who behaves like this? I've never seen anything like this. This is so depraved. This is so disgusting. It's really mind-boggling. And this is why I told you that I'm a loss for words. I just crying watching this. Really, this is the last picture that Shireen took. This is the last photo that she took before she was killed, before yesterday. Right, so that's when she's putting on the press vest and the helmet, and the response, of course, from the Israelis, I mean, this is something else. You know, it's really beyond disgusting. They basically tried to say that the Palestinians killed her. Can you imagine? So the Israeli Foreign Ministry and the Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett, they start making statements that no, Israeli forces did not kill Shireen. Palestinian gunmen killed Shireen, and we have proof. We have a video. Let's take a look at this video that they published. Here it is, right? Let's take a look at this video. This is from the Israeli Foreign Ministry. They say, according to the information that we have gathered, it appears likely that armed Palestinians who were firing indiscriminately at the time were responsible for the unfortunate death of the journalist. So do you know what they're saying? They're saying that this is a firefight that took place nearby. And in the video, the Palestinians are saying, we hit one, meaning an Israeli soldier. The thing is, there were no Israeli soldiers wounded. So they're saying, well, clearly they hit someone and it must be Shireen. Here's the proof that this video, look where this video was taken. This is geolocated. This video that I just showed you was taken over here. And the place where Shireen was killed is like 250 meters away. Completely different place. So you have B'Tselem, which is an Israeli human rights organization, who actually went in and documented the exact location in which this Palestinian gunman depicted in a video fired, as well as the exact location in which Shireen was killed. So here's the video where someone actually went and filmed these streets and everything, so you can see very clearly these are two completely different areas. Okay, so this is the video we just played where you see the guy firing down this narrow alley, right? You can see it's the same one. If I pause it here and I go back to this one, you can see here, that's the same street, right? It's the same little alley. So what they're doing is basically, you know, it's called geolocating. So you get a piece of, you know, a photo document or a video document, and then you try and find out where was this exactly on a map and try to retrace what happened. You know, it's investigative journalism in a way, right? So it's trying to do your best with open source information, things that are out in the public domain, and so on. And so very clearly, they sent someone from B'Tselem, from the Israeli NGO, to go to this area and see, is this really the same place where Shireen was killed? So here we have the video where the gunman, the area where the gunman fired that round. And now the person filming the video from B'Tselem is walking to where Shireen was killed. And you can see that this is very, very far away. It's literally hundreds of meters away. So that's where Shireen was killed, down there. Right? You remember the video. I'm not going to play it to you because I'm afraid that YouTube will censor it. But again, my point here is just to show you how disgusting the response is from the Israelis, that they immediately try to shift the blame on Palestinians. Right? They always they have an excuse. Oh, he threw a rock. Oh, he's a terrorist. Oh, this and this and that. They always have an excuse. Always. Always. Whether they kill someone with autism, they kill a journalist, they kill a medic worker. Israel can do no wrong. Israel is perfect. Israel is infallible. And look at this response from the Israeli ambassador to the US. He says, let's put things into context. During the past weeks, 3 major deadly terrorist attacks in the heart of Israel were planned, orchestrated, and carried out from Jenin. The Israeli forces went there to thwart another act of terror and was killed and was attacked by heavily armed Islamic Jihad terrorists. So what he's saying, he's basically trying to justify killing Shireen because of something that has nothing to do with her. Because of these terrorist attacks. What is it? She's a journalist. What does she have to do with that? She's going to cover what's happening. How is that her fault? And I must add something because, you know, even if you want to give the Israelis the benefit of the doubt and say, look, man, this was a complete accident, which they haven't said. They're not saying that. They refuse to even say that. But I'm just saying hypothetically, even if you want to give them the benefit of the doubt, Jenin is in the West Bank, in the occupied West Bank. This is Palestine. The Israelis have no right to be there in the first place. Why is the whole world up in arms because of Russia entering Ukraine, but Israel can just stroll into Palestine, into the occupied West Bank and shoot people and do whatever it wants with impunity, and then they blame the dead journalist? What planet do you come from? What planet are you on? What kind of logic is that? They shouldn't be there in the first place. They shouldn't be there in the first place. And what was Shireen doing there? Was she having coffee? Was she watching a movie? She was on the job. She was wearing the jacket, the vest, the helmet, and she was going to cover an Israeli raid. So it's not the other way around. Do you understand? She was there because the Israelis were coming in. She's going to cover their raid. And they don't want that. They don't want journalists exposing what they're doing. They don't want attention, media attention to their crimes. Do you understand? That's why, for them, journalists are open season. I have no clue if they actually knew who she was, right? I'm not saying that, oh, this guy looked down his sights and he recognized her and that's why he killed her because she's a prominent journalist. I don't know. That's not important, because if you look at how many journalists have been killed in the last 2 decades. So just from the year 2000, I mean, you go from one source to the next, one NGO to the UN. They all say different things, but it's in the dozens. So the conservative figure is something around 20 journalists, and then the more mainstream figure, the one that you see more often, is 50. But the point is it's a practice that is common, right? This is common. They go after journalists. They go after medical workers. They go after the UN. Right? How many times have they bombed UN schools? They've even killed UN staff. Go look up how many people from UNIFIL, from the mission in South Lebanon, have been killed. My own parents, both my parents worked in that mission in UN peacekeeping in South Lebanon and in the Golan Heights. And they know how the Israelis behave. This is not a secret. This is only a secret. This is only a shock to the people who've been drinking the Kool-Aid, who think, oh, Israel's a democracy. Israel would never do that. You don't know anything. Just remember what Israel did last year, almost exactly 1 year ago. This is what Israel did. They literally blew up, they bombed the offices of Al Jazeera, the same network that Shireen works for, and the Associated Press. So this is the respect that Israel has for the press. This is last year in May.
And the terror has come down.
They leveled the press offices. That's how much respect Israel has for journalists. Do you understand? I remember they were calling the Israelis, please don't bomb the building. You will harm our workers. Don't do this. There's no need. They don't care. They bombed it. That's the respect they have for journalists, right? Only democracy in the Middle East. Very funny. And then they try to blame it on the Palestinians. This is really funny. So now the Israeli story has changed, right? At first they said, oh, it's the Palestinians who killed her. Then when Beit Salem went and did this video, the Israelis backtracked and said, oh, actually, we don't know. And then look what they said. Look how disgusting this gets. This is unbelievable. This is going to blow your mind. This is what the Israelis said, okay? The Israeli army spokesperson, Ran Koshav, told Army Radio that, quote, even if soldiers shot at, or God forbid, hurt someone who was not involved, this happened in battle during a firefight where this Palestinian is with the shooters. He means Shireen, the journalist. So this thing can happen. Koshav described Shireen as, quote, filming and working for a media outlet amidst armed Palestinians. They are armed with cameras. Armed with cameras. What does that mean? Of course she's a journalist. Of course she's coming with a camera. Do you see the mentality? She's armed with a camera. For them, this is a threat. They don't want people filming their crimes. That's how they view journalists. And he said the quiet part out loud. She's armed with a camera. That's the Israeli spokesperson responding to Shireen being killed by Israelis. She was armed with a camera. So it's always Palestinians' fault. Even a journalist who's on the job, because she was armed with a camera. What does that even mean? And look at the next line. Look at how depraved this is. The former Israeli army spokesperson, so the guy before this guy, Avi Benayahu, said that, quote, let us suppose that Shireen Abu Akleh was killed by the army's bullets. There is no need to apologize for that. Man. I mean, I really, this is so much to take in, the funeral and the killing itself, and it's so much. It's really so much. The cruelty is really something. It's really something. It's so depraved. It's so depraved. It's so horrible. I cannot understand how people then come and say that the Israelis are the victims and the Israelis are this and that. The Israelis are oppressors. This is, I want to show you this video from an Irish politician and MP. His name is Richard Boyd Barrett. Look at what he had to say about Shireen's killing.
Rightly condemned the murder of a journalist, and I'm glad that you've done so, and called for an investigation. But there's another important thing about that event. What the hell were the Israeli Defence Forces doing, carrying out, quote, an operation on Palestinian territory? Now, for the last 6 weeks, you have rightly, and Western leaders have condemned Russia's operation in Ukraine and called it for what it is, a brutal, unjustifiable, inexcusable act of military aggression on somebody else's territory. Why isn't the same thing being said about Israel's incursion into Jenin, Palestinian territory? What were they doing carrying out a military operation on Palestinian territory? What are they doing day in, day out, carrying on military operations on Palestinian territory? Will we call that out as well? Rightly condemned the murder of a journalist, and I'm glad that you've done so.
He said it all. He really said it all. And this is something that a lot of people tend to forget, right? They just assume that, yeah, well, you know, Israel has the right to be there. Excuse me, what? Based on what? Are Palestinians allowed to, you know, go on incursions because they feel threatened by Israel? Then this is the irony. The Palestinians, they have a real right to be threatened. They are threatened. They don't stand a chance. Even when a journalist is killed, it's her fault, apparently. I mean, I'm so upset. I cannot put into words what I feel right now. I'm so outraged. It's unbelievable. And I saw this on Twitter, and I felt like this might be of interest. So this is from a Twitter user. They said that this reminds me of the funeral of Larry Marley in Belfast, right? So mourners being attacked. Yeah. Again, I don't know if it's a one-to-one comparison, but it's certainly worth mentioning. Absolutely. And I'm just seeing if there's any more angles. I mean, I don't know what more proof you need. Yeah, there's really nothing to dispute here. How do you justify beating mourners, pallbearers? What? Please explain this to me. So that they say when Shireen was killed, she was armed with a camera. Okay, now she's dead now. You killed her. She is in the coffin. Is she still posing a threat? What is she armed with now that you have to make the coffin fall over? What threat are the people carrying the coffin posing to you? Disgusting. Disgusting. Look at this from Blinken, what he says. We are deeply troubled by the images of Israeli police intruding into the funeral procession. Intruding. Christ, you have an interesting dictionary. Intruding. Oh, like they just happened to walk in by accident. Intruding. Jesus. Let me show you that clip again, and you tell me if this constitutes intruding. My goodness, I'm so at a loss for words. This cruelty is really something. This cruelty is something else. Look, almost on the floor. Here, I just wanted to show you some pictures of Shireen, just again to remember her as she was. Yeah, we played some clips last time. She's really special, you know, really special because she's very well known in the, not just for Palestinians, but for the whole Arab world, you know, and you have people all over from the BBC, from all the big agencies who know her, who've worked with her on assignments, and she's very famous. She's been doing this for 25 years, you know, so you have many people who grew up watching her on TV, and they just kill her like that, you know, like it's nothing. And they try to cover it up. And the interesting thing is now that the Israelis, they try to put the blame on the Palestinian Authority. They say, well, the Palestinians refuse to cooperate. They don't want to launch an investigation. Now, I want to ask you a few questions here, man, because when there's someone accused of a murder, do you hand over evidence to the murderer? and start investigating the crime with the murderer, with the suspect. What kind of ridiculous offer is this? And then they say, yeah, but it's a third party thing. It won't be just us. No, they were asking for the bullet. They want the hard evidence to be handed over. That's what the Israelis are asking for. And so now they want to blame this on the Palestinians. Oh, look, they refuse to cooperate. They're really pushing it. And you can go and look at not just what I'm saying. You can go and look at what people from Beit Salam are saying. And even the UN, how in the past Israel refuses to cooperate with investigations of war crimes, because this is very clearly a war crime. And Israel covers up murders and covers up crimes like this. And I'm just going to give you one example. Last year, the Israelis, they are outraged that the International Criminal Court wants to investigate them. And here's the thing. They make it look like it's anti-Semitic and it's against Israel. The ICC wants to investigate both Palestinians and Israelis, but they don't tell you that part. They want to play the victims as usual. And so this would be in that. This would be included. Because she was murdered by an occupying force. She's a journalist. This is completely off limits. And there's no question about it. And the thing is, the United Nations, this is what the UN has said about her killing, about Shireen. So the UN experts have condemned her killing, and they're demanding an investigation and saying that it could be a war crime. Here's the funny thing, though, because I don't think this is going to lead anywhere. Like, let's be realistic with each other. It's the UN. The UN doesn't have any power over Israel. No one does. No one does, because Israel is unaccountable. And the thing is, the statements that you see from people like Liz Truss, the UK Foreign Secretary, she says things like this. I am saddened to hear of the death of respected journalist Shireen Abu Akleh. The work of journalists across the globe is vital and they must be protected to carry out their work. Yeah, okay, you're saddened, but what does that mean? What does that achieve? What does that bring us? What do you mean you're saddened? You don't condemn it. You're not outraged. You're not demanding an investigation. So this is, again, the wordplay that they used. And it's not just her. It's all of the Western officials. It's even those, many Israelis, I showed you their statements. They're straight up like, yes, so what if we killed her? We're not going to apologize. They're so open, right? It's honestly incredible that they are so open about who they are and what they do. And the Western press still cover for them, right? And the Western officials who speak, they say things like Liz Truss, oh, we are concerned, oh, we are this. I want to tell you something, again, just to be very clear. Shireen was not just Palestinian, she was also an American citizen, a US citizen. Do you think that all these mainstream outlets are going to do obituaries and vigils and tributes for her the same way they do for other US journalists who are killed in Ukraine, who are killed elsewhere? No way, because she has the wrong politics. And I wouldn't say it's just a race issue. Obviously, that's part of it. But most of all, she has the wrong politics. Shireen is not out there, slamming the Palestinians or slamming the Russians. So she doesn't count as much as other journalists, right? Even though she's a top veteran journalist of a top, agency and so on. Again, I'm not saying Al Jazeera is perfect, but you understand. She's a veteran. She's a household name. Still not good enough. She's an American citizen, still not good enough for the Americans to care, right? Because she doesn't have the right politics, because she exposed the Israelis for who they are. 25 years of top journalism, And I want to say one more thing also, because the level of support, of like the outpouring of support is unbelievable. Really, look at this. This isn't even the funeral. This wasn't even today. This was the day before. Right? This is in Ramallah. So, I mean, she was born in Jerusalem and her final resting place was in Jerusalem. But I mean, in the last days, sometimes they take, when someone dies, they take their body through multiple cities. It's part of the funeral processions. But just look at the support that she has. It's incredible. They're saying, B'ruh, b'dam, nafdik ya Shireen. Okay, so that means with the soul, with the spirit, with our soul and with our blood, will avenge you, Shireen. And I think it's really important to show this, because what the Israelis try to do, what the West try to do, is they try to tell you that the Palestinian issue is a race issue or a religion issue. Especially religion, right? They say if you criticize Israel, you're anti-Semitic. Or they say the Arabs, they just hate Jews. They just hate Jews. That's the only explanation. They just don't like Jews. That's a lie. That is a complete, absolute lie. If that were true, you would have no Arab Jews. You have many Arab Jews. You have Jewish quarters in many Arab countries, including Syria, including Palestine. And Shireen was Christian. Remember that. She was Christian. She's not Muslim. They can't play this game, because if she were Muslim, they would love to try and do something. And even now they're trying to say, oh, she's armed with a camera. She's hanging around with those terrorists, right? So do you see how this has nothing to do with religion? It's not about Jews versus Muslims. It's about colonizers, the Israeli colonizers, and the colonized Palestinian people. Do you understand this? This is very, very important, because their whole narrative is blown out of the water, right? This is very, very important to understand. And as a matter of fact, even Nasrallah said this today. He said this today about her death. He condemned her killing. Not just, we shouldn't just say death. She was killed. She was killed. And he said Shireen Abu Akleh had for years been a witness to Israeli crimes against the Palestinian people. The first to be ashamed by this crime, by her killing, are those who call for normalization of ties with the Zionist regime. So he's talking about countries like the UAE, like Bahrain, who under Trump, they established ties with Israel, right? He said the first to feel shame and disgrace are the compromisers, those who try to convince the nations that the existence of Israel is natural and should be coexisted with. And look at this line. He said the message of the martyrdom of Shireen Abu Akleh was that everyone, Muslims, Christians, Jews, Palestinians, everyone is in danger of the policies of the racist and inhumane regime. Okay? And that's why today, when Shireen was buried, truly, you cannot count the number of people that have come out. Muslims, Christians, you name it. It's unbelievable. I was watching the whole thing live. It's unbelievable.
There were talks about talks, Adrian. They hadn't even started to scratch at the difficult, challenging issues. Beautiful, very peaceful, is empty, but I feel she would tell the day-to-day life stories that the international media doesn't report on. People come here and they report on big conflicts, on escalations, on a Gaza war. But Shireen, and certainly Al Jazeera, but she was very well known for going into talking to people, for being very personal. I think this is what touched them so much and being so genuine about it.
Steph, I just want to show our viewers pictures that we've got here of the scenes outside the hospital where Shireen's body lay in rest overnight. These are Israeli soldiers who look, well, they're wearing helmets. It looks like...
I think that this, again, I'm rewinding here. I think this is before they attacked the procession outside the hospital, right? So just completely
touched people's hearts, because she talks about some. We have another gentleman clambering into shot, but this is why she spoke for these people who feel that they have long been forgotten.
How many journalists do you know? How many TV reporters do you know could bring out crowds like that? Unbelievable. I really don't know what the final figure is, but I'd say it's in the thousands, maybe even tens of thousands. Really, really incredible. And I posted, there were some pictures. I posted one of these pictures before, earlier today, right? Oh, these are all the people praying for her. And this picture, especially here, was really remarkable to me. You can see this priest holding the Palestinian flag, and he's sitting with Palestinian Muslims, and they're all praying together. And I posted it because I thought that this was from her funeral today. I put a correction underneath, because it turns out this is from Palestine, and it's almost it's from last year in May, so it's almost like exactly 1 year to the day. So it's not from her funeral. It's not from her funeral. It was from the Gaza war. But it doesn't change the point. It doesn't change the point, because this photograph, you saw that today. You saw the same sentiment. You saw the same unity. You saw the same harmony right, between Palestinians of all the faiths and people from, you know, all religions and backgrounds and so on coming out for her. And this is so important to understand because, again, you should never let the Israelis or the West turn this into, it's a religious issue. It's not a religious issue. This is a colonial issue. It's an imperialist issue, and it always has been and always will be. It's nothing to do with whatever they're saying, right? Really just really heartbreaking, man. You know what this reminds me of? Last year, in 2020, they killed Palestinian. His name was Iyad Halla, and he was 32 years old, and he was autistic, and they killed him in Jerusalem because someone told him, you know, he goes to a special needs school every day. And some guard started yelling at him, and he got scared because, his mother said that he has the mental age of a 7-year-old, right? So he doesn't understand what this means. Stop and come here and all of these things. So he started running, and they chased him to a garbage you know, like a corner where there are garbage bins. And then his teacher came out and tried explaining that he's autistic and he has special needs. And he doesn't pose a threat to anyone, right? And then even after the teacher explained that he was executed, so the Israelis, they shot him in the chest with an M16. They killed him in cold blood. And do you know what they did later the same day? They raided his parents' house to try and find dirt on him. Like, again, do you see how low their behavior is, how scummy? It's very similar to what you saw, right? They killed Shireen and then they go and raid the family home. This is so disgusting. It's really, the level that they stoop to, it knows no bounds. It's limitless, truly limitless. And I'm shocked to see this, but I really shouldn't be surprised because these are not isolated cases. Yeah. They're not isolated cases, and that's exactly what we're talking about. Whether, you know, it's someone with special needs or a journalist or a medical worker, they don't care. They'll kill you if you stand in their way. They don't give a crap. This, you know, this whole thing. Oh, Israel's a democracy. This is garbage. This propaganda that they sell you in the West. It's not real. It's not real. It's a myth. It's a completely made up myth. It's a complete myth, and they killed her in cold blood. They killed Shireen in cold blood, and they won't even own up to it. Even if they did, who would punish them, right? Who would punish them? What would happen to them? Nothing would happen to them. The Americans will keep giving them money, keep giving them $3.8 billion every year, and, you know, she's an American. She's an American citizen. She's one of the top journalists, and they still won't criticize Israel. They won't say anything. You know, I always hear something. Keep this point in mind, okay? Because Shireen wasn't just a top journalist. She's a female journalist. She's a Christian. She is someone who is living under occupation, who's born in Jerusalem, okay? And she's been killed in cold blood. And I want to know, where are all these Western feminist groups? Why don't they come out and they express outrage that this woman, this female journalist, one of the best in the field, was killed? Where are all these Christian conservatives in the United States? Where's their outrage that this Christian woman was killed? A U.S. citizen, she's an American. Where's their outrage? They care so much about pro-life and all this shit. And then when someone's life is snuffed out in cold blood, an American Christian journalist, they don't care. That's really interesting. Do you see what cowards they are? They talk a good one, and then when it actually comes down to doing something about it, they're pussies. They don't want to say anything. They're too coward to do anything. They don't want to criticize and upset Israel. That's what it comes down to, right? And that's, again, it's not even just a Republican thing or something. It's all across the board. I showed you the UK is doing that. The Democrats are doing that. The Republicans are doing that. It's the same response all across the board. oh, we are concerned about her death. We are saddened about her death, but not we condemn her death, her killing, right? Again, if that happened in Ukraine, they would say, we condemn this, we strongly condemn this, and we want an investigation, and this is a possible war crime. And they have no shortage of words or vocabulary. They don't mince words. And here, oh, we're saddened. Great. I'm also saddened. Why don't you do something about it? No, can't do anything about it. Can't do anything. Don't want to upset Tel Aviv. Don't want to upset the friends in Tel Aviv, huh? These are murals that people have been painting of Shireen.
احنا بنوصل رسالتنا هان لكل العالم انه احنا هان في فلسطين كثير متضررين من الاحتلال، كثير حتى الصحافة متعرضين لهم. احنا بنجسد رسم الصحفية شيرين أبو عقلة رحمها الله. احنا بنجسد شو بصير بالضفة وبالقدس المحتل، شو بيعملوا الاحتلال فيهم وكيف بيعتدوا عليهم، حتى على الصحفيين انهم بيعتدوا، فيش رحمة عندهم.
I'm really so angry, man. I'm really at a loss for words. Just it's so much to take in. The killing, they killed her. That was bad enough, and a huge terrible loss. And the way they add insult to injury, right? They try to blame it on the Palestinians themselves, and then they say, well, maybe she deserved it. She was armed with a camera. Oh, she's hanging out with terrorists. What does that even mean? Like, they have no compassion. They have no shred of decency. And then they raid her family's house after murdering her? Who does that? And the coffin, look how they knocked over the coffin almost. Look at the coffin. What is that? What kind of behavior is that? Who does that? Oh my God, man. I'm speechless. I'm so speechless. Again, when you see Shireen, she's like a household name. Everyone has grown up watching her in the last 20 years. And, when you see Shireen, it's like you see, I look at her, I see my mother in her, my auntie in her, it's so disgusting. And they just took her life away. And then they won't even let her be buried in peace, They won't even let her be buried in peace. And this is what they do to Palestinians, right? They upset them and torture them and oppress them when they're alive, and then even in death, it continues. On her body, on her own body, in the coffin, on her family, on her friends, on the Palestinian people. It's always like this. And she's not an isolated case. They did the same thing with Iyad Halla. This is occupation, and the media they cover for this. The level of disgust. Look how they speak so vaguely. Look what Forbes was writing about her. Look at this. This is how they described her being murdered. They said she was hit in the head by a bullet. What? Hit in the head by a bullet? Did it fall out of the sky? Like look how desperate they are. Look how hard they try to make sure that they don't criticize Israel. They don't implicate Israel. How does this pass for journalism? How can you call this journalism? I wouldn't wipe my... This is unbelievably insulting and completely fabricated. This is the opposite of factual. This is the opposite of reporting. This is propaganda. This is so transparent how they're trying to cover for Tel Aviv and cover Naftali Bennett and cover for the whole occupation. All of them, right? Oh, we are saddened. Not oh, we condemn this. We want an investigation. This is a war crime. We're saddened. And people need to remember this. People need to do something about this now, because this is something that is not unique. It's happening to Palestinians all the time, journalist or not journalist, medic or not medic. And they're going to keep getting away with this. They will keep getting away with this because they know they can. This is why they have no shame. This is why they beat people carrying her coffin during her funeral. They know the cameras are there. They know this. They don't care because they will keep getting the money from America. The press will keep covering for them. They don't care. They have no shame. They have no shame whatsoever. And again, Shireen is a top veteran journalist, a female journalist, a Christian journalist, an American citizen. Where is the outrage from the Americans? They don't care about one of their own. These conservatives who are all pro-life and, oh, we care about Christians and blah, blah, blah. Where's your outrage? You just got a Christian, American, U.S. citizen, Christian woman assassinated. Where's your outrage about her life? Her life doesn't matter to you because she has the wrong politics. Where are all these Western feminist NGOs? They've lost their tongues. Look what cowards they are. They all bury their heads in the sand because they're too afraid to criticize Israel. Cowards, despicable. Despicable. And the BBC looking at this, at her coffin being tipped over, and they say jostling. And Blinken says the Israelis intruded. Intruded? What do you mean intruded? They're beating them. You call this intruding? The coffin is on the floor. This is intruding? I've had it. I'm so upset with this because they never stop. And it's every single day, you know, they come up with new stories. It was bad enough that they killed her. And now they're just adding insult to injury. They won't even let her be buried in peace. And I can tell you that there are really, literally millions of people who are watching this and are very, really angry and upset. Really, really angry and upset because this is injustice. This is cruelty. This is unfair. Unfair. Armed with a camera. That's what they said. That's why they killed her. That's why they killed her, because she did her job very well. Like all Palestinian journalists who went into the same conditions as her, that she was not alone. They could have also been killed. They do their job with the zeal and with drive. And they do it well, and they have no fear, and they go in with the helmet, with the vest, and they do this because they know that they have to, because the world has to see what's going on, because you won't have CNN and BBC going to do that job. To expose the raids in Jenin, to expose the Israeli raids. And this is the sad irony. This is the sad irony that Shireen spent her whole life exposing and reporting on Israeli brutality. And she died reporting on Israeli brutality and was buried amid Israeli brutality to the last second, till she was put underground. Israeli brutality and the brutality, the violence of the occupation. To the last second. In life and in death. And this is true for her, and it's true for many, many, many Palestinians. Every single Palestinian family has a story of being displaced, of losing someone to the occupation, having a relative in prison, some being affected by this. And they don't want you to know any of this. They want to feed you Kool-Aid and tell you Israel's a democracy. This is a lie and a myth and complete propaganda. And the real terrorists are the ones that do this kind of that behave like this. The ones that are beating people while they mourn. The ones that kill journalists. Those are the real terrorists. Okay, never forget that. let's move on to the next topic. Although I find it really hard to concentrate because it's really funny, right? They Saudi Arabia, they kill Khashoggi, and Israel, they kill Shireen, and the UK and US kill Assange, and then they all talk about freedom of the press and this rubbish. We're really
observing the right to object. My oath of
really, they're the last ones to talk about any of this. Thank you guys for your donations. I'm sorry, I'll read them in a bit. I'm not feeling so well right now, but I will keep on with the program and bring you up to speed on what's happening with the US. Okay, so let me just get something to drink. I really need to drink something. Just give me one moment and I'll be right back. Okay, just a second. Here, I'll put this screen up over here so you know we're on break. All right, just a moment. Sorry, I think you couldn't hear me, but you should be okay now. I was asking if you've seen the story because that's what I'm going to address right now. So let's dive right into it, okay? I was just making fun of what they call them, you know, aid packages and spending bills. They have all these like little nice creative creative names for handouts to the weapons dealers. In any case, let's begin, right? This is the latest handout to the arms dealers. So this is from CNBC. It says the United States House passes $40 billion Ukraine package to provide military and humanitarian aid. So the House voted overwhelmingly after President Joe Biden urged quick congressional action. Okay, so you can see the vote there, the tally. It's 368 in favor, 57 against. And these 57 votes against this behemoth were all Republicans. Okay? And that's an interesting aspect, which I'll get to in a second. So this piece of legislation gives Ukraine $40 billion in aid. And if you want to break it down, it looks something like this. This is from the Washington Post. They show you that in March, early March, the U.S. gave Ukraine $350 million in military aid, then $800 million, then another $800 million, and then another $800 million, and $3.8 billion in total. And then, here we go, $20 billion. $20 billion. So half of this new package is going towards the arms dealers. Wow. That's a nice check. And you guys remember a few months ago, we were looking at a transcript. It was a quarterly call, I think it was from Raytheon, and they were saying, yeah, the situation in Ukraine and the situation in Yemen is looking good for business. This is what they mean. Of course, they build weapons to kill people, so war is profitable for them. Now, here's what happened. You saw the House overwhelmingly voted in favor. This is the tally, right? So you can see 219 Democrats in favor, and the Republicans, you know, most of them as well, the majority in favor, 57 of them against, okay? Now, I want to focus a second on the Democratic portion of that vote, yes? If the entire Democratic Party voted for this, what does that mean? Well, it means that the so-called anti-war portion of the Democratic establishment, which is, it sounds like a hell of an oxymoron, are frauds, right? So when we talk about the squad in the United States, it's these firebrand young congresswomen like AOC and Ayanna Pressley and Ilhan Omar and Cori Bush and so on. You know, they ran on so-called progressive values. I don't know what that means at this point, but, you know, things like, oh, we should stop giving all this money to the corporations and the weapons industry, and, you know, we need to have healthcare and free college and things that are fine. Like, you know, this is these are basic things in Western Europe and so-called industrialized countries, most of them U.S. allies. So nothing controversial there, but they've been saying that the military-industrial complex is a bad thing, right? So how does that square up with going and handing them $20 billion? A little bit odd, right? And you can see from the tally, there was no need to do that. You can see this passed overwhelmingly, 368 in favor, 57 against. So the question here is, why did people like, you know, AOC or, you know, Ayanna Pressley not vote no? Why didn't they just vote no?
Part of Russian president.
We'll get to that in a second. But it's a bit weird, right? So let's go to the roll call here, right? So if we go down over here to let's take a look. Here's Ilhan Omar. She voted yes. Right? It's obvious because they all voted yes. Ocasio-Cortez voted yes. So my point is, why didn't they just do a symbolic no vote? Right? So they could still keep up their whole shtick and turn around and go, you see, I'm totally anti-war. This is too much money, and I'm totally against this, and that's why I'm voting no, because it's against my principles. And they know it's going to pass anyway, so they don't have to vote yes for it anyway, right? But they wouldn't even do that. They wouldn't even bother to keep up appearances. They can't even bother. They can't even be bothered to do that. They just don't care. It's like, yes, let's go. Wow, very progressive, right? And of course, you'll have sycophants and all sorts of brainwashed fans of these politicians who, again, that's not really a good starting point to be idolizing them. But you'll have all sorts of crazy worshippers of these politicians who will come up with all sorts of excuses, right? They'll say, well, maybe she was feeling sick, or maybe she didn't read the bill, or like all sorts of excuses. There's always something, right? There's always something to justify these so-called progressives screwing over the people that they got to vote for them, to not adhere to their principles. And another striking example of that is last year in July 2021, Ilhan Omar. Right? Ilhan Omar, who is part of this squad. She's a Muslim woman, Somali refugee. She's a congresswoman from Minnesota. And what does she do? After being attacked by the Israeli lobby, after being attacked as an anti-Semite, after being attacked quite unjustly, really unjustly and unfairly, what does she do last year? She votes to give Israel $3.8 billion. Now, when you know what Israel is doing to the Palestinians, and you know what occupation means, and you are supposedly, you are a self-professed supporter of Palestinians, why on earth would you go and give almost $4 billion in weapons to Israel to uphold that occupation, which goes towards things like killing Shireen Abu Akleh or bombing Syria, which two things that happened in the last 24 hours, right? 48 hours. So either she's a complete idiot or she's a hypocrite. And I have no doubt in her cognitive abilities and her intelligence. So I'm going to go with the latter. I think she's a hypocrite, just like all of the people that are in this so-called squad and who pretend to be anti-war. They're complete hypocrites. There is no way on earth you would get me to give Raytheon $20 billion, okay? Like, you put a gun to my head, I'm not doing it. It's just not fucking happening, okay? So I don't buy these excuses that, oh, well, we had to because of this. They always have something, right? And they take turns actually doing this. So sometimes you'll have AOC voting against aid to Israel, but then Ilhan Omar will vote for it. And they will give the votes just enough so it passes by a simple majority, which makes it even worse because it's not only these people are hypocrites, they are giving Israel money. No, they are necessary. They are giving the required votes to make sure that the bill passes, which makes it twice as worse. And this has happened multiple times, not just with the one particular thing that I'm talking about, but again, this is important context. And so you can see bipartisanship, right? There's always agreement between Democrats and Republicans on all things war. And this is what happens when you have a government filled with employees of corporations, right? So these are not public servants. They're corporate servants. They work for Wall Street. They work for the weapons industry. So when you understand that, the votes make complete sense. They make complete sense. And obviously, you have other people who are looking out for their careers. It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, their votes are the same, and so on, and so it goes. I want to read you also a very interesting thing. I think this was Glenn Greenwald who pointed this out to me. If you go to Cori Bush's website and you look at her statement on this vote, right? So she's, again, one of these self-professed progressives. She says here that 40 billion, this is an extraordinary amount of military assistance, a large percentage of which will go directly to private defense contractors. In the last year alone, the United States will have provided Ukraine with more military aid than any country in the last 2 decades, and twice as much military assistance as the yearly cost of war in Afghanistan, even when American troops were on the ground. The sheer size of the package, given an already inflated Pentagon budget, should not go without critique. I remain concerned about the increased risks of direct war and the potential for direct military confrontation. Oh, really? So why the fuck did you just vote for the bill? This is something you write when you say, I'm not voting for it. Because there you go. Because I'm worried about the bloated Pentagon budget. I'm worried about this starting World War III. So I voted no. But here you see a prime example of how these so-called progressives talk the talk and then vote the other way because they think you're stupid. They think you're stupid. And then when you point this out They say, oh, this is Russian propaganda. Oh, this is misogyny. Shut the fuck up. The votes are clear. They're right there on the screen. And I'm very sorry, but this statement does not match what you voted. It just doesn't match. I'm very sorry. It doesn't match. And this is just something to placate her voter base, right? So it's again, complete hypocrisy. And the other ones didn't even bother putting a statement out, right? Just so we're clear. So I think she's the only one who put one out, unless something happened in the last hour while I was live and I didn't see it. But that's where we're at. Now, this passed the House overwhelmingly, as we saw, and it goes to the Senate. Okay, and in the U.S. Legislature, in Congress, they have something called unanimous consent to get things passed more quickly, right? Now, the thing is with unanimous consent, it only takes one senator. Remember, there are 100 senators. It only takes one senator to block it. So if just one of them says, no, I'm against it, it can't pass. Obviously, because the name says unanimous consent. And if there's one person against it, it's not unanimous. That senator was Rand Paul. Now, Rand Paul's an interesting guy. You know, I probably disagree with this guy on most things. But when it comes to foreign policy, when it comes to the anti-war stuff, he's right on the money. He's right on the money. Like, again, I don't care if whatever his label is or party. I really don't care. I care about what's coming out of his mouth, right? And how he votes. Not just the talk like Cori Bush over here on her website. That's not enough. That's not enough. I'm saying I care about the position. So let's take a look at what Rand Paul had to say, because he blocked and held up the bill, and now they're all mad at him because, you know, he's holding up the war machine, right? So this is what he had to say. Let's take a look.
Reserving the right to object, my oath of office is to the U.S. Constitution, not to any foreign nation. And no matter how sympathetic the cause, my oath of office is to the national security of the United States of America. We cannot save Ukraine by dooming the U.S. economy. This bill under consideration would spend $40 billion. This is the second spending bill for Ukraine in 2 months. And this bill is 3 times larger than the first. Our military aid to Ukraine is nothing new, though. Since 2014, the United States has provided more than $6 billion in security assistance to Ukraine, in addition to the $14 billion Congress authorized just a month ago. If this bill passes, the U.S. will have authorized roughly $60 billion in total spending for Ukraine. Let's put $60 billion into perspective. According to Elias Youssef, a security assistant at the Stimson Center, Kiev would become the largest yearly recipient of U.S. military aid of the past 2 decades. Except for the top 5 countries, $60 billion is more than every other country in the world spends on their entire military expenditures. If this gift to Ukraine passes, our total...
Senator. Right, so, sorry, just to stop him right there, that's a very important point, because, you know, Germany, for example, one thing that NATO have wanted them to do for a long time is increase their how much of their GDP they spend on the military, right? So it was about 1.5%, and they wanted it to be 2%. Germany has done that now as a result of the pressure and the war in Ukraine, and they've committed 100 billion euros to the military, okay? So again, just to put that in perspective, he's saying that, you know, the way this is going, Ukraine has received and will receive more money in weapons than some countries spend on their entire defense budget. Can you imagine that? Pretty sure that's the size of the Russian military budget. And if not, it will certainly surpass it soon.
The world spends on their entire military expenditures. If this gift to Ukraine passes, our total aid to Ukraine will almost equal the entire military budget of Russia.
Oh, yeah,
and it's
there we
not
go.
as if we have that money lying around. We will have to borrow that money from China to send it to Ukraine. The cost of this package we are voting on today is more than the U.S. spent during the first year of the U.S. conflict in Afghanistan. Congress authorized force, and the president sent troops into the conflict. The same cannot be said of Ukraine. This proposal towers over domestic priorities as well.
Right, so I don't know if you caught what he was saying. We were talking about this last time, how, you know, the War Powers resolution makes sure that the president, this is again theoretical, doesn't exist in practice. But the War Powers Resolution stipulates that the president cannot just go and start wars without congressional approval. And we'll get to that in a second. But that's what he was saying right now. Yeah, so like we're giving all of this money, and yet Congress hasn't even authorized military force. What's going on?
Massive package of $60 billion to Ukraine dwarfs the $6 million spent on cancer research annually. $60 billion is more than the amount the government collects in gas taxes each year to build roads and bridges. The $60 billion to Ukraine could fund substantial portions or entire large cabinet departments. The $60 billion nearly equals the entire State Department budget. The $60 billion exceeds the budget for the Department of Homeland Security and for the Department of Energy. And Congress just wants to keep on spending and spending.
Senator from Kentucky.
Reserving the right to object, my oath of office is to the U.S. Constitution, not to any...
Охорони здоров'я. Повністю.
Sorry, the player went a bit haywire there. But yes, he makes a very compelling point, and he's being now basically not called a Putin puppet just yet, but they're trying to you know, they're not happy with what he's done. This is from MSNBC, and the headline, or I should say the title rather, of this video says that well, you just take a look. Okay, so this is a former NATO commander talking about Rand Paul.
But he's once again holding up what feel like extremely urgent tranches of aid to Ukraine. He's holding up this $40 billion aid bill. It's going to pass, but he's demanding, you know, alterations to the legislation. He wants an inspector general to oversee spending, et cetera, blah, blah, blah. How big of a problem is that?
Etc. Blah blah blah. Like, why would you need somebody to make sure this money is going to the right people? This is blah blah blah. Come on, this is stupid. Let's just send the money. She's funny, isn't she?
That you have this senator doing that, especially now.
It really is so counterproductive in the cause of democracy and freedom. And as you know well, Joy, you're an expert on Washington politics. This is the rare issue where there really is agreement across the spectrum politically, from Kevin McCarthy to Nancy Pelosi, from Mitch McConnell to Chuck Schumer. Everybody gets it on you.
Yeah, exactly. I love it when they say the quiet part out loud. Do you see? He's telling you everybody in Washington loves war, and they love giving money to the arms dealers. He just said it to you. He said it in another way, but that's what he's telling you. Huh? You understand the game? You get what's going on?
Ukraine evidently accepts Senator Rand Paul. He needs to be taken into the cloakroom by some of his fellow Republican senators. I nominate Lindsey Graham for that duty. Lindsey Graham is a retired military officer. He gets the courage and the perseverance of the Ukrainians.
Wow.
He had to take his colleague aside and say, look, this is not one to play politics with. No one else is doing so.
It's really unbelievable. Let's talk just a moment about one of the other unfortunate sort of side effects of this war that Russia is waging.
He needs to be taken into the cloakroom. I thought he was going to say he needs to be taken out with a drone. I wouldn't be surprised, right? Wow. Wow. This is not the time to be playing politics. I find that very weird because it's war. I mean, how is it not politics? It's war. And it's not me saying that. It's the Americans themselves. Take a look. This is from their nice little talk when they were debating this. And this is House Majority Leader Hoyer. Look at what he says.
I wish we'd get off this and really focus on the enemy. I know there's a lot of politics here, but we're at war.
Wow.
We need to produce energy. As
we're
I told
at war.
You in Code Point.
Once again, that's a hell of a statement. We are at war. I mean, when he says we, he means the Americans, right? And by extension, Europe and NATO. We are at war. I thought it's Ukraine and Russia that are at war. You see, the American officials, whether it's Austin or Biden, they're starting to say the quiet part out loud. They're starting to become very careless, right? And bragging, even. bragging even. And usually, again, when you're in a proxy war, which this is a proxy war, you don't want to show your involvement. The whole idea is that you get someone else to do the dirty work so you don't reveal your hand. And they are saying we are at war. Did Congress approve that? Again, I ask this question because they always talk about checks and balances, right? Like that's the beauty of the democracy in the U.S. You have checks and balances, and you know there's separation of the judiciary and the executive and the legislature, and you know the government functions properly, and there's always somebody to hold somebody accountable, so the power isn't concentrated into one hand and things go wild. And they're saying we're at war. I don't remember Congress authorizing use of military force. And again, I just want to be clear, even if the U.S. Congress decides something, that doesn't mean it's legal internationally. You should always keep that in mind, because some people think that U.S. law is universal law. No, it's not. It's not really. And again, I just want to go back to this clip here. Like, do you see how she brings on the former NATO commander? I'm not against that. Like, that's fine. You know, open invitation on the show. You're very welcome to come on as well for a nice little grilling. But the thing is, they say that, well, you know, the U.S. doesn't have state media and it's a free press and all these things. But yet the only people you see on MSNBC and CNN and all of these mainstream channels are people like this, you know, people who work for the, I don't know if I should say work or worked for the CIA or the FBI or, you know, NATO. They always bring on state officials. Always. You don't see that in the countries where they claim they're state media. It's quite frankly the opposite, which that's a very interesting observation, right? You won't turn on TV in whatever evil country they're talking about and see something like that, or at least not to this extent, but just a tiny observation. Now, Jem Psaki, the White House spokesperson, she was asked about this statement about whether the U.S. is at war. Let's look at what she had to say.
On the House floor earlier today, the Democratic Majority Leader, Steny Hoyer, said, quote, "It is unfortunate that in a time of war that we spend all the time blaming our own president." Just a clarification, it's not the White House's belief that we're at war or we're engaged in any kind of conflict.
I think I did not see the full context of his comments. What I'm betting he was referring to was the war happening in Ukraine with Russia, that obviously the U.S. has a stake in, given the amount of military, humanitarian, economic assistance we've provided. And as I've said before, of course, the Ukrainians deserve the greatest accolades for their bravery and their courage, but the American people also deserve a lot of gratitude for their sacrifices and their support of this war.
On the House floor,
I'm not even going to comment on that. You can make up your own mind about her statement. I'm seeing something interesting here. I'm seeing a trend that's a bit weird, but it's there nevertheless. What I'm seeing are very, very few, just a few anti-war voices regarding Ukraine. And what's weird to me is that we've been told that people like AOC and like, don't get me wrong, when they were new, the squad, like everybody gave them the benefit of the doubt because they looked very serious about supporting Palestine, about being against the military, the war machine and all this stuff. And today they vote in favor of giving $20 billion to the military industrial complex. And the only ones that are actually voting against it are Republicans, which is very weird, right? Especially for me, if you're my age and you remember the war on terror and Iraq, I mean, yeah, it's kind of funny, right? But again, it's splitting hairs sometimes. You know, all the neoconservatives are in the Democratic Party now. It's one big club. Like, let's not lose sight of that. It's one big club. But nevertheless, the only people that are saying things like Rand Paul and so on appear to be Republicans. Here's another one of those clips which I came across. Tell me what you think.
Madam Speaker, I rise to warn of a dangerous bipartisan consensus that is walking us into war with Russia. In the days following Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine, Senator Rob Portman said, "I haven't seen this kind of unity since 9/11. It's a nice statement, but what does it really mean? Unity always seems to come before the worst decisions we make. Our drive to unity often overruns our reason and discernment. The post-9/11 consensus gave us the Iraq War, the Patriot Act. The COVID lockdowns and mandates came from unity bundled by fear. Defund the police took off because dissent wasn't allowed. You were shouted down as a racist, just as now questioning our actions in Ukraine makes you a traitor. Do we have amnesia in this House? Is memory loss a consequence of the gerontocracy of Congress? Just a year ago, we lost a war against goat herders waving rifles. Now we're rushing to fight a nation that possesses 6,000 nuclear warheads? Representatives now recklessly assert that we are at war. Congressman Moulton said last week, quote, "We're not just at war to support the Ukrainians, we're fundamentally at war, although somewhat through a proxy, with Russia." The clandestine services are supposed to be the quiet professionals. Seems now they can't stop bragging to news outlets about how America helped Ukraine assassinate Russian generals and sink Russia's flagship. How exactly is this supposed to end? It's as if the administration is probing Putin's nuclear red line. A game of chicken between nuclear powers is insane, and this from Joe Biden, who campaigned to be America's calming sedative.
Right, so you see the issue is that he's speaking some sense, but of course gotta throw in the casual racism, right? Goat herders. What does that even mean? You just said they kicked your ass, so I wouldn't start getting too arrogant, but. You see what I'm saying? Like, the only ones that are actually saying, hey, this might lead to a nuclear war, this is bad, this is confrontational, this is escalatory. The officials from the intelligence agencies, that's who he was talking about, are bragging to the media. Again, these are the same things that I was telling you about, which, I mean, you never even saw this in the Cold War, right? When they had nukes pointed at each other. So that it is quite serious. And I find it, I really find it bizarre that... it's coming from the Republicans. Although, again, to be fair, I don't see any difference between the two. They are both the war party, and we know this because all of these wars and programs and they're started by Republicans, right? So there's no difference at the end of the day. Like, it's splitting hairs. It's really splitting hairs. But right now, today, in May 2022, you can see who voted against sending the military-industrial complex and the CIA tens of billions of dollars, and who raised these concerns and who didn't, right? So I'm reporting to you the news. This is a fact. These videos are real. These statements were made, and that's where we are at. Does it mean that the Republicans and the Democrats are redeemable? Not really. But this is where we're at, and I find it interesting. The climate is really something, honestly. And you have things like a baby formula shortage right now in the US, right? And the food prices, which are rising all over the place in Germany, in Europe as a whole. I was talking to Claudia the other day, and she told me how much more expensive basic, common food items were in Poland. And it's the same all across the board. Like, we are all seeing this. I'm actually interested. Tell me right now in the comments if you guys are in the US or you're in Europe, especially. But no matter where you are, just tell me if you're also seeing the food prices rise, which is normal, right? When you're dealing with a country like Russia, which supplies so much gas and oil and fertilizer and wheat, of course. And Ukraine, by the way, also supplies a lot of wheat. So I'm pretty sure that we're all feeling the effects from this, right? To varying degrees, of course. But, they are basically screwing over their own population. They, meaning the American politicians. And when I say politicians, let's call them out there for what they are, right? They're servants of Wall Street and the corporations. They're screwing over their own country to give money to the arms dealers. Okay, so just let's be clear. When people in Congress say, "Oh, we are giving aid to Ukraine," they don't really care about Ukraine. The money is going to line the pockets of corporations that make weapons, right? So Northrop Grumman or Boeing or General Dynamics or Raytheon or Lockheed Martin. These are the top 5. So it's going to line their pockets. And that's why their stocks and their shares are up like this, because they love war. It's not a secret, right? They make weapons. So the arms industry profits enormously from what's happening in Ukraine. They don't want the war to stop. They don't want a diplomatic settlement. And that is what is really unfortunate, because they are using Ukrainians as pawns to prod Russia. And Ukrainians are suffering the most from this. And then, of course, as a side effect, as a secondary effect from that, you have the sanctions, which are, the blowback from the sanctions. So people in America, people in the US, in Europe, feeling the full brunt of the higher food prices and energy prices and so on. And I'm just looking in the comments right now, and you guys are telling me bread price alone rose 25%, mate. Smurf says half loaf of bread risen from 54 euro cents to 74 euro cents. Yeah, all of you are telling me that you're all seeing the food prices rise. And again, as we saw at the beginning of the show, we have a really, I'm blessed to have such an international audience. So again, I think it's important to raise this this point, because again, let me show you what I'm talking about with this baby formula thing. And I bring this up because this particular item is in the headlines now, but it really applies to all foodstuffs and basic items and common necessities. That's the issue. Do you understand? So it's really one of those examples where the government is taking care of corporations under the pretext pretending to care about Ukrainians and leaving their own citizens to fend for themselves. So this is from Time magazine, for example, and they if you can see it, they say 5 parents on the stress on trying to feed their babies amid a nationwide formula shortage. So you can see a picture of the shelves here at Target in Orlando, taken May 8th, 2022, and they're just completely empty, right? So this article, it's just, I think they interviewed different couples or parents about this issue, right? But this is nationwide, and you can see this on many, many outlets. This is from USA Today, and they're saying here that infant formula supplies have become more constrained, increasing out-of-stock percentage from 40% to 40% from 31% 2 weeks earlier. So, my understanding of this is that some women cannot breastfeed, maybe physically, or they have work, whatever it is, and they need baby formula, so they can't buy it. Like, how you need to feed the kids, right? So this is a big problem. You can't just feed them anything you like, and this is one example. Just one example. Another thing that I was talking about was sunflower oil, for cooking. Shelves are empty. I couldn't find anything online or in person. And again, it's I think it's very not arrogant, but it's easy to think that, oh well, if something is not available, it'll come back soon, or it's just a little price rise. Yeah, but not everybody can afford that. Do you understand? Like, most people, it bites their wallets. It's not easy, and it's not just one thing. It's all the things with prices rising. That's what happens when you have disruptions in energy supplies. And again, I think it's disgusting. Like, this is exactly what I'm talking about when I say that the establishment, meaning the political class in the United Kingdom, in the European Union, in the United States, they always have money and time and energy and dedication for corporations, right? Or for other rich people. They always have the right solutions for them, and they always have excuses for their own people. And this is one of those times where you're seeing a handout by Congress to the military-industrial complex, literally at the same time, while people in America cannot even buy baby formula. Right? And again, let's be clear, that's not 100% the fault of the war or because of this package. Obviously not. But you would think that given the crisis, there should be more attention, more aid, more care, more help, more assistance from the US government for the US people, for its own people. And it's one example, right? You could say the same about European countries, that they don't care enough about their own, but all of a sudden they have money and they have, resources for war. It's interesting, right? It's always the case. Always the case. And again, that doesn't mean like, oh, people in Ukraine should just be left to fend for themselves and screw them. No, I'm not saying that. This is putting words in someone's mouth. The point is that, you should help both, right? You shouldn't give all this lion's share to the weapons dealers and then nothing to people. You understand? So this is really emblematic of this corporate greed and how the corporations are running the government. And again, this is shocking to me. I'll show it to you anyway. This is from Laura Ingraham, who I literally cannot stand. But it was about the baby formula. Let's just watch a few seconds and see what they were saying about this.
We have been having to look pretty heavily for it, I would say, for the last 4 or 5 months, but this last month it's just become impossible to find.
Unfortunately for like me that I can't breastfeed my kids, I depend a lot on formula, or else my kid can't eat.
You would think it wouldn't be a problem to be able to feed your baby, but now it's really scary.
How is this America? This is the United States of America. And as American mothers, like the ones you just heard from, they're struggling to feed their children. We're sending billions and billions and billions to Eastern Europe. In the last hour, the House passed a bill to send another $40 billion to Ukraine in military and humanitarian aid. Is this even popular with the American people? Well, we took the streets to do our own little survey.
Babies are coming first. Why not take care of the children? That doesn't make any sense. I think the government needs to do more than that. They need to really think about America and put money on the side for our means first. Take care of ourselves, then we can take care of the rest of the world. I'm very sensitive to the people who are losing their lives. I'm very sensitive to the fact that people are dying unnecessarily. However, we have the same problems here in the United States. I don't see any of these issues being addressed here in our own country. There's still homelessness here. There's still unemployment here.
Inflation screwing every working class person, especially young people.
What do you do if you can't find formula? My daughter breastfeeds, but if you can't find a formula, what do you give your new grandson? I don't know what the appropriate amount of money to send to Ukraine is, but I think we need to take care of business at home at the same time.
It's a lot going on in America, so it's like, why are we worried about overseas? And that's all I got to say on that one.
Joining me now is Jim Jordan, ranking member of the House.
Right. So I wanted to show you the people being asked in the street what they think. And I'm very, very confident that if you just went up and asked people in the street about a lot of issues, not just this recent, $40 billion, a lot of issues, they would tell you the same thing. They would tell you the same thing. They would tell you that, we have our own problems and we should take care of this and that instead of giving XYZ to Wall Street or XYZ to, the weapons dealers and so on, right? But of course, this view is not popular. It's not popular. You're not allowed to really say that because then you're a Putin puppet or so on, whatever. But again, I want to be very clear. Like I really have trouble standing any mainstream media, whether it's Fox or MSNBC. And I think you should be careful because just because today you have, Laura Ingraham talking sense or something, or I don't know, a couple of Republicans voting against this. Fine. Yes. They're in some of the things they say, they're right, that this is it's risking a war. You risk starting World War III. This is, you should be taking care of the American people first. Fine. However, if the roles were reversed, if they were in power, we don't need to guess, right? It's a constant cycle. It's a constant cycle. And beware of the wolves in sheep's clothing because they're in both parties. I wouldn't suddenly go, oh, you see, the Republicans are better than the Democrats. No, it's again on an individual basis and an individual topic. And when you understand how the game works in Washington, you realize that actually these two, the Republicans and the Democrats, they're really not two parties, but more like two wings of the same party. And then you will kind of understand the game a bit more. Because a few guys dissenting here and there and saying the right things doesn't change the overall picture, unfortunately, because the majority of them will always be what we've seen. And you see the majority voting in favor of this, both Democrats and Republicans, right? So there's the tally again for you. So that's the thing. But again, it's an undeniable fact that you have no one, not a single Democrat who voted against this, whereas you have 57 Republicans who did. Like that again, that's a fact today, which you cannot deny. But I don't think it's redeeming on its own. Again, topic by topic, that's the best way to go about it. But I just wanted to look at this again because it's so outrageous. I mean, going back to the Washington Post article, look how much money they're spending on this, right? And then they don't even know who it's going to. Look, 350 million, 800 million, 800 million, 800 million, and then another $20 billion. My goodness, could you imagine if they spent that on things like hospitals or schools or highways or anything, except weapons, right? Wouldn't that be nice? Wouldn't that actually be nice? But you can't do that. Can't do that because this is the situation here. One war party with two wings. By the way, speaking of Rand Paul, there was when Tony Blinken had his confirmation hearing with the Senate. He did pretty good. I covered that in detail. I went topic by topic. It's on the channel. And Rand Paul grilled him pretty good. So that's again one of those times where I look at what he's saying about foreign policy and Libya and Syria and all this, and it makes total sense. But more than that, I'm not sure if I would agree with his other politics. I'm really not that familiar, to be fair. For me, the way I see it, dissenting voices, especially against war and the military-industrial complex, very rare. But be careful about voices and those who actually vote against it, because they're two different things, right? It's very easy to talk like Cori Bush does on her website, and then she still votes for it, right? That's really people are falling for this trick. Don't fall for it. As Glenn said, the so-called anti-war left does not exist anymore. I don't think it existed. And we're talking in the Democratic Party, right? Of course, there are leftists in the US who are against war, but we're talking about in the mainstream, in the establishment. Yeah, it doesn't exist. It's gone. Forget about it. And the irony that you have more people in the Republican Party that are saying these things. Well, this is where we are at. Give me a second, guys, to go through your comments and your donations. You've been very kind, but I did not read them because I was, I was doing my job. So hold on. Here we've got one from Sean. Sean says the entire interior of the United States is falling apart. Jackson says didn't help our story, R. Sports Johnson having a chat with Zelensky. Yeah. And they all call him the new Churchill, which is funny, right? Watson says, I'm with Russia, I'm with Ukraine, and capitalism. Jackson, or Gene Jackson, thank you again for the super chat. Watson says, we are at war on two fronts, stopping Putin and maybe 40% of America, trying to wake 60% of America. Heavy Duty has no note attached, but thank you nevertheless. And Sam says, it's like the United States arming the Mujahideen in Afghanistan to the teeth. After the loss of Vietnam, the U.S. is arming Ukraine after the loss in Syria. And Afghanistan, you could argue. Some people are saying, well, the war in Afghanistan ended. I really don't know if that's true, because I think they still have CIA there. And that means something, because the first people who went into Afghanistan were CIA paramilitaries. So if they haven't left, I mean, important, right? We don't know what's going on there. That could be the case, right? So they just hop from one crisis to the next. It definitely seems that way. Kiri says, hi, have you seen J'ai vu des crimes abominables commis par Azov de retour d'Ukraine? Adrien Bocquet raconte on YouTube from Sud Radio. Yes, oui, j'ai vu ce clip. I saw this video. Maybe I'll try and play it in a second, because it's a French journalist who went to Ukraine. He spent 16 days there. Was he a journalist? I think he's a medic. He was a medic, right? Yeah. And he went there to give medical assistance and help, and he saw the Azov, the Nazis, right, the Azov battalion committing war crimes, and he came back and spoke about it. I'll show you in a second if I can. Riza says Palestine will be free soon, inshallah. Thank you for the comment. And Jonathan says, take care of yourself, Richard. I can't imagine how emotionally draining your work must be. Well, you're very kind, but yeah, it's. I'm really upset about Shireen. That was. Thank you, Omar. It says thank you for supporting Palestine. That's why we love you, Richard. You're very kind. And Maria, thank you for the super chat. Arabojo says time for BDS. Yes. Heavy Duty says keep exposing the truth. And Nasser says God bless Shireen. Abbas attending Shireen's funeral while simultaneously collaborating with the Zionist enemy. Shame on him. Rest in peace, Shireen. So with Abbas, the Palestinian president, I wanted to show you something from, I think it was Jerusalem Post. It doesn't matter, but it was a headline about him wanting to take this to the ICC. So he wanted to take Shireen's killing, her murder, to the International Criminal Court. I think it should work because technically the ICC said we have jurisdiction over Palestine. That means they can investigate the Israelis because Palestine is the victim. And you just need one party to be a member of the ICC. And that's all it takes. So she was killed in the West Bank, in Jenin. Occupied territories. Israel is the occupying force. Yeah, they definitely should do that. Absolutely. The concerned Westerner says, evangelicals worship Israel due to a misunderstanding of scripture and neocons take advantage of it. I am Orthodox. We don't feel the same as them. Yeah, I don't know what's up with that because they, I know what you're talking about. I find it extremely weird and it makes no sense because they say, oh, we care about Christians. And like, you know, you'll see someone like Lindsey Graham or Marco Rubio or Mike Pompeo. Oh, we care about Christians in the Middle East. And then they go and like fund Al-Qaeda to kill Christians in the Middle East. And they kill people like Soleimani, right? So Soleimani, the Iranian general, that was really disgusting of Mike Pompeo because he went to Jerusalem. And then while he's there, he says that Soleimani was responsible for killing thousands of Christians or something ridiculous, like obscene, utterly obscene, completely made up, like completely, absolutely fabricated. It's the opposite, which makes it so insulting. And yeah, they're total hypocrites. They are absolute hypocrites. You know what this reminds me of? You know, for me, when I see that, it reminds me of the Crusaders, because the Crusaders, they were also saying, oh, we are Christian and all of this stuff, and we have to go to the Holy Land. And, you know, when they get to Jerusalem, what do? They massacre everybody, including the Christians. Same shit, right? Same shit. It's the same place. The people from the same places invading the same places under this reason or that reason, whatever. Oh, we have to take the Holy Lands. Oh, we have to give democracy. I don't care what the reason is. It's all politics and destruction. So that's how I see it. They're hypocrites. They kill everybody, right? Kill everybody. The Muslims, the Christians, everybody. That's the truth. Charlie says, my great-grandfather was a Catholic priest in Nazareth. My grandparents were born in Palestine. My dad was born in Ramleh in 1947. My jaw was on the floor this morning. They tried to kill her twice. Eh wallah. That's a phrase that I've heard a lot today. You know, when the Israelis were beating the pallbearers who were carrying Shireen's coffin, people said that, like, they tried to kill her twice. Really, they killed her, and then even in her funeral, they are coming and brutal. It's so awful, so awful, so awful. Really, I'm struggling to put into words what I feel about this. I'm so upset and really, I don't even know her personally, right? And I don't think you have to, because she's like an icon, really icon, you know. For not just Palestinians, especially Palestinians, but for all Arabs. And she did her job really elegantly and eloquently and gracefully and thoroughly and with dedication and passion and rigor and zeal and drive. And you know, the persistence, the consistency, 25 years of being a top journalist, and to the very, very last moment, to her last breath in the field, she died exposing Israeli brutality and Israeli occupation. And even as she is in her coffin and already dead, they tried to kill her again. They tried to kill her twice, and they brutalized her and brutalized her people, our people. Because when you see things like this, this is, it's an attack on the whole Arab world, and it's an attack on everybody's humanity. I don't think you even have to know Shireen or know Arabic or be Arabic to be offended by this. This is really, it's such a level of cruelty that everybody can understand what's going on and feel outraged by this and hurt. That's how severe it is, you know? And this is the thing, with Iyad Hala, the autistic Palestinian man who they killed, I mean, he got nowhere near as much as attention as this. But it's still just as tragic, you know? And there are many Palestinians who have been treated like this and killed like this. Horrible. It's so exhausting, you know, every day seeing something new, someone being beaten, someone being arrested, someone being jailed, someone being killed. It's never ending. I mean, this level of oppression is unbelievable. It's unprecedented. It's evil, truly evil. Philip says they hated her because she is so courageous. Everybody knew who Shireen was. She's one of the few reporters that goes to every single incident at the occupation that the occupation does. So they knew who she was. I've no doubt. You know, there's a headline that I always remember from 2018, 2019, where it's this one. Look. Do you guys see that? This is from Israeli newspaper Haaretz, and the headline says, quote, 42 knees in one day. Israeli snipers open up about shooting Gaza protesters. Over 200 Palestinians were killed and nearly 8,000 were injured. So the Israelis were purposely aiming down their scopes and shooting Palestinians in their knees to cripple them for life. And I wouldn't be surprised. I really wouldn't be surprised if they did the same thing to Shireen. That they again, even if it wasn't her, they were shooting at the whole group. We shouldn't forget that, right? They were shooting at the entire group. And you can see in the video, she is already dead. She's on the floor and the others cannot move because they're still firing at them, right? So that's really important to remember, because people think like, oh, it was some like stray bullet or maybe it was an accident or it's just one shot. No. They fired at the entire group. All 5 of them or 6 of them wearing the blue helmet, the clearly marked press vest on the back and the front. There is no question what happened here. This was on purpose, and it was cold and calculated, and they targeted those journalists, and it's nothing new. It shouldn't surprise you one bit. It's not surprising. This is not something out of the ordinary. That's what you need to understand. It's not out of the ordinary. On the contrary, this is what Israel does. And I know they many people want to say, oh, you're lying and you're making this up. No, I'm not making this up. We know what Israel is. We know how the Israeli occupation behaves. Look how they came to her funeral. Look how they came to her funeral. You think somebody you think an occupation that beats mourners carrying a coffin has a problem killing journalists, bombing the offices of Al Jazeera, which is where Shireen worked. Not that office in Gaza, but I mean the network Al Jazeera and the Associated Press, leveling the building, leveling it for no reason, just to spite them. This is normal. This is normal. This is what Israel is. This is the truth they don't want you to know. They want to give you this rosy idea. Oh, look, all these Arabs, they're these barbaric, uncivilized brown people, and Israel is like this oasis of democracy. It's the complete opposite. It's the other way around. Norfolk says, do you know what Israelis were most upset about yesterday? Their act not qualifying for the Eurovision final. Sad but true. I'm not surprised, really. Mahmoud says, boycott all of Israel's allies. They're one and the same, huh? Florence says, Richard, Claudia, thank you guys for your work. Thank you, Florin. And Dave says, NPR super genius framing. Quote, the crackdown came during a rare show of Palestinian nationalism in East Jerusalem. What? You have to be kidding me. That doesn't even make any sense. That doesn't make any sense at all. Thank you, Philip and Ange for your stickers and super chats. And Macarius says, according to CBS News, this was a tussle. You must be joking. Oh my God. Oh my God. You must be kidding. It's like with the BBC, right? They said it jostling. Where are these words? They like have to go and look for something to like kind of confuse people and you know, intruding. What? I'm you know, I don't know whether to laugh or cry, honestly. And I cried a lot. Norfolk says Ursula von der Leyen, who's the head of the EU Commission, just announced a ban on Russian sex toys. In an EU statement, they said no one other than the EU is allowed to screw people over. I get the joke, yes. Thank you to Salembo, to Richard Salembo and Boris for your stickers. Lichgore says, I told my wife years ago when Americans start to see their children go hungry, what you saw on Jan 6 will be a party, in my opinion. Love your show, sir. God bless. Well, you're very kind, and thank you for that. And yeah, I think this is kind of the wake-up call for not just Americans, but perhaps in Europe as well, when, you know, there's no heating, and, you know, God forbid, and there's no food. You know, I don't wish that on anyone. That's the whole point, is like people, they need to wake up before it's too late, because the people that are running Europe are more than willing to do the bidding of the United States. And no matter what happens, really, you know, at the end of the day, they will never be impacted at the same rate or to the same level, because they are rich. They can afford the higher prices. They have access to resources. They're safe. They have security. That's my point. And I mean financial security and so on. So it's very easy for them to, you know, posture and say, oh, we have to do this for this and that. Yeah, because you're not the ones paying the price. That's the problem, right? Very, very generous of them to like give away everybody's money. Very generous of you. So once again, I don't want to watch this because it's so upsetting, but I you know, here's the funeral again. Just complete, utter brutality. This is absolutely inexcusable. There's no way you can justify any of this. None at all. There is nothing you can say about this. There's no way the Israelis can weasel their way out of this one, like they usually try to blame on Palestinians. There's nothing there. These are people, they're literally holding onto a coffin. What crime did they commit? Nothing. Look at this guy. He just shoved the coffin. Did you see this? Look at his hand. He just shoves it. And they're beating them and kicking them. This is disgusting. I have never seen anything in my life like this. This is unbelievable. And she almost falls to the ground. Look at that. On the ground. They have no shame. I'm wondering if they actually hit the ground right there. I'm not even sure. It doesn't matter, right? I mean, you can see what's going on. It's bad enough. God, they have no shame. They have no shame. They are so evil. Norfolk says, have you seen the clip of settlers? Yes, I've seen it, and I was going to show it to you now. I know what clip you're talking about. Yep. Chris says, I watched Jimmy Dore for 8 years and never donated. Thank you. Well, that's very humbling. Thank you. I appreciate it. Let me show you the clip that Norfolk is talking about. This is something that happened today, or is reported to have happened today. And the thing is, I have this clip without any context. I mean, it's pretty clear what's going on, but let me see if I can find something extra just to supplement this. Give me a second. Because it's quite shocking. I mean, the clip really speaks for itself, but nevertheless. Yes, so today, while they were burying Al Jazeera journalist Shireen Abu Akleh, who was killed by the Israelis, at the same time, this was going on. Take a look at this clip. It says, Israeli settlers are rushing to take over a Palestinian building in occupied Hebron as Palestinians are busy collectively mourning slain journalist Shireen Abu Akleh. Disgusting theft caught on video. So let me play it to you. Wow. So do you see what's going on? Let's read the article here. This is from Middle East Eye. And so this published 4 hours ago. They say dozens of Israeli settlers took over a Palestinian building in the old city of Hebron on Friday while flanked by Israeli soldiers. Isa Amro, director of the Hebron-based Youth Against Settlements activist group, tweeted a video of the scene which showed settlers carrying their belongings, including mattresses and suitcases, as they stormed the 3-story building. Right, so that's the video that we just looked at. Maybe there's some more parts here that we didn't see. So they say a group of Israeli settlers stormed a Palestinian home. Yeah, you can see this, the occupation forces up there, right? The building belongs to Walid al-Jabri and was undergoing renovations by the owner. Okay, Israeli soldiers surrounded the building and to prevent Palestinian residents from approaching the settlers. I need to explain something to you guys. This is nothing special, huh? In occupied Palestine, wherever Jewish or Israeli settlers go, they are accompanied by the occupation forces to protect them, right? Which again is this very clear in your face, like showing the Palestinians, we are the boss. This is an occupation. We are in charge, and the Jewish settlers are worth more than you. We will act like bodyguards for them, right? So the thing, this is in Hebron, okay? And what makes it very interesting is that in Hebron you have a tiny minority of Jewish settlers, and the vast overwhelming majority of the population are Palestinians, right? So I'm trying to get you the very exact or latest figures, I should say. Just for context, because I think it's important just that you understand what's going on. So Hebron has a Palestinian majority consisting of an estimated 208,000 citizens. Okay, and you know how many? So again, 208,000 Palestinians, 800 Jews. Again, not Jews, Jewish settlers. There's a big difference there. You have Palestinian Jews, like you have Syrian Jews, Moroccan Jews, etc. But settlers, do you see that huge difference? 208,000 Palestinians, 800 Jewish settlers. And because of these 800 Jewish settlers, you have a ton of Israeli occupation forces, what they call soldiers, say it's occupation forces, that go around protecting them and harassing the Palestinians. This is one of the starkest examples where you have such a ridiculously tiny minority, and everybody else has to live under this cruel injustice because of the occupation. And again, this is not just in Hebron, but Hebron is one of these like starkest comparisons, right? And I think that's very important to point out. But just to give you that context before we go back to what's going on here. So they say hundreds of Palestinian homes have been left empty or evacuated due to tightening restrictions by Israel that favor Jewish settlers, who have illegally dominated larger parts of the city since 1994. So around 7, oh, there we go. They basically told you exactly what I was telling you now. It was in the same article. But yeah, like I said, about 700 Jewish settlers or Israeli settlers and 200,000 Palestinians. Peace Now, an NGO that monitors Israeli settlement expansion, said that it doesn't matter if the building was legally purchased by the settlers, but rather if Defense Minister Benny Gantz authorized their entry. The move to occupy the Palestinian home in Hebron comes a day after Israel advanced plans to build 4,400 housing units for settlers in the occupied West Bank. Now, again, just to be very, very clear, that's illegal. The West Bank is illegally occupied by the Israelis, and any settlement you build there, whether it's a mansion or an apartment building or a tiny shack, is illegal. It's illegal under international law. There is no question about this. There's no discussion. End of story. Anyone who tells you otherwise is an idiot or a liar. So, the High Planning Committee of Israel's Civil Administration, an authority that runs the occupied West Bank, approved 2,700 units and initial endorsements for another 1,600. So, do you see how this is not something that is finished, right? This is going off of 70 plus years now of occupation, right? And it increases over and over and over. And at the same time, Israel is occupying Syria's Golan Heights, okay? And in December, Naftali Bennett, who's the Israeli prime minister, who he replaced Netanyahu. So in December, Israel said it wants to double the number of settlements in the Syrian Golan Heights. Once again, that's illegal. They don't care. They don't care. They kill journalists. They build illegal settlements. Who's going to stop them? They don't give a crap because no one holds them accountable because they're cowards. Nearly 700,000 Israelis live in illegal settlements in the West Bank and East Jerusalem, which Israel illegally occupied during the 1967 war. A report released last year by Israeli human rights group B'Tselem found that the Israeli government has been using settler violence as a major tool in its attempt to seize Palestinian land in the occupied West Bank. The state fully supports and assists these acts of violence, and its agents sometimes participate in them directly. As such, settler violence is a form of government policy, aided and abetted by official state authorities with their active participation. Yeah, 100%. So it's not just, oh, the soldiers are standing around and, passively or indirectly, putting it mildly, right, endorsing settler violence and illegal settlements. No, it's government policy, right? As I told you, Bennett himself, the prime minister, saying we want to double the number of settlements. It's illegal. It doesn't care. It comes from the prime minister. They have a minister of settlements even, right? So when you see a clip like this, I want you to remember one thing. This is not an isolated incident. As a matter of fact, this is how Israel came into being. Do you understand? You cannot have an Israeli state in the Middle East without screwing over Palestinians, Syrians, and Lebanese, right? Because it's built on their land. So Israel is built at the expense of someone else. And that someone else is predominantly the Palestinian people. And it's not something finished, it's ongoing. It's ongoing. So again, this is why for me, I'm so confused when all of a sudden I see, oh my God, the UK and the UN and, the United States and the EU, they all suddenly care so much about international law. Amazing. Wow. Because, when this stuff was happening, they didn't seem to care, besides a few maybe statements once in a while. Wow. This is how it is. This is how it is. And you can see that when the settlers are being protected by the Israeli occupation forces, it's also during settler violence, right? I mean, I literally just saw a clip before I went live a few hours ago of an Israeli settler throwing a rock like this at a Palestinian in front of the Israeli soldiers. They don't care. They don't care. I see clips like this every single day. Every single day. This is nothing special. It doesn't mean that it's not heartbreaking. I'm just saying it's not unique. Do you understand? Every single bloody day. And this is one aspect. It's one aspect of the occupation. There are so many facets to this whole thing. So many. Hold on. Let me see if I put it aside for you. Give me a second. I might have it somewhere here. But I can find you some other ones in a moment. Oh, here's the French clip I wanted to show you. It's good that I looked, so I can show it to you in a moment. But just look up settler violence. You'll find tons of it, right? They'll kill some farmers' goats. They'll throw some rocks at someone's house. It's incredible. Here, this is a video from March 24th, not too long ago. This was... Here you go. Do you see the caption there? Israeli settlers attacking Palestinian cars and homes at night in occupied Jerusalem. Okay, this one's a bit too graphic. I don't think I'd get away with. I'd be able to get away with showing it. Here's another one. This is from January. Look, you see the soldiers with them? Do you see how they're always accompanied with them? They're always there to enable this violence. Always. And here's more from Beit Salem. Settlers entered the village of Jalud in the Nablus district, and they stoned a village home and set fire to 5 cars and burned down Charlie. I mean, again, this is so common. I'm literally losing count. I cannot keep up. It's horrible. It's horrible. It's a testament to how rampant this is and how it's enabled by the so-called Israeli state. The occupation government. That's how it is. That's how it is. And this is emblematic of what's up. And again, you have to keep something in mind, right? Like, the people here that are taking over these Palestinian homes, they could be from anywhere, right? Like, that's how it is in the Israeli logic. Like, you can come from Australia, you can come from France, you can come from Britain, Germany, Ukraine, Poland, whatever. And you can, if you're Jewish, you just immediately given citizenship and you can go and do things like this. And a lot of people have dual citizenship. Very common, right? Dual citizenship. And Palestinians don't even have one. They're not even allowed to leave or have a state or a passport. They have to go through checkpoints. They're treated like animals. It's so frustrating. I feel overwhelmed just explaining this. Never mind what the Palestinians are feeling, going through it, living through it, This is the video that I wanted to talk about from Ukraine, from a French medic. My understanding was he's a medic. Let me pull it up for you and we can see again. He'll explain it. And he went there to Ukraine, and he's going to tell you what he saw, okay? So give me a second. Wait, do they have subtitles? Oh, God. Because I understand it, but for you guys, I'm hoping you have subtitles. Yeah, okay, good. So let me explain this to you. Let me break this down, and we can see what's going on. All right. So this French health worker went to Ukraine for 16 days, and he witnessed a bunch of war crimes that were committed by the Azov Battalion, which is this infamous Nazi, neo-Nazi battalion that's incorporated into the Ukrainian armed forces and receiving all sorts of weapons, courtesy of Israel, the US, and UK, and so on. And this is what he saw. Let's take a look, and then we'll discuss.
Allez, je viens vous aider. Et voilà. Et
pour aider en tant qu'infirmier, enfin,
exactement, à la base,
soins, tout ça.
Pour la population. Hein.
Pour la population, absolument.
Voilà, pour aider les femmes et les enfants et tous les réfugiés et la population ukrainienne.
C'était quand vous êtes parti quand
là, je suis revenu il y a une dizaine de jours.
D'accord.
Donc,
et vous avez passé 16 jours.
16 jours, exactement. Tout à fait, en 2 fois.
C'est ça, en 2 fois, c'est ça. Et vous étiez à Kiev, vous étiez où? Enfin,
j'ai fait Kiev, Boutcha, le fameux Boutcha.
Boutcha dont tout le monde parle. Oui.
Voilà, où tout le monde parle. Nous, principalement, juste pour rappeler ce qu'on faisait, c'est donc des transports d'équipements médicaux et des médicaments vers des hôpitaux précaires et aussi sur les orphelinats. Parce qu'il y a des orphelinats...
Vous avez eu des choses assez terribles, je crois.
Tout à fait. Alors, je vais assumer totalement ce que je vous dis. Moi, sur place, j'ai été témoin de crimes de guerre. J'ai vu beaucoup de crimes de guerre. Les seuls crimes de guerre que j'ai vus pendant les jours où j'étais sur place ont été perpétrés par des militaires ukrainiens. Et non pas par des militaires russes.
Ce qui ne veut pas dire
que... Ce qui ne veut pas dire exactement, j'allais y venir, qu'il n'y a pas de crimes de guerre russes, mais il y en a aussi au niveau ukrainien.
Vous avez assisté...
Et on n'en parle pas. Ouais. C'est ça, moi. Quand je suis rentré en France, j'ai été extrêmement choqué, même des personnes qui sont invitées sur les plateaux télé à droite à gauche. 80% de ces personnes-là ne sont pas allées au moment où il y a la guerre et se permettent de parler, etc. Ça m'insupporte. Parce que entre ce que je vois et ce que j'entends sur les plateaux télé et ce que j'ai vu sur place, il y a une autoroute. Pour moi, c'est abominable. Je vais par exemple parler des militaires Azov. Les militaires Azov, à la base...
Mais vous avez vu où ils sont partout?
Ils sont partout.
Ah, pas seulement à Azovstal, ou etc.
Même à Lviv. Ils sont même à Lviv, à l'ouest.
Oui.
Ils ont leur scratch, avec vous savez, le beau scratch néo-nazi. Ça se tient aussi à le dire. Pour moi, ce qui me choque énormément, c'est que l'Europe donne quand même de l'armement à des militaires, pour moi, néo-nazis, avec un sigle néo-nazi. On n'en parle pas, il suffit de regarder. C'est un ancien sigle SS qui est brandi partout en Ukraine et ça
pose, on le voit partout.
Partout, et ça ne pose aucun problème. Moi, j'ai travaillé avec ces gens-là, je leur ai donné des médicaments, etc. Vous savez quelles étaient leurs conversations devant moi? Parce que je comprends un petit peu l'ukrainien et le russe et beaucoup parlent anglais. Ils rigolaient de se dire que s'ils croisaient des juifs ou des noirs, qui les dépècerait.
Ah, carrément.
Voilà
ce qu'ils disaient devant vous.
Voilà ce qu'ils disaient devant moi, et c'était leur conversation qui les faisait vachement rigoler. Voilà ce qu'ils disaient sur les juifs et sur les noirs.
Et qu'est-ce que vous avez vu? Vous dites que vous avez assisté. Oui.
J'ai vu donc des militaires russes qui ont été capturés et qui ont été donc du coup déjà bien malmenés et qui ont été, on va dire, attachés. Et en fait, on était dans une sorte de hangar et ces militaires russes qui ont été capturés arrivaient dans des petites fourgonnettes par 3 ou par 4. Les militaires Azov ukrainiens leur demandaient qui est l'officier, qui est l'officier. Je vais vous expliquer pourquoi. Ou ils répondaient pas, ou ils répondaient. Chaque militaire qui descendait de cette fourgonnette se prenait une balle de Kalachnikov dans le genou. Alors qu'ils étaient sans défense, j'ai des vidéos qui l'attestent. Sinon, je ne me permettrai pas de sortir des trucs pareils. J'ai des vidéos où on montre des militaires russes en train de se prendre des balles dans le genou. On ne sait pas trop pourquoi, parce qu'ils ne répondent pas à des questions. Et les gens qui avaient le malheur donc de dire « c'est moi l'officier se prenait une balle dans la tête. Voilà comment ça se passe à Boutcha. Voilà comment ça se passe en Ukraine, du moins pour le bataillon ukrainien Azov. Ils pourront dire ce qu'ils veulent. Moi, j'étais là, j'ai vu ce qui s'est passé. Tout ça, on n'en parle pas. C'est vraiment... Je vais vous raconter encore quelque chose de beaucoup plus grave. Vous avez des bombardements tout le temps, on voit à la télé, etc. J'ai vu donc des journalistes américains. Il y a des bombardements qui atterrissent dans un petit parc que vous avez dû voir à côté de Boutcha, entre Boutcha, à l'est de Boutcha.
D'accord.
Et ces Américains donc font une vidéo et disent ben voilà, c'est les bombardements russes, ça atterrit dans un parc, c'est inadmissible et tout. Je vais les voir, je dis mais pourquoi vous dites ça, etc. et tout. On m'a dit mais c'est pas grave, ça fera des images. Et vous savez ce que c'était ces bombardements? En fait, vous avez des petits obus. Donc vous aviez, si vous voulez, une cible qui était russe à l'époque, il y a quelques semaines, et vous aviez donc une équipe d'Azov avec qui j'étais, qui était en train de régler donc des petits mortiers pour envoyer des obus qui se règlent, si vous voulez, avec des petites à la main, d'accord? Et en fait, ça avait été mal réglé. Et ça arrive une fois sur deux, une fois sur trois. Donc ces obus, au lieu d'atterrir à 100 mètres plus loin où il y avait justement les militaires ou du matériel russe, atterrit dans le petit parc. Et on fait passer ça pour des bombardements russes. Quoi, on ne parle pas de ça. Et donc tous les bombardements, toutes les bombes, tous les obus qui atterrissent à Boutcha, à Kiev, etc., c'est du russe. Il faut arrêter.
Oui,
il faut un petit peu réfléchir.
Il y a des deux côtés, les crimes se font des deux côtés.
Mais bien sûr, et encore autre chose. Et là, je vais enfoncer le clou, mais c'est pas grave, j'en assumerai les conséquences. J'étais à Lviv, j'étais à l'hôtel, il y a eu des bombardements. J'étais à 500 mètres d'un missile qui atterrit, où je dormais, tout a pété, les glaces, etc. Je vais tout de suite sur place, et en fait, on s'aperçoit que les 5 missiles, il y a 4 missiles qui ont tapé des dépôts d'armement. Des dépôts d'armement qui venaient d'Europe, qui avaient été stockés à Lviv en attente que ça soit amené à Kiev et dans des unités. Vous savez où est-ce qu'il les stocke, l'armement qui arrive d'Europe? Eh bien, il les stocke dans des locaux et dans des maisons civiles, sans que les gens le sachent.
Okay. Wow. So I have a lot to say. I have a lot to say about this, and franchement, c'est un truc de ouf, hein. Franchement. He's absolutely right. There are war crimes on both sides. I mean, the one of the again, I'm not trying to make light of it, but one of the more minor ones was POWs, for example, how they were filming them and publishing that. Both sides did that, and I openly criticized that at the beginning of the war, because you had the Ukrainians filming Russian POWs and publishing that, and vice versa. That's not okay. That's a violation of the Geneva Convention. Now he's obviously making he's talking about much more serious things. And yeah, that's how it is, man. You cannot sit here and say, oh, there's only Russian war crimes, which is what the West is saying. They're saying the only war crimes are being committed by Russia, and everything that people say about Ukraine committing war crimes is Russian propaganda. No, faut arrêter les conneries, là. You can't have... it's a war. I'm not saying it's okay, like that, just because there's some people say, oh, well, it's a war, so, you know, whatever, things happen. No, that doesn't make it okay, but you have to understand that this is one of the most brutal, violent, disgusting aspects of humanity's war, unfortunately. And people do really horrible things on both sides. It's like in World War II. It's not just the Nazis and the Japanese who committed war crimes. The British did them. The Americans did them. Right? Perhaps not to the same extent, but nevertheless. And so I think it's important to understand that, to get the starting point straight. Because this guy's probably being attacked left and right now as some sort of, propagandist or something. And I think it's important to take what he's saying seriously, because he's actually been there. And he's saying something that you're not going to hear on mainstream media. One thing that he just mentioned in the last minute about how the Ukrainian forces were firing at Russian forces, and because something c'était mal réglé, so basically it wasn't adjusted properly, or the sights weren't calibrated well, and the shells were landing in a park, for example, instead of hitting the Russian forces. Basically they were misfiring some rounds and hitting the wrong targets, and then blaming that on the Russians. Like, oh, you see, the Russians hit this park. I remember this trick from Syria. So what you would have is, especially when you had these like so-called rebels, moderate rebels, surrounding Damascus, they were in districts like Jobar. My cousin's university, the architecture faculty in the University of Damascus, go look up right now on BBC. There's still the headline from 2013, how I think it was 13, no, how many students were killed? Several architecture students were killed. Here, I'm going to look it up for you. Massacre, really awful, awful stuff. And my point is with that, yeah, here it is. So 28th of March, 2013. And I'm not going to show you the picture, but they say it was 15 students. Awful, terrible stuff, right? And my point is that the rebels would do this. The so-called freedom fighters, they were hitting things like the University of Damascus, and then they would blame the government, right? Things like this. And it's the same tactic that you're seeing in Ukraine. So they actually commit the errors. They commit the mistakes. You could, whether it's on purpose or not is another issue. But they would do the crime of hitting the civilian targets and then blame it on Assad or the Russians as well in Syria, right? So that's an important thing to distinguish. And always ask yourself who benefits from this story, right? Another thing that he was talking about was how the racism was rampant. I mean, that was horrible. That was disgusting. What the racist things that they were saying against black people and Jews. What the Azov battalion were saying, right? He said that they were joking about this in front of him. I mean, does that surprise you at all? No. These are Nazis, neo-Nazis. Again, some people view them as a continuation of Bandera, who actually collaborated with the Nazis in World War II. So, it's the point is they're not exactly fans of people of color, of black people, of Jews. I mean, someone like Stepan Bandera, who is idolized by the Azov battalion and these neo-Nazis in Ukraine, he participated in the Holocaust. He was complicit in killing Jews, in killing Poles, right? So this is very important to understand because that mindset has continued. And I want to be very clear on something. This does not mean that Ukrainians are Nazis or everybody in Ukraine is a Nazi or hates Jews. This is ridiculous. Of course not. But you have to understand that when we talk about groups like Azov or Right Sector, yes, they are a tiny minority, but on the battlefield, and this is a war we are talking about, on the battlefield, they are some of the most effective fighters, right? They are battle hardened. They have received some of the best training. Remember, NATO has been training, in general, Ukrainian forces for interoperability. So they are trained up to NATO standards and they can be plucked out and put in like, modular pieces, so to speak. And my point is that when you have a group like that making the decisions effectively on the battlefield and altering the course of the war, then the percentage that they make up of the overall population becomes irrelevant. If you look at Syria, for example, Al-Qaeda and Daesh are obviously a tiny, bloody, minuscule portion of the population. Most of them, well, not most of them, but a good chunk are not even Syrian. They're foreign fighters. They're coming from Tunisia, and they're coming from Afghanistan and Libya and so on. And in the end, who is more important in deciding the course of the war? Those groups. So they would tell you, oh, but it's not true. They're not Al-Qaeda. That's just Assad propaganda. And the rebels are actually moderate. Dude, the moderate rebels got fucking wiped out, not just by Russia and the Syrian government, but by Daesh, by ISIS and Al-Qaeda. It's like gang warfare. Do you understand? Truly, like gang warfare. They started bickering with each other, fighting with each other. This group refused to coalesce with the other one. This guy, refused to pledge loyalty, go do his own thing. He'd get killed. It's a complete bloody mess. That's why you have like 50 plus, I joke and I call it 50 flavors of jihad. But do you understand? At the end of the day, the ones that were the battle-hardened ones that had fought against the Americans in Iraq, that had real combat experience and were effectively altering and molding the course of the war were the extremists. And you're seeing something similar. Obviously, it's not a one-to-one comparison, but you're seeing something similar in Ukraine. So don't just say, oh, well, that's just like 1% or 0.5% of the population. That doesn't mean anything. It's not about the numbers. It's about the effectiveness and therefore the status that this gives them in the in how they alter the course of the war. Okay, so this is very important, very, very important to understand this concept. And just going back to the video, what he said here, how they were committing war crimes against the Russians. I saw one video. I don't know if it's the same thing he was talking about, because he said, I have videos. I don't know what he meant by that. And I speak French, so I don't know if he meant that he had filmed it himself or he had other videos. Well, not clear to me. I think you guys know which one I'm talking about. I can't show it to you, obviously, because it's too graphic, but it was a video of Russian prisoners of war being shot, right? They were already detained, and they were being, it's not clear whether they were being killed or just wounded. Either way, it's completely illegal in a war crime. It doesn't matter if you shoot, if it's fatal or not. It's a war crime. You're not allowed to shoot prisoners of war. This is, when you capture, when you have a prisoner of war, you must give them medical treatment. You must allow Red Cross access to the prisoners. There are very clear guidelines. You cannot abuse, torture, demand anything other than name, rank, and serial number. It's very, very clear, even since World War I, World War II. And obviously, unfortunately, not everybody follows the rules. So just so we're clear, though, that video, and I don't know if that's the one he's referred to, that's a war crime. And if what he's saying is true, what he saw, that is certainly a war crime. And that's important to point out, because the conventional wisdom right now is that only Russia is capable of committing war crimes. I'm sure they've committed war crimes. Yeah. I even pointed one of those out to you, the one where they were filming prisoners of war. And I know people might not, people have differing opinions on that. Fine. Okay, that, you can debate that, because I was referring specifically to Snake Island. Remember? I don't want to go off on a tangent now, but my point is that the mainstream media narrative is now that Russia's evil and Ukraine is perfect and good and there are no Nazis, there's no such thing, and anybody saying otherwise is a lunatic or Russian propagandist and so on. So okay, what's your response to this guy? Because he's saying something very he's raising some really heavy points here, right? This is something good that he said. Look at this. Look what he says over here. He says, I'm shocked that Europe is sending weapons to them despite this. To me, a neo-Nazi with Nazi stripes is a neo-Nazi, right? That man with the SS letters, they are everywhere. And this isn't regarded as a problem for some reason. He's not wrong, is he? Right? He's not wrong. They're acting like, oh, well, this is protecting European values and so on. And for me, this reminds me again of what happened in Syria, where they were trying to diminish, downplay, denigrate, dismiss all sorts of concerns that the people being sent to overthrow Bashar al-Assad are Al-Qaeda, are extremists, right? And they would say, oh, you're just spreading propaganda. Really? Is that why there are 20,000, 30,000 fighters in Idlib? Those are made up numbers? They just fell out of the sky? Really? Again, people don't understand how close that was. You had Jaish al-Islam and Faylaq al-Rahman literally a stone's throw away from Zaht al-Abbasin, which is Abbasid Square in Damascus. I mean, they're basically in Damascus. We're in Damascus, in Jobar. People just don't understand how close that is. They just don't get it. This is like I'm trying to find I'm trying to find a U.S. example, or maybe something with London. It's like having, I don't know. It's like having, Staten Island. Again, obviously, Jobar is not the size of Staten Island, but it's like having Staten Island under complete control of a militia, and then saying, oh, this is just propaganda, this is made up. What? This is the kind of madness that we have to deal with. That people who are so ignorant, who can't even find Damascus on a map, who have no clue about Syria, nothing, not the faintest. They want to act like experts and talk about this and that. It's so ridiculous. It's so absurd. And the same people that brought this war to Syria, who created this situation, are doing the same thing in Ukraine. It's the same gang. It's the same ones who did Libya, who did Iraq. It's the same playbook, and we have to pay attention to these things. And this video that I just showed you reminded me of the French journalist who went also to Ukraine, and he said, who's in control? It's the Americans, right? And it's so funny because everybody in the studio is stunned. Like, this doesn't match what we've been told. Yeah, you're damn right. Yeah, it's hard to believe. It's hard to believe. And they're stunned, right? That you have an American coordinating the volunteers on the ground. And why is this significant? You might be thinking, yeah, but America is helping Ukraine. We know that already. No. America, the United States, is giving aid to Ukraine and trying to giving the appearance, trying to pretend that it's at an arm's length. Having U.S. guys on the ground, in the field, running the show, this is a different beast, right? And I mean, for me, honestly, whether you have advisors on the ground coordinating the volunteers, the foreign fighters, or you are sending weapons, I mean, me personally, for me, both of those are an act of war. But the idea is that what they're trying to tell you on the news is that America is not involved. There are no troops on the ground. And that's a lie. That's a lie. And when I was talking to Pepe, you guys remember that interview we did about 2 weeks ago? It remains to be seen, because he was talking about these rumors that you might end up finding some very high officials, French officials maybe, by the way, or some NATO officials that are inside Azovstal. Who knows? For now, it's just a rumor. Remains to be seen, right? We don't know. But I certainly think you have some boots on the ground. Absolutely. They said the same thing about Syria, by the way, right? Do you guys remember how Barack Obama went up there and he said we're going to send non-lethal aid? That was a lie, because then they were sending lethal aid, right? And the UK said the same thing. Oh, it's just radios and just logistical support and just a bit of non-lethal equipment. That was a lie. And then they said there are no troops on the ground. And then you find out, oh, the Special Air Service, which is Britain's special forces, like the Navy SEALs or the Delta Force, if you want sort of a comparison. The British SAS are in Syria all of a sudden. What happened to those no boots on the ground? And you have American special forces in Syria, and now the bases are out in the open, right? So this is what they do. They lie. They lie all the time, all the goddamn time, and then they talk about disinformation. Dude, Russia can't even compete with this. Like, no offense, but the Russians, they're really not good at disinformation. I think they give them far too much credit in the West, right? You always hear, oh, the Russians and they're spreading disinformation. They give them way too much credit, really way too much credit. Oh boy. Anyway, it's really interesting seeing some good French clips like this. I hope we see more of these. I could be completely wrong, but I get the impression, because I am following mainstream press in France, especially with the election recently. C'est la cata. C'est la cata. It's not much different than what you see in English. It's really not that much different. It's also like completely taboo to say anything, remotely good about Russia, or it's not even a question of like supporting Russia. It's like just, questioning the NATO narrative. That's really what it's about. You're not allowed to do that in general. So it's a bit refreshing to see things like this, a bit, right? Because there is only a bit of it. It's not that. Don't like make any don't be under any illusions. It's not that widespread that you have so much open debate and discussion and thought on French media. Unfortunately, it's quite similar to the rest of Western press. But that was interesting. That was definitely interesting. Thank you very much to Beer and Flies for the super chat or super sticker. It's good to see you again. I think a couple of you sent some things. I just need to say thank you. Ron Burgundy says Mariupol voted to not be part of the 2014 Ukraine government. So you have to ask the civilians in that plant, were they there by force or supporting Nazis? That's a very good question that I also want the answer to, because some people, like, I'm going to be very honest with you, okay? When you see witness testimonies, like, Ukrainian civilians being filmed, and they're saying things like, for example, well, the Azov wouldn't let us go. That's from a few weeks ago. You remember it was reported that the Azov were not letting Ukrainian civilians evacuate Mariupol, basically trying to use them as human shields. I always try to take it with a grain of salt, right? You have to do this. It doesn't matter if it's pro-Russian or it's pro-Ukrainian. You have to take it with a grain of salt. But when you start seeing, corroborating testimony and more and more and more, then the picture starts becoming clearer, right? And when you have so many people saying the same thing, and the Western press refusing to touch it. You see, that's the thing, because here, when I talk about any topic, I always show you both sides. I always tell you, this is what these guys said, and this is what these guys said. And these are my thoughts, and then you make up your own mind, right? Always show you. I like we were talking about Shireen earlier. I showed you what the Israeli Foreign Ministry said. I showed you what Naftali Bennett said. I showed you what the Israeli Army spokesperson said. I showed you what the former spokesperson said, right? I showed you what Liz Truss said. I showed you what Tony Blinken said. I always tell you both sides. They don't do that. They never do that. The other day they were talking about Putin's victory speech. They didn't show you his speech. I showed you his speech, and I showed you Zelensky's speech, and I showed you so many things. They think you're children. They think we are children, right? Like we're not allowed to even see anything from RT and so on, like to make up our own minds. Apparently, they think we need nannying and so on. It's kind of insulting in a way. In addition to being authoritarian, right? Like they won't even show anything. They'll talk of it, but they won't actually show you what it is, so you can make up your own mind. So, just give me a second. I wanted to show you something interesting here, because this is weird. This shocked me a bit when I saw this morning, and I still cannot make sense of it. I really cannot make sense of it. I just want to check if someone, I just want to see if someone commented on this, because it is, yeah, okay, very good, good. So here's what happened, okay? Let me walk you through this. This is a very interesting, very peculiar story. Okay, and again, thank you to everybody who's tuning in. If you've just tuned in, please tell me in the comments where you are watching from, where you are tuning in from. And if you are new here, please consider subscribing. If you like international news, if you want US politics, Middle East, this is the spot. And it's independent, and it's funded by you guys. And this is what I love doing, despite the subject matter. And this is what I'm here to do. So again, if you're new here, that's great. I'm actually happy if the algorithm is working and recommending the channel. So that's great. Let me know if you just drop by. I'm actually refreshing the thing because I can't see the chat. Just give me a moment. And then we can get on the next topic. Asha says, I'm from the United Kingdom and I love your show. Thank you very much. I'm happy to hear that. I'm going to read out your cities, or countries: Norway, Illinois, USSR, Greece, Mexico, St. Louis, Colorado, Massachusetts, Chicago, Australia, Seattle, England, Istanbul, Australia, Switzerland. Wow. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. The Bay Area. Isfahan. I really want... Actually, I want to visit every single one of these places, but I need to tell you guys about something, because you guys know I like architecture. I like especially things like the Umayyad Mosque and looking at these ancient ruins in the Middle East and so on. And I watched this documentary. I found a documentary, and I think it was by the BBC. I'm not sure, but I got to be honest. Like, when it comes to politics, the BBC is not very different from the others. But sometimes when it comes to things like wildlife, or nature, or architecture, history, they do some good things. And I just need to double check if it was a BBC documentary. But I just want to give you the name, because you will really enjoy this. I really love this thing. I've watched it so many times. It's mesmerizing. Just give me a moment to pull it up. This documentary will blow your mind. It's just so nice. It's absolutely yeah, it looks like it's BBC. Give me a second. Yeah, that was his name. Okay, hold on. So it's called The Wonders of Islamic Art. Okay, The Wonders of Islamic Art, and it's the guy who does it is called Valdemar Yunashchak. I hope I'm saying his name right. He's a I think BBC journalist, and dude, this documentary is insane. He goes to Syria, he goes to Egypt, he goes to Tunisia, he goes to Iran, he goes to every country that has Muslim architecture, and he shows you how it was developed and why it's different. It's so breathtaking. I absolutely love it. And Isfahan, he goes there in the documentary, and it's absolutely gorgeous. I really, really hope I get to visit one day. It's breathtaking. You know, they have this very distinct use of the color blue. It's almost like a... Let me show you. I think you can see that up on the screen. Yeah, so, you know, they love using this color in the architecture, and it's so nice. Look at that. I mean, this is divine, truly divine. Unbelievable. Like, can you imagine this is all done by hand? It's mesmerizing. Like the level of skill that this takes, my goodness. So this is, you know, one of many reasons I would love to visit Isfahan. It's just unbelievable. Wow. MashaAllah, really. So one of you said you're tuning in from Isfahan, and I got I went off on a tangent because it just reminded me of that. But yeah, so that's great. And of course, all of the cities, all of the countries you guys mentioned, I would love to go there, love to visit. Let me show you what this is actually ironic, because I was just about to tell you something about the Iran deal. So that's a coincidence, but it's okay. Here, let's go. So this story caught me a little off guard, and I don't know how to explain this one. You guys know you have the Iran nuclear deal. The talks have been, you know, kind of brought to a standstill because of what's happening in Ukraine at the moment, and they still have some things to be ironed out. Again, if you want my on-the-ground, original, independent coverage of the Iran deal, there's a playlist on the channel, and I break everything down. This morning, the top EU official who's coordinating the Iran talks, he came back from Iran to Frankfurt Airport, and they detained him. Can you believe that? So he's very clearly a diplomat, right? And when you're a diplomat, especially of this caliber, he's not just like some random embassy employee. He's a top EU official for the Iran deal. They randomly took his passport and his phone and separated him and the other two diplomats. This is a really weird story. So here's a headline from Politico. And look what they say. German border police detain EU's Iran talks negotiator. Okay. So they detained Enrique Mora, who's the top EU official in the talks on reviving the Iran nuclear deal, as he was traveling en route from to Brussels from Iran. So Mora, who holds a Spanish diplomatic passport and has been the EU's point man for the Iran talks, was detained along with the EU ambassador to the UN in Vienna, right? Stefan Clement and Bruno Scholl, the head of the EU's Iran task force. All three were released after some time. So here are his tweets. He tweeted this stuff in the morning. You can see May 10th, he says, I'm traveling again to Tehran for meetings with Dr. Bagheri. So Dr. Bagheri is the chief negotiator for Iran in the nuclear talks. And I interviewed him, and the interview is on the channel. You should go watch it. So Enrique is going to Iran to speak with him, and that's May 10th. And then he flies back on the 13th, right? And he says retained, I think he meant detained, by the German police at the Frankfurt airport on my way to Brussels, back from Tehran. Not a single explanation. An EU official on an official mission holding a Spanish diplomatic passport. They took out my passport and my phones. And he then tweets, while still waiting for continuing my trip to Brussels, I want to underline that in Tehran, he did raise, because you know why he said this? I think because people in the comments were saying like, oh, now you know how it feels to be unfairly treated by the police, and you didn't raise this and this issue with the Iranians and so on. Afterwards, on top of that, he says, now released along with two of my colleagues, and again, it's the officials we just talked about. He says, we were kept separated, and the police refused to give any explanation for what seems a violation of the Vienna Convention. So that's the first thing that came to my mind. There's no doubt a violation, because the Vienna Convention was, it was made during the Cold War, right? And the reason that they came up with this is because they didn't want to have diplomats being arrested as spies, right? Because then you could have the Russians just accusing the U.S. ambassador of being a spy and then detaining him, or vice versa, right? And okay, let's not kid ourselves. Embassies are spy stations. Like, let's get that out of the way. They're all spies, obviously. I remember I think it was the Snowden revelations. There was like a U.S. consulate in Hamburg. The entire thing was like some tech spy station. Obviously, that's a bit more exaggerated, but yeah, obviously, a lot of diplomats are really just working with intelligence. But still, the whole point was you're not allowed to arrest a diplomat for something related to their work, right? Because it could be political, right? Very much political. Now, that includes searching their bags, their car. You're not allowed to do this. If there's a car with diplomatic plates, you cannot search the car. People think that if you have a diplomatic car, you can park anywhere. That's not true. That's only the ambassador when they have the flags on the front, okay? And the other thing is, you can arrest a diplomat if they if they go on a spree and start murdering people. Obviously, you can arrest them because that's not connected to their job, right? But accusing them of being a spy or something like that, that's obviously related to their duties and their official mandate as a foreign dignitary and so on. That's not allowed. So here, this is obviously a violation of the Vienna Convention, and not just against him, but even the two other diplomats he was traveling with. Very weird. Honestly, very weird. Now, just going back to the Politico article, they say that the police later said they had detained and questioned the diplomats for about 40 minutes due to IT-based indications not related to the individuals, but connected partly to their flight route. One explanation circulating among EU officials was that the travel patterns of the diplomats who had to rebook their flights back to Europe several times due to a fluid schedule in Tehran triggered an automatic alert with the border police, who failed to take into account the identity of the travelers. Yeah, I mean, that doesn't... Yeah, that's obviously very common because, as I've seen, no one knows how long these things last. Sometimes, when they were doing the talks a few months ago, you had people living in the hotels from the Iranian delegation or the Chinese, because there's about 8 parties in this thing, right? And they don't know when this thing is going to start, when it's going to end. You don't know. So they, scheduling flights, and sometimes they would go back on the weekend to their capital cities to consult. So they're flying back and forth the whole time. Very exhausting, right? So that makes sense in a way, but I don't know. Something fishy going on here. I don't know what this is. Because, diplomats, they have a special passport. It's red, usually. And it's very clear. So, like, let's say, okay, there was a trigger alert or something because of them rebooking the flights or too many times, whatever that means. When they were there in person in the airport, they would have seen this guy has a diplomatic passport. We can't just detain him for no reason. So, and 40 minutes, I don't know, something fishy, man. I don't know why they would do that. As they were waiting in line at passport control, the 3 diplomats were taken and separated at the police station in the airport. Police gave no explanation for the detention, despite Mora asking several times. The police, for their part, claimed they had explained the reasons for the detention to the travelers. There's not much to it. Here is a tweet from Professor Marandi. He says, if senior EU diplomats are treated this way upon returning from Tehran, then how can Iranians feel confident about the implementation of deals negotiated by these diplomats? That's a good point. Right, so Professor Marandi, he was part of the Iranian delegation. He was working as he was with them as an advisor, right? And I also interviewed him a couple of times. He's a great friend. You'll really, really, really enjoy listening to him speak. He's extremely, extremely knowledgeable about all things that you could possibly want to learn about international politics, about Iran, about you name it. So go watch the interviews. They're in the same playlist about the Iran deal. And he's right. He's right, because the whole fear is, Trump ripped up the nuclear deal. He left it and he reimposed sanctions, and the EU countries basically complied with that, because the idea is that if you're hit with sanctions, you're becoming isolated because everybody doesn't want to touch you, because if they keep dealing with Iran, then they will also get hit with sanctions. That's how it works, and that's how they deter people from dealing with Iran and isolating Iran. And one point that Merendi always raised is that even during Obama's term, when Obama negotiated the deal, even after signing it, they were not fully abiding by the deal. They were still making life difficult for, I think it was the Iranian banks, because the deal says it's not just about removing sanctions. Sanctions is one part of that. The other part is that the EU and the US, they have to facilitate the normalization of economic ties between Iran and the rest of the world, right? So that means they cannot do anything to hinder or to sabotage or disturb or pester Iran's economic relations in trade with other countries. And they were certainly not abiding by that. So his point is, how can you trust any deal that's signed right now? How can Iranians feel confident about the deal actually being implemented if that's how these diplomats are treated in the EU, right? It shows a sort of a lack of willingness to normalize ties with Iran, to treat Iran normally and not like a pariah, like, oh, what were you doing in Iran? Why are you flying from Iran? These sorts of things. Because if they're doing that with a diplomat, I mean, my goodness, that's shocking, honestly. Not shocking because, oh my God, how dare they do this to a diplomat? No. It's shocking because of the point that Professor Merendi makes, right? Like, the whole idea is that this is supposed to be something that encourages normalization, allowing Iran to exist in peace, to, have its oil on the global market, to interact with countries, with the EU, in all sorts of ways. And they're just negotiating right now. And they're doing this stuff? Man, something weird about that. Really fishy. Really, really fishy. It's one thing if you say, oh, they took him aside for 5 minutes and then realized he's a diplomat and let him go. But to keep him for 40 minutes and the other two guys, that's something fishy. Something fishy. I don't know what it is, but it doesn't bode well for, the EU and the US holding up their end of the deal. Taking their phones as well. Again, I'm just telling you what I've seen on Twitter. I'm not confirming this or saying this myself, but people in the comments on Twitter under Enrique Mora's post were saying that, oh, they took your phone? Maybe they put something on your phone. And the reason they're saying this is because just recently, in the last 2 weeks, you've had a huge Pegasus hacking scandal in Spain, right? And Enrique Mora is a Spanish diplomat. Who knows? I'm not speculating anything. I'm just telling you what people in the comments are speculating. But I'm giving you context because in the last 2 weeks, you've had revelations that this Israeli spyware that's used to hack phones was found on, everybody who matters in Spain. Lawyers, government officials, even the cabinet itself, prime minister. It's really, really very, very deep scandal. And it's part of these leaks that we've been seeing since 2021, right? That they've been doing this in France, and they've been doing this, and it's all coming out very, very slowly, right? This wasn't just against Jamal Khashoggi when the Saudis killed him. Countries are buying this from the Israelis to use against other countries. And again, I'm not accusing the Frankfurt airport police of anything. I'm just telling you what people said in the Twitter comments. I'm a reporter. Don't shoot the messenger. So all right, guys, give me a second. I forgot to check my phone, and I think a lot of you've been very kind. Mariella just signed up to support the show on Patreon, and so did Dale. Well, thank you both, and I appreciate it very much. Thank you for supporting my work, and if others among you would also like to support the work, you can sign up on Patreon for $2 a month, whatever you like. I really, I don't put a minimum or a maximum. It's up to you entirely, and I am wholeheartedly and truly grateful for anybody who supports the show, not financially, but in any way. Even just liking the video, it helps with the algorithm. So this means a lot to me, and I feel like we have a big uphill battle, especially in this climate. Nothing to do just with Ukraine, but in general. You know, there's so many issues where they make it taboo to talk about them. They make it tough to talk about them, whether it's the brutality by Israel in Palestine, or whether it's, you know, the NATO expansionism. They make, you know, they really crush dissent. And I hope I can continue doing my work. And I'm grateful for all of your support. And it's thanks to you guys that I can keep doing this. So again, thank you to Dale and thank you to Mariella. I will play a crab dance for you because that's what we do. That's the tradition. So let's go.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch out.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انت كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
China.
And you ain't black.
There's always the macro and then there's the micro.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
You talking to me?
Ladies and gentlemen,
I'll have two number 9. Number 9 large.
we got him.
I told myself, I know it's not.
I've fallen and I can't get up.
Disinformation's origins are slightly less atrocious.
Why are you texting? Why, you're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
Sorry, I was just getting something to drink. I love me a good crab dance. We are actually now at a whopping, I don't think we've ever been this high, 876 subscribers on Patreon. Wow. So we are basically 24 subscribers away from hitting the goal. 24. And I think we've got about 1,300 people watching. I'm pretty sure that 24 among you would be willing to sign up to support the show, please. And then we can hit the goal. That would be really great. But in any case, that was fun. And there's a donation here from James on CashApp, and it says, it doesn't say anything. It doesn't matter, though. Thank you, James. I appreciate it. And you guys are very kind. I'm trying to see if I missed anything else. I think there was some on YouTube that I did not get around to seeing yet. So just let me refresh and read them. Ingvar says, Colonel Lawrence Wilkerson on Useful Idiots podcast confirmed from reliable authorities that Azov threatened the mayor of Mariupol if he let any people through the corridor and kill anyone trying to leave. So is this from a few weeks ago, what I was mentioning earlier, or is this right now? Because we have to keep in mind, they are trying to implement a corridor now from the plant, but also a few weeks ago when they had not taken the city yet, there were also some corridors and people saying they weren't being allowed to leave. But either way, I mean, that's quite huge. And I'm going to put this aside so I can maybe come back to it next time. So thank you for that, Ingvar. Lana says, from Los Angeles with love. Well, thank you, Lana, and shout out to Los Angeles. Thank you, Beer and Flies, for the sticker. You're very kind. We have Wendy. Wendy just signed up on Patreon. Thank you very much, Wendy. As you know, we have to play a crab dance now, so everybody show Wendy some love.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انت كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
China.
And you ain't black.
There's always the macro, and then there's the micro.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come. You talking to me?
Ladies and gentlemen,
I'll have two number 9. Number 9 large.
we got him.
I know it myself. I know it's not.
I've fallen and I can't get up.
Disinformation's origins are likely less atrocious.
Why you texting? Wait. You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
Let's go. That's great. That's really great. Thank you guys very much. I'm trying to think of anything else that we forgot to touch on, but I mean, I still have Shireen on my mind, and I really think I don't know what to say. I'm just gonna. I don't know what to say. I'm sorry, because it's. You know, adding insult to injury, that phrase, I don't feel like it encapsulates what happened adequately. It's too mild. It's an understatement. You know, like they murder someone and then raid their family home and then, you know, almost tip the coffin over. My God. Yeah. Every time you think they can't do anything worse, they just go and do. It's unbelievable. And I want to be crystal clear about something. I want you to remember this and always remember this. The Israelis are illegal occupiers. They have no right in the first place to be in Jerusalem, to be in the West Bank, to be in Palestine. So whatever excuse they have, it will never, ever, ever excuse what they did. No excuse. Their presence is the crime. Their presence is the crime. Do you understand this? The disgusting double standard. I mean, you know, they're basically every single time something happens, they always have an excuse, you know. And I saw this with the UN when they were trying to. Let me give you an example. In South Lebanon, the UN mission is called UNIFIL, right? So when the Israelis killed a bunch of UN peacekeepers, you know what they did? They don't say, "Oh, sorry." They say there were Hezbollah militants in the area. What? Like what do they think happened? Like Hezbollah just came up to the UN compound and said, "Hey guys, can you please let us in?" And then they opened the gate for them. Like what is this fantasy that they come up with? This rubbish, this absolute nonsense. They always make up some insane bullshit to justify everything, every single thing, right? It's the same thing when they bombed the UNRWA, which is the UN refugee UNRWA in Palestine, right? Because you had children and civilians that would go and hide in the UN schools as shelter. You know why? Because the idea was like, they would never bomb a UN school. This is safe. We are safe here. Why? They're not going to bomb a UN school, and they bomb a UN school. And multiple times. Literally multiple times. Look at this. I'm not making this up. I wish I were. I wish I were. Honestly, I wish this was made up. That means nobody had to live through that. I wish. I really wish. My goodness. This is just one incident. One incident. Here, this is from The Guardian from 2014. Israel strike on Gaza school kills 15 and leaves 200 wounded. It was an UNRWA school. My God. I get so upset with it. Really, I get sick to my stomach. I'm so it's this like lack of any shred of decency, like any compassion. It's so cold and cruel, so unnecessarily cruel, so unnecessarily cruel. Really, they have no respect for anyone. You know, no one, medical workers. Journalists, the UN peacekeepers, nothing. And this is even something that my parents saw, right? Because they were in the, like I told you, in the peacekeeping missions in South Lebanon and the Golan Heights. So that one in South Lebanon is UNIFIL, the one in the Golan Heights is UNDOF. And, you know, they saw this firsthand. They saw this firsthand how the Israelis behave. They are arrogant. They are completely, you know, just like, it's not arrogant. It's something else. It's because, you know, it's one thing to say like arrogant. Oh, I'm the best. No. It's this kind of aloof aggression. Like, yeah, I'm gonna come in and do whatever I want just for the sake of doing it, right? Just to show you who's the boss. And that's sort of what happened today again with Shireen, because they. You know, the idea that the Israelis are going to attack a bunch of mourners, people, you know, carrying a coffin, just because they are showing a Palestinian flag, because that's actually illegal. Like they have criminalized the expression of Palestinian identity by Palestinians in Palestine. I mean, the level of cruelty is truly, it knows no bounds. And they're trying to snatch the Palestinian flags from again, not peaceful protesters, mourners. It's a funeral procession. What possible excuse do they have for this? And then, you know, they were unable to carry Shireen to the church because the Israelis almost knocked her over, literally knocked her dead body over in the coffin. So then they had to put her body in a hearse and drive her to the church, right? And the Israelis break the window and take the Palestinian flag off of her coffin. Mais putain, c'est immonde. C'est... God. And then raiding her family home and, you know, like her friends and family, not even just her friends and family. Obviously, they are the ones that are the most bereaved, but the whole Arab world really is grieving for her, and they don't even let people to grieve. They keep adding to it, you know, putting salt in the wound and kicking her family and her friends while they're down and insulting her while she's already dead. Like, that's why people said they're trying to kill her twice. Literally trying to kill her twice. It wasn't enough, you know. This is so vindictive and malicious. This contempt, this disdain that they harbor. It's so, you know, it's so open. They're so proud of it and brazen with it, right? They don't bother hiding it. The Israelis don't bother hiding this. I wonder why the BBC have to go hide it for them. I wonder why they do such, you know, they go through all this effort to hide Israeli brutality. Why? The Israelis are proud of it. Why don't you let them be proud of it? Let the world see what they are and what they do and how they behave. Why do you cover for them? Why? They obviously don't mind it. They have no problem. They know that the whole world is watching. They know that there are cameras, and they beat people and they beat people. And at the mosque, Al-Aqsa Mosque, they know people are filming. They know they're journalists. They don't care. Keep beating and beating, tear gas, everything. Why do you cover for them? Why do you lie? Let people see. They're clearly shameless, no? They have no problem with this. They're proud. They are so proud of it. They think they are so right. They always have an excuse. Always, right? Always. I mean, look at these. Calling them headlines is you know, an insult to her memory, honestly, because this is propaganda. Like, this is straight up propaganda. These things like, oh, violence at Al Jazeera reporter's funeral. What do you mean violence? Was there a shootout? There was a duel between two cowboys? There was a sword fight? What violence? What does that mean, violence? Why don't you say the Israelis beat the mourners? Why can't you say this simple sentence? I thought you are a news outlet. Your job is to report. And yet you use this passive language to, you know, package it in a really nice way so people just scroll past and they don't really understand what's going on. Why? Why don't you let the world see who the Israelis are? They are clearly proud of their behavior and shameless about it. Look at this. Israeli forces confront Palestinian mourners. What does that mean, confront? When you confront something, you are confronting an obstacle, confronting a threat, confronting a challenge, right? You're negotiating something in your way. What does it mean, confronting Palestinian? How do you confront a mourner? What does that mean? Look how they water down the language. They speak so passively. They make sure that you don't understand just how brutal this is. God, they are really shameless. They are so disgusting. Even the Israeli outlet is better. I-24. Even this is better than the BBC. Can you imagine the irony? God, I don't know whether to laugh or cry. I really don't know. This is a proper headline. Do you see this? I've never heard of this outlet, but I can. This is an accurate headline. This is what happened. Israeli police beat mourners at funeral of slain Palestinian journalists. That is a factual, accurate, objective, truthful headline. There are more video angles than I can count, and more videos of what happened than I can count. Anybody who's trying to, play semantics here, or find excuses for this completely cold, unnecessary brutality is really, is truly soulless. Truly soulless. And something that the priest said on Al Jazeera, where they were interviewing him during her funeral. You know what he said? He said, I'm paraphrasing here, and I'll see if I can try and find it, but he said, 2,000 years ago, Jesus was right here in Jerusalem and crucified, and he said to God, forgive them, they don't know what they're doing. And I am also here in Jerusalem, and I'm saying the same thing. They don't know what they are saying, they don't know what they're doing. That was really powerful, honestly. I'll see if I can find the clip, but really, I'm very upset by all this, because it's so unfair and unjust and they had a huge live stream, right? They were showing the whole funeral, and it's really, really, emotional. And I want to again remind you that when you watch the video of when she was slain, remember this: the whole group of journalists was being shot at. The whole group. One guy tried to save her, and he then had to get back because you heard the crackle of gunfire. They fired a shot. So they knew they were firing at journalists. And then they fired again at the whole group, even after she was dead, and tried to fire at the guy saving her. Like, just so you understand what's going on. Man. There she is again, Shireen. Shireen Abu Akleh. Allah yarhamha. Allah yarham ruha. There's the Israelis, they were bombing Syria. I literally lost count. I think it's twice in the last 48 hours. They got so much time on their hands, and they killed 5 people. The Israelis, they're basically bombing Syria every week, and I would most of the time try to cover it, but I felt like I was being repetitive because the attacks are repetitive. It's not my fault. Like, they actually do this quite often, every week, every 2 weeks, every 3 weeks, very, very regularly. And I just remembered most of the people that are on the channel actually new here, so maybe this is not that obvious to them. And it's not repetitive. It's actually something I should most certainly go into, right? And let me pull this up. Okay. So, like I was saying, the Israelis, they bomb Syria every week, every 2 weeks. It's on a regular basis. And here's the latest attack. This took place just yesterday, and the Al Jazeera headline reads, Israel fires missiles at central Syrian town, killing 5. So Israeli missiles have targeted central Syria, killing 5 people, including a civilian, and ignited fires in farmlands in the area, Syrian state media has reported. The missiles were fired at the town of Mesyaf in the Hama countryside, and several missiles were shot down by Syrian air defenses. So the casualties, as they were saying, 5 people killed, including civilian, and 7 wounded. Right now, there it is on the map. Okay, that's the location. And just so you know, guys, I'm going back up here. This area over here, okay, this is, we're talking about the occupied Golan Heights. So, you know, the Israelis, they've been occupying the Golan Heights in Syria since 1967, just like they've been occupying Jerusalem and the West Bank since 1967. And this is an illegal occupation. The settlements that they're building there are illegal. You know, everybody, really quite literally, every single country agrees on this. It's only Trump that changed the U.S. position on that. But, you know, the international law doesn't change. So, you know, whether Biden and Trump keep that makes no difference. But the occupation is very illegal. And they come from, they use the Golan Heights as a staging ground a lot of the times, right? So they'll come in from there and then bomb you know, Quneitra, which is nearby, or they'll bomb Damascus itself in the suburbs. And a lot of the times they also violate Lebanese airspace. So to the point that Lebanon started complaining at the UN. I mean, it's not going to make a difference, obviously, but you know, it's really. I feel like I'm being repetitive with this, but it's not my fault because, you know, the crime is repetitive. They keep doing this so often. I have to talk about it, right? And again, like I was saying, most of you are actually new here to the channel, so it's actually not that repetitive. You know, what's going on basically is that the Israelis say, oh, there are Iranian militias in Syria or Hezbollah. You know, they come up with whatever excuse they want, and then they use that to bomb Syria. And it's very funny, right? Because they are violating Lebanese sovereignty and Lebanon's airspace, and then violating Syrian sovereignty. I don't hear anyone complaining about that. You're not going to see any, you know, Syrian flags in Twitter profile pictures and names. Of course not, right? Because sovereignty for Arab countries, that doesn't matter in the West, especially when Israel is violating it, or the United States. Who cares, right? Like they act like those are not real countries or real people. Like of course they don't have sovereignty. Ukraine's sovereignty, that's much more important, of course. And it's funny because they talk about international law, and the idea is that, well, you should treat everybody equally, right? You should care about all these violations and encroachments and attacks, but they don't. They pick and choose. And keep in mind, this attack against Syria was happening during Shireen's funeral, right? So the Israelis, they're killing Palestinian journalists, they're killing Syrian civilians. This is how it goes. And they've been taking advantage of the war because I remember before the war started in 2011, it was very, very rare for Israel to bomb Syria. Now they do it almost every week because they know that Syria is busy fighting the bigger war, the war against it that was started in 2011. You know, with the United States and the CIA funding groups like Al-Qaeda and arming them, the UK, Turkey, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Israel, you know, too many to name, all trying to get rid of the Bashar al-Assad government. Now, Russia is obviously a main player in Syria, just like Iran and Hezbollah. It is helping the Syrian government to stay in power. And well, it's not just to stay in power. They were helping Syria to liberate itself from all of these terrorist groups. Again, many of these so-called rebels are not even from Syria. Remember, you had this whole foreign jihadist tourism starting, where people were just flooding in and being paid to fight, kind of like in Afghanistan. You know, they had this recruitment office in Peshawar, in Pakistan, near the Afghan border, and it was called Maktab al-Khadamat, the services bureau, right? Maktab is bureau and Khadamat is services, and so it was just a fancy name of what Bin Laden and his friends had set up to bring in foreign fighters and then get them to fight the Soviets. And so that was, of course, with the knowledge and support of the Americans. And in Syria, it's the same thing. You had people coming from Tunisia, from Afghanistan, from Europe, from all over, and then they try to tell you that this is a civil war and this is like a popular uprising. What do you mean popular uprising? What's the guy from Tunisia doing here? You know, or the United States and Turkey, and this is ridiculous. You have like 24 different actors here, and they're trying to tell you it's a civil war. It's like a grassroots thing. Get the hell out of here, man. And again, Russia, Iran, Hezbollah, they're officially, legally in Syria at the request of the government. The United States is not, the UK is not, Turkey is not. They're illegally in Syria, and so is Israel. And what Israel's been doing, my point here is that this is chaotic. This is absolutely chaotic. Israel's taking advantage of this situation to go in and bomb Syria all the time. Right? Now, let's give them the benefit of the doubt hypothetically for 1 second. Like, let's say they're telling the truth, that there are really, Iranian militias in there, and there are Hezbollah militias and some weapons here. Like, okay, let's say that's true. Why is it okay for Israel to go in and bomb Syria because it feels threatened, but it's not okay for Russia to go into Ukraine when Russia feels threatened? Like, explain this to me. Explain this to me. Because that feels like a double standard. And what's happening in Syria, that's been going on for a long time, not 2 months. So the war in Syria is since 2011. The Israelis have themselves admitted, they don't usually do this, but they've admitted that to carrying out hundreds of airstrikes against Syria. I cannot keep up, and I've only been doing this for about a year, 2 years, right? So you can't even keep count. It's outrageous, the number of attacks. And they know that Syria cannot fight this war. When I say this war, I mean the airstrikes, because if they retaliate, that will start a second war. That's the point. And so they are taking advantage of the situation in Syria to do this. And it's quite disgusting, because even the former head of the Mossad. Do you guys know what the Mossad is? Mossad is basically the CIA in Israel. Okay, it's their intelligence agency, and not the current head of the Mossad, but the former head of the Mossad. He was on Al Jazeera with Mehdi Hassan, I think in 2016, something like that. And I've played this clip to you guys many times, and he's on TV, like he's in the studio in Al Jazeera, and he says, "Yeah, of course we help Al Qaeda fighters in Syria." And I'm going like, what? Yeah, that's true, right? Because for them, anybody who helps them attack the Syrian government is their friend, right? And it's funny because Mehdi Hassan asks him, well, hold on a second. So you're giving medical assistance to Al-Qaeda fighters, even though they attacked your ally America on 9/11. Would you extend that courtesy to Hamas? And then all of a sudden he's like, oh, no, they're different. That says a lot. That says a lot, that the United States helped to create Al-Qaeda. Israel works with Al-Qaeda. And then they tell you they're fighting terrorism. They tell you Iran is a sponsor of terrorism. They're really funny. They're telling you this openly. It's not even a secret. It's not some like conspiracy, tinfoil hat nonsense. It's on YouTube. I've played it too many times. The only reason I'm not pulling it up is because I don't want to bore you. But my point is that Israel's not only helping Al-Qaeda fighters with, now they only admit to medical assistance. I'm pretty sure it's more than that. But on top of it, they're bombing Syria. So the idea is that you keep Syria fractured, divide and conquer. So the north is under Turkish occupation, the northeast under American, the south, the Golan Heights, under Israeli occupation, and then the rest of it has pockets of ISIS, near Palmyra and so on, near Tadmor. And it's chaos. It's absolute chaos. And they've basically carved Syria into 4 or 5 pieces. Typical, colonial divide and conquer strategy. And this is very important to understand. You will never, ever, ever hear a fraction of what I just told you in the last 5 minutes on CNN or the BBC. They want to keep you ignorant. They want people to be dumb. They want people to really have no awareness or any grasp of the situation on the ground. It's our narrative, and that's it. So this is why Israel goes in. They always say, oh, there's Iranian militias, there's this and that. And they think that they have the right to do that because it's self-defense for them. And they know Syria cannot respond, because if Syria responds, then it will start a new war. Just to give you an example of that, because I'm not speculating. I'm not thinking, oh, this could be dangerous. No. I've heard that from an official source, that this is the reason. And Russia does not want Syria to respond for that reason. Because some people say, well, Russia helped Syria fight the terrorists, and Russia has all this amazing equipment like the S-400s. Why don't they just give the Syrians the S-400s, and then you can shoot down all the Israeli jets? It doesn't work like that. The Russians have ties with Israel, so they're walking a fine line. If they would do that, again, it would start a war, no question. And I think the Russians just, I know the Russians don't want to be dragged into another war. They can barely, keep up helping Syria with this one. And the other thing is that when I was saying that it risks a war, the reason I know this is because a few months ago now, the Israelis, they bombed Syria, and then, as usual, of course, when you have planes coming in, the air defense systems are activated. So the surface-to-air missile batteries start firing anti-aircraft missiles at the planes, right, to try and shoot the planes down. And the Israelis, like I said, they bombed Syria. Syria fired anti-aircraft missiles in defense. And then, because Syria dared to defend itself, the Israelis came back and bombed that battery. Can you imagine? Basically, we're going to bomb you, and if you try to fight back, we'll bomb you again. So do you understand why there's a reluctance to go further than that? Because it will start a giant war. And I mean, technically, Syria and Israel are in a state of war officially since, I don't know. There have been too many wars now. So you see the problem, right? That's how they get away with this. And of course, once again, this is another area where the hypocrisy is on display, right? Ukrainian resistance is beautiful. Palestinian resistance is terrorism. Syrian sovereignty is a joke. Ukrainian sovereignty is this. And let's be clear, I'm not making a mockery of Ukraine's sovereignty or something like that. I'm just showing you that the media, the corporate media, and the Western officials, they weaponize and exploit and use Ukraine as a pawn. They don't actually care about Ukraine's sovereignty or international law. This is just a show. It's a facade, right? And I mean, that is quite clear on its own. But when you look at how they respond to other situations like it, you can see the hypocrisy much more clear. And so I'm just trying to find a second attack, because again, I can barely keep up. There have been... Right, so you can see here, if I pull up the search, this is from 6 hours ago, the one that we just talked about, and this is from 6 days ago, right? And here, 2 weeks ago, do you see how often they bomb Syria? It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And then, some people might say, yeah, but if they're not killing that many people. It's the principle. You don't know how many people they're killing. They are killing people. They just saw, 5 people killed now. They are killing people. Absolutely, of course. This is May 7th, they're saying, right? This is exactly what I told you. Israel's military does not comment on specific strikes in Syria, but has acknowledged conducting hundreds of sorties against Iran-backed groups attempting to gain a foothold in the country. Now, again, this sounds so ridiculous because the only reason you have, let's say, Iranian advisors or Iranian forces or Hamas or Hezbollah, whatever they're claiming, The only reason they are in Syria is because of Israel's aggression. Remember, it's Israel that is occupying Syria, not the other way around. If Israel was not occupying Syria, there would be no reason for that. If Syria wasn't being attacked by Israel and the US and all these countries, there'd be no reason for this. Now, at the same time, one of the reasons they've always hated Syria is because Syria supports the resistance, right? So even before the war, Syria supports the Palestinian resistance, the Lebanese resistance, and they don't like that, right? They don't like that. So that gets you put on the blacklist. You become the enemy because you dare to support the decolonization and the anti-colonial movements. That's one of the reasons why they've been trying to destroy Syria, because you have only a very, very few countries that actually have some principles, compared to Saudi Arabia or the UAE or Bahrain. And let me be very clear, by the way, I'm not talking about the people in those countries. I'm talking about the leadership, right? Most Arabs, and I'm including Saudi Arabia and Bahrain, and well, UAE is actually mostly foreigners, but most Arabs are against normalization. When we say Saudi Arabia, I'm talking about the leadership, the government, because they're the decision makers. It's not. I'm not trying to denigrate, my fellow Arabs, and we all know what the real position is on Palestine. People don't support that. Even when Bahrain normalized ties, you had people out in the street protesting, right? La ahlan wa la sahlan. But yeah, I just wanted to go through this with you a bit, and I remember a few weeks ago when they bombed, I think it was a port in Latakia, which is on the Mediterranean in Syria. They basically bombed a bunch of food, right? You had Nescafe 3-in-1s. Here, let me pull this up. Because, they say, we're bombing Iranian weapons and all this stuff. Really? Okay. Well, that's not what happened here. Oh, look, it's my thread. This is my thread over here. This was, okay, I said a few weeks ago, it was December. Close enough. Yeah, look, they bombed the port, and this is what came up. Nescafe. Yeah, so much for weapons. They basically just bombing the food, Well done. Especially at a time when, Syria has food scarcities and people are starving because of sanctions. Here's another attack. This is the one from 2 days ago. Okay? Israeli missiles target Qanitra. No casualties. Israel considers an Iranian presence near its border a red line. What the fuck? Israel is in Syria. Israel is in fucking Syria. What do you mean its border? Oh, mais c'est quoi cette merde là? Do I have to pull up a map? Look at this. I can't believe Al Jazeera wrote that. Really, this is disappointing. I want to be clear. Shireen is amazing. And this has nothing to do with her. But in recent years, I know a lot of Arabs, people in the Arab world got a bit tired of Al Jazeera. But again, this is irrelevant. That changes absolutely nothing about Shireen's magnificent work. I'm talking about Al Jazeera's coverage on Syria. That's something else. She was in... Here, look, this is the goal. These are the Golan Heights, okay? And Israel is occupying them illegally since 1967. So please explain to me how Syria or Hezbollah is in any way a threat to Israel when Israel is in Syria up to here. Do you see why this sounds so outrageous? Oh, man. And I love that clip where, Tony Blinken, the Secretary of State, he comes on and he gets asked, I don't know, by Wolf Blitzer or Jake Tapper, whoever, are are you going to change your position on the Golan Heights? Because up until Trump, the whole planet, literally every country, including the US, said the Golan Heights are Syrian. End of story. And Israel has to leave. And then Trump says, oh, I recognize the Golan Heights as Israeli, like as if they're his. And then it's a new government. Biden is in, right? So they ask Blinken, are you going to reverse that? And he says, well, legalities aside, and I swear to God, he said that word for word, legalities aside. And I'm thinking to myself, what do you mean legalities aside? It's literally a legal question. Like the whole point is that Israel is illegally occupying it, and it's in contravention of international law. So obviously it's a legal question by definition. And how can you say legalities aside? But that's what he said, right? And you know what he said afterwards? He said that basically it depends on whether they can get rid of Bashar al-Assad. He didn't say it like that. He said if there's a transition. That's a nice way of saying we want to get rid of this leader. So do you see the arrogance? They're basically saying like, yeah, maybe we will recognize this territory as yours if you get rid of your leader. Not even we'll get Israel to give it back. No, we'll just recognize it. It's so arrogant, you know. They're no different from these colonial types from the 19th century. It's the same thing, really. You have people in Europe, you know, Westerners giving orders about territory, literally on the other side of the planet. Disgusting. You know, the arrogance, it stinks. It truly stinks. So again, Israel, the beautiful, peaceful democracy, the civilized oasis, killing Shireen Abu Akleh, veteran Al Jazeera journalist, bombing Syria 2 days, twice in the span of 2 days, almost every single week, you know, unaccountable. Really nice, right? Thank you to Sam for the donation. Sam says the Russians already gave Syria the S-400 after the Syrian air defense accidentally hit a Russian plane when an Israeli jet used it for cover. Israel has been bombing Syria in the hopes of Syria using the S-400 so they can target it. I'm not familiar with that incident, but I do recall the S-300, which is also very good. The Israelis were basically boasting that they had managed to blow up an S-300, not while it was being used. It was obviously had just been delivered, I think, right? But that's very interesting. That's very interesting. And you're absolutely right. You know, they want. How can I explain this? You know, it's like Sam K just said. They want the Syrians to show their hand, and then it becomes more clear where they're keeping the high-tech stuff, and then they can go after that, right? I'll just say one more thing, by the way. I forgot to say this before, but when the Israelis say, oh, we bombed Syria to kill this Hamas guy or Hezbollah guy, usually, if that is true, Hezbollah will admit, they will say, John Doe was martyred, etc. Right? And like they'll say the name. So if you don't hear an announcement from Hezbollah or whoever, you know, the Israelis claim they targeted, it's likely bullshit. All right? No, I'm not saying always, but normally there's no shame about it. You know, it's not like, the resistance is trying to hide its casualties. No, that's not true. Let me just Karen is saying lol at John Doe. Of course, no one is called John Doe, but I most of the viewers are American, so I have to say John Doe. What is the John Doe in Arabic? What do we say? Abu Ahmed. Abu Ahmed. That's what I would say, and I think what my mother would say. So Abu Ahmed is the John Doe of is our John Doe, if you get it. Hold on, let me just look up the S-300 incident. Shy Guy says Flan. Yeah, of course, Flan or Altan. Flan is of course It's not exactly like John Doe, but it means like whoever. It's like flan. Karen is laughing. Hey, we got somebody called John Doe in the chat. Flan or Altan. Yeah, of course. Yeah, Ferdinand, exactly what Ferdinand said. Hezbollah, unlike the Israelis, doesn't lie about its casualties. We count them as martyrs. That's exactly what I'm saying. Ivan says, what is it in French? Jean-Jacques? Damn, I actually don't know. Hold on, I need to think about that one. Maybe Jean-Luc. I'm not sure, man. I really don't know. I should know this. Yahya says the Israelis are saying that the funeral, you mean Shireen's funeral, was used by Palestinians to throw rocks. Okay. Even if that were true, the people carrying the coffin, the pallbearers, are like this. How are they throwing rocks? You saw very clearly they were beating the pallbearers. So this lie doesn't make any sense. I knew about this. I knew that they had said this, but maybe I should have said what I just said now in that segment. But you know, it's ridiculous. It's really, the video speaks for itself, right? Throwing rocks. What the fuck? First of all, they deserve to throw 100 rocks, right? But that is obviously a lie because people were holding coffin. There's nothing there, right? Just says it's Jean-François and Jean-Luc Picard. I'm just reading your comments. Sorry, just give me a second. I'm going through them. Sam says Putin did not want to give the S-400, but the Russian military was pissed after 15 Russian soldiers were killed with the downing, so he had no choice. Yeah, hold on. This is starting to ring a bell. Give me a second. Man, I just ran into something else. Do you guys remember when the US bombed something? They bombed Russian and Syrian troops who were fighting ISIS, and they killed something like 200 Syrian soldiers. Man, I mean, this is why people say that Israel and the US are acting as ISIS Air Force, because they do nothing but favors for Daesh. Abdullah says Russia is to cut electricity for Finland from Saturday. Is that true? Let me see. I haven't heard of that. Maybe it's breaking news. Let me look this up. I'm trying to think about 10 things. I'm thinking about Shireen and then about Syria. Oh yeah, it's true. So this is from a few hours ago. Oh man, my head is bumping, honestly. Wow. Aha. Okay. Well, they're saying, okay, look, so let me go get something to drink, and I'll be right back, and I'll explain the situation about Russia cutting off electricity to Finland. But just one more thing that I wanted to add. When you hear the Israelis come up with these absurd excuses like, oh, people were throwing rocks during Shireen's funeral. First of all, they deserve to throw 100 rocks after what the Israelis did. But second of all, this is a lie because you don't see any of that in the video. And most importantly, the people carrying the coffin, the pallbearers, how are they throwing rocks? Do they have 4 hands? They have 3 hands? What is that? You can literally see them. They're like this. They can barely hold on to her body. What rocks were they throwing? It's not just one pallbearer who was hit. They were viciously beating them, kicking them, pushing the coffin. This is indisputable evidence. And I swear to God, I'm so sick of this. The Israelis always have some fucking excuse, right? They are always perfect and infallible and can do no wrong. And every single fucking thing is the Palestinians' fault. From A to Z. Even when they are shot dead by the Israelis, right? Everything. Every single thing. If a comet hits the earth, they will blame the Palestinians. God, they're so arrogant and cruel and cold. You know, it's limitless. Their depravity, their lack of compassion, this soullessness, it's unlimited. Truly, they have no shame. Nothing they do ever makes them self-criticize and look inwards and think, wait, was that okay? Did we do this? No. We are always right. We are the victims. We are the poor Israelis, and the Palestinians who have nothing are oppressing us. I need something to drink, and I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Actually, let me see if someone joined on Patreon. They can play a crab dance while you wait. Bastards. You know, I think it's honestly, man. Honestly, the only reason I do this is because I really care about setting the record straight. But at the end of the day, these motherfuckers, I mean, this is insulting. This is truly insulting. They murdered Shireen. They raid her family's house. They bother her the funeral procession in the church. They almost knock her coffin on the ground and beat the mourners, and then have the fucking nerve to come out with this propaganda. They don't know when to stop. They don't know when to just shut the fuck up and behave. Behave. Some fucking humility. They don't know when to stop. They just don't know when to quit. I mean, this is insulting. I have to sit here and debunk some fucking story about throwing stones. What are you, some pussies? You beat people up holding a coffin because of some stones? What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? Oh, we are the most moral army in the world. Disgusting. Really disgusting. All they know how to do is bomb UN schools and kill journalists and kill medics. I mean, I'm really, even if you give them the benefit of the doubt that, oh, it's always a mistake. Why does the US keep giving billions of dollars to people who can't fucking aim? Huh? I'll be right back. I'm back. Let's go. Let's continue. So, we were talking about Russia cutting electricity to Finland. Yes? This is something that I have from the BBC, but we'll put another one up as well. All right. So this is breaking news. Russia to suspend electricity supply to Finland. Yes, that's how it's looking from the BBC. They say Russian energy supplier RAO Nordic says it will suspend deliveries of electricity to Finland from Saturday, citing problems with payments. The company said it had not been paid for previous deliveries. The Finnish grid operator said Russia provided only a small percentage of the country's electricity. I think it's around 10%. And that it could be replaced from alternative sources. On Thursday, Russia threatened to take retaliatory steps after Finland said it planned to join NATO. Right? So that's the other big issue that's looming in the background, right? So they are saying clearly Russia's behavior in Ukraine justifies and renews NATO's resolve and vindicates its continued existence, even though the Soviet Union is gone. And not the other way around, right? That you're not allowed to say that. That's banned. That's wrong think. You're not allowed to say, well, NATO's been expanding and threatening Russia's border, and maybe that has something to do with it. No, this is Putin propaganda. Shh. Finland shares a 1,300-kilometer border with Russia and has previously stayed out of NATO to avoid antagonizing its eastern neighbor. However, since Russia's invasion of Ukraine, there's been a surge in public support for NATO membership. On Sunday, so that would be the 15th of May, Finland is expected to formally announce its plan to join. The decision by RAO Nordic has not been explicitly tied to Finland's decision. So they're basically saying Russia cutting off electricity to Finland is not necessarily related to Finland joining NATO. So neither the Russian operator nor the Finn operator are explaining what's behind the payment difficulties. Now, as far as I recall, when Russia is demanding payments in rubles, that is for gas, okay? And we only have a handful of countries that have gone ahead and said, fine, we'll open this special K account in Gazprom Bank and we'll send the euros and you do the rest. Right, so that's Germany, Austria, Hungary, Slovakia, Italy. So they're not specifying whether this has anything to do with that. They're saying that Finland only gets 10% of its electricity from Russia. And so, whether Russia cuts that off is not going to make a big difference. Now, in the case of cutting off the gas, because again, this is amid the gas dispute, last week, Russia cut off gas to Poland and to Bulgaria. Now, Poland, as we looked at in that video, I did a full in-depth explanation of why Russia's cutting off the gas and how Poland is going to, handle the situation. Poland has many alternatives, right? It has an LNG terminal, 2 pipelines, one with Norway, one with Lithuania, and so on and so on. And also the reverse Yamal from Germany. So, in the end, they're going to pay more, but they won't be left without gas. Now, Bulgaria as a whole is a totally different issue because Poland only got 50% it got 50% of its gas from Russia. It's able to replace that more or less this year. And then Bulgaria, I think, is 90%. So, I don't know if Bulgaria will fare that well, but when you're looking at these sorts of situations where, one country is weaning itself off of the supply of certain resources from another, or, the supplier is simply cutting them off due to payment disputes or whatever is going on right now in geopolitics, you have to look at, can they negotiate this obstacle? And in the case of the electricity cut here, it looks like Finland can. They're saying that the lack of electricity import from Russia will be compensated by importing more electricity from Sweden and by generating more electricity in Finland. So this is the vice president at Fingrid. And also there's the point that, the weather is getting warmer. So that's good because they have extra wind power generation and a new nuclear power station that's expected to open this summer. So that would make up for the lost supplies from Russia. Now, again, just a word of caution, though, because even when whether we're talking about this or Poland's plans to replace the Russian gas, these are just plans. You never know what happens. Sometimes pipelines are delayed, sometimes this and that. But, generally speaking, I think that this is not... Again, this is a breaking news story, which you guys just told me about. So we're going through it. We're going through it together right now. But I think this is not as big of a deal or dispute as the gas issue. That is really the behemoth, and it's a really complicated one. But I'm glad I covered it. I don't know why. I just find it really interesting because it's got so many ramifications and such a large ripple effect and external consequences. And that's the thing about Ukraine. It's not something that's just happening in Ukraine. There's so many consequences worldwide. That's why this conflict is remarkable, very unfortunate, no question. It would have been better not to have it at all, obviously, because a lot of people are suffering, a lot of refugees, a lot of people losing their friends, losing family. But my point is that from an international relations perspective, so many things are changing. It's hard to keep up. It's really hard to keep up. And there are things happening right now, like the gas payments in rubles, that you would have never even thought of a few months ago. You would have called outrageous. And yet they're happening. So we'll see what happens in terms of this, cut of electricity to Finland. But, when you have a situation where Finland and Sweden are expressing, a will to join NATO and acquire NATO membership, I mean, again, it's escalation. And I don't know if that's what the world needs right now. So speaking of NATO membership for Finland, let's take a look at that. Okay. What do you guys think of Finland joining NATO? Well, I'll give you my thoughts in a second, and we'll go through it together. Although we already did to some extent, but nevertheless. Thank you for the super chat, Large Marge. Large Marge says, thanks, Richard, for your work. Can't believe that people are falling for Nate Oil instead of NATO. Nate Oil Mafia bullshit. Do you think we are under a third Red Scare or under a Jakarta method propaganda campaign? I mean, yeah, certainly a Red Scare. And, that's the funny thing, because a few weeks ago, I said, this is Red Scare 2.0. And then I realized, wait, hold on a second. There have already been two of them. One was in the very, very early, beginning of the 20th century, around World War I, right? And then the second one was in the Cold War in the 1950s during the McCarthy era. And it's the same thing like now. It's very, very similar, right? So Russia's the arch enemy. Anyone who's a communist sympathizer or Russia sympathizer is a traitor, blah, blah, blah. It's like hysteria, really. It's like, political witch hunt season, but Kremlin style. And yeah, I really think it's Red Scare 3.0. I think it's worse in some ways. I really do, because banning Russian cats from stupid competitions or Russian tennis players. I mean, I can't help but feel this is unprecedented, right? Again, I'm not saying like, oh, it's a tragedy for Russian cat breeds or some stupid thing like that. But I'm just trying to show how ridiculous it is, like how petty and that is noteworthy. Banning, for example, Russian athletes, that's not something like a joke, I mean, people being discriminated against just for their nationality, literally no other reason. I haven't even seen that with I mean, obviously there's some discrimination with, Syrians and Afghans and like, if you have a Syrian passport, try getting a tourist visa to come to Europe. Just try. See the hell that they will put you through. You won't get it. Just because you're Syrian, right? But that's, a tourist visa, that's one thing. And then, being banned from a competition just for your nationality, like this is a different beast. Both are not okay, but one of them is particularly egregious in the sense that, I just don't know what to say. I really don't know what to say. Because that, there are people who think that, this is supposed to help in some way. And I think it's the opposite. I think this is going to create a very long-lasting bitterness and damaging psyche because, the collective... I sound like a hippie. What I'm trying to say is that society in general, you're going to have people that are actually going to believe this shit for the rest of their lives. And I point to, for example, people who grew up during the Cold War, right? Like, they still have a lot of these things, these memories. And again, I'm not saying that they made them up or something, but they lived through the Cold War. So they have a lot of this like, West versus East, US versus Russia. And people hold, prejudices against Russia because of that to this day. And I think part of what you're seeing here is stems from that because it keeps getting passed on and continued and made worse. And I think it's very bad because we should be doing the opposite. You know what I mean? We shouldn't be regressing and doing childish things like this. It's not even just childish. It's literally self-destructive and reckless. Indigo says generational trauma is absolutely linked to periods of conflict. Now, that is an insane topic because, again, please don't quote me on this. I'm not well versed in this. I only have very little bit of surface knowledge, just about this term, intergenerational trauma or generational trauma. My understanding is that this can be passed on even in the genes, in the DNA. That's incredible. I'm honestly, I wouldn't be surprised. And it's tragic. It's very sad. This is very, very sad. But what I was talking about just now, I wasn't comparing it to that. I just meant that, there are people, our age or just the new generations, the young generations who did not grow up in the Cold War and don't need to be fed this McCarthyist nonsense. Do you know what I mean? And it's so stupid to kind of bring that back and reinfect society with this really ugly thinking. And I think there was enough damage done with the war on terror, Again, I remember Iraq, I remember Afghanistan, I remember the day of 9/11, I remember I'm watching the towers on fire, the smoke on TV. And all of this period, and man, there was so much Islamophobia and racism about Arabs and everything. Like, I'm not even Muslim, but people thought that I'm Muslim because I'm half Syrian. And then, they'd say really just, people would tell you, or you would hear really ignorant shit. There was an Iraqi guy in my class, Iraqi Christian, right? So just like me, Arab Christian, but from Iraq, not Syria. And they bullied him, right, because of the war, like making fun of him. And I remember seeing this. I was like, what the fuck is wrong with you people? You know, these kinds of things, like when I was young, seeing that, I just really feel this like profound sense of injustice. It really makes me, it's really disgusting. And my point is with that you have like an entire generation of people, I guess my generation, who grew up with all of this propaganda from the war on terror that, you know, Muslims are terrorists, Arabs are terrorists, even the ones that are not Muslim. Like it's insane. It's completely insane. And, you know, people like to think that, oh, this is in the past. It's not in the past. Iraq is still destroyed and under occupation. There are U.S. bases there. Whatever you want to call them, fighting ISIS. I don't care. They also said they were bringing democracy. I don't care about these bullshit propaganda lines. And Libya is destroyed, and, you know, Yemen is destroyed, and Palestine is 70 years under Zionist rule, and, you know, they're Lebanon. They screwed up and destroyed and attacked, and like these countries have not recovered. It's very easy to say, oh, the Bush days. Well, what do you mean the Bush days? It's the same days right now. It doesn't matter if the figurehead changes. You know, and the problem is that these countries that are attacked, they're set back decades, you know? And what's happening in the West is that they are also setting people back decades, you know, society, infecting them with this propaganda, this bullshit, which is not real. It's not real. They do it because they need to justify the war. And if they don't do this, then it becomes harder for people to digest it. Do you know what I mean? When you convince people with the media, with the propaganda that you know, this guy, XYZ, he is the most evil thing that ever existed. He is Hitler. And the people there who live there are also like him. You know, people then they start cheering on the war because they don't know any better, and they accept the brainwashing. Not everybody, but I mean, you know, it's disgusting. And man, can I tell you something? I just remembered this. I remember I was doing my first communion, and there was some American kid with me. So I think I was like 11 or something, and which I did it pretty late. But anyway. And there was this American kid with us, like, you know, because you have to get prepared for it. I don't remember everything. But my point is, we were doing something about like bad people. I don't remember what it was. Again, I was like 11, but we were talking about, like, you know, what it is to be a bad person. And this kid who is younger than me, who I don't know what he was, like maybe 8 or 7, or I don't know. He's like, oh yeah, bad people like Iraqis. And I'm just like, I didn't say anything, but I always remember that to my dad. I was like, what the fuck are these, like, what do your parents teach you, man? Do you even know where the fuck Iraq is? Can you even spell that? Like, I really remember that very clearly. That really made me sad. And, you know, That's propaganda for you, you know. Anyway, I went off on a little bit of a tangent, but I do think this whole sorry, just one more thing. I want to say, like, the irony of this, like, being in a Christian setting, like, very Christian of you. You know, just like casual racism. Like, wow, well done. I'm sure Christ approves. Anyway, let's continue, because I wanted to touch on a few more things. And right here, this is about NATO membership with Finland, and I'll just pull up a map quickly. I think it's always good to have a NATO map, because when you see the expansion, it becomes very hard to start, you know, pulling tricks. It's very hard to start playing games. People want to play games. And there are lots of people who are, you know, they are peddling nonsense. I'll show you an example right now. Okay. Let's go. You guys remember a few weeks ago we were talking about Sweden and Finland announcing in a joint statement that they were contemplating joining NATO, right? The North Atlantic Treaty Organization, which is the defensive, quote unquote, alliance of the West, created in 1949 during the Cold War to, contain the Soviet Union, to protect the West from the Soviet Union. I don't know if you guys know this. The Soviet Union does not exist anymore since 1991. And yet NATO membership doubled since then. Weird, right? That you would double your membership to fight a country that doesn't exist. Doesn't sound very defensive, does it? In any case, here's this article from the Associated Press. It says Finland's leaders call for NATO membership without delay. Finland's leaders said Thursday they're in favor of rapidly applying for NATO membership, paving the way for a historic expansion of the alliance that could deal a serious blow to Russia as its military struggles with its war in Ukraine. The announcement by President Sauli Niinisto and Prime Minister Sanna Marin means that Finland is all but certain to join the Western military alliance, though a few steps remain before the application process can begin. Neighboring Sweden is expected to decide on seeking NATO membership in coming days. Now that's an interesting one with Sweden, right? Because if we go here, I think we looked at this together the other day, right? Because they were saying that they wanted to join NATO, but what's the catch? Sweden is rejecting any referendum on it. Very democratic, right? Very democratic. Anyway, let's go back to the article here. Quote, NATO membership would strengthen Finland's security. As a member of NATO, Finland would strengthen the entire defense alliance. That's the President and Prime Minister in a joint statement. Finland must apply for NATO membership without delay. We hope that the national steps still needed to make this decision will be taken rapidly within the next few days. Here's Russia's reaction to the development. The Russian Foreign Ministry said that Finland joining NATO would, quote, inflict serious damage to Russian-Finnish relations, as well as stability and security in Northern Europe. Russia will be forced to take retaliatory steps of military, technical, and other characteristics in order to counter the emerging threats to its national security. Quote, history will determine why Finland needed to turn its territory into bulwark of military face-off with Russia while losing independence in making its own decisions. The Kremlin spokesperson Peskov said that Finland's decision would not help stability and security in Europe. Peskov said Russia's response would depend on NATO's moves to expand its infrastructure closer to Russian borders. Finland has the longest border with Russia out of all the European Union's 27 members. So we were just looking at that a second ago. It's roughly 1,300 kilometers. Previously, the Kremlin had warned of a quote-unquote military and political repercussions if Sweden and Finland decided to become a NATO member. So that is that's during the original announcement about 2 weeks ago when they had this joint statement, Finland and Sweden, right? And we covered that on the channel here. Should they seek to join the alliance, there would be an interim period lasting from when the applications are submitted until ratification by lawmakers in all 30 existing member nations. Let's take a look at what Jen Psaki, the outgoing White House press secretary, has to say about all this. Shall we?
The United States would support a NATO application by Finland and or Sweden should they choose to apply. We, of course, will respect whatever decision they make. Both Finland and Sweden are close and valued defense partners of the United States and of NATO. I would note that even without them being members of NATO, our militaries have worked together for many years. We're confident that we can find ways to work with them, address any concerns either country may have about the period now or whatever is required if they were to join NATO. I would say in terms of how this benefits the American people, I think is sort of what you're asking about. Having a strong NATO alliance, a strong Western alliance, which is a defensive alliance, by the way, is good for our security around the world. And certainly having a strong partnership with a range of countries, including Sweden and Finland, if they decide to join, should be reassuring to the American people about our own security interests.
Is the benefit at this point of having them in the alliance greater than the risk of the provocation?
I would just like to quote the president of Finland and what he said, which I don't think I could state it better in response to this question, which is, as it relates to Russia, you caused this, look at the mirror. That is, NATO is a defensive alliance. It's not an offensive alliance. Both Finland and Sweden are close and valued defense partners of the United States and NATO. They're thriving democracies. They've worked closely with NATO for years. There's no aggressive intent from NATO, from the United States, from Finland or Sweden. Obviously, they can speak for themselves, to Russia. But again, this is President Putin who caused this. Look at the mirror. And I think that also probably is the reason for what you've seen as public support for joining NATO increase in these countries as well.
My favorite part is how she has to underscore multiple times NATO is a defensive alliance, you know, and if they were they choose to join NATO, which is, again, a defensive alliance, by the way, right? You remember that? We're very defensive. We like defense. We're not offensive at all. When you have to do that, doesn't seem like you're telling the truth. I'd really love to know what NATO was defending in Libya. So again, created to fight the Soviet Union. Soviet Union doesn't exist anymore. Doubles the membership, and then bombs Libya, bombs Syria, bombs Serbia. What? And of course, Afghanistan. What was NATO defending there? I just can't seem to get an answer. This is disinformation, honestly. Like, that is a straight up lie. That is a straight up lie. Because again, let's give her the benefit of the doubt. Let's say it's defensive. Fine. But the Soviet Union doesn't exist anymore. So your entire, purpose is null and void. You can't defend yourself from something that doesn't exist. You already won, in a way, right? So what's the point? It's not about that. This is about the United States increasing its military capabilities and influence and its control over its vassal states. Don't get it twisted, man. Come on. Like, this is basic stuff. It's not that complicated. Anyone can see through this. And the guy asked her a very important, one of the most important questions. And she didn't answer. She didn't answer. He said, do the risks of joining NATO, Finland and Sweden joining NATO, do the risks of their potential membership outweigh the pros, right? Is this going to anger Russia so much that it's just simply not worth it? This is an important question, and she doesn't answer it because they don't know. I mean, honestly, there's a bigger chance of this, creating a lot of blowback than not. So my point is that the conservative, reserved, being on the safe side position would be, better not push it, because look what happened in Ukraine. And again, as Ukraine was used by NATO as a pawn. They told Ukraine and Georgia in 2008, we want you to join NATO. Right? It's on the NATO website, Bucharest Summit 2008. And very clear. Very, very, very clear. And that's a red line. Right? And honestly, if you look at the map, I mean, I don't know how you could describe Russia as anything but patient. And again, I wish, I am really, really not... It's not necessary for me to say this. I mean, just look at the map. Honestly, just look at the map. you have 5 countries that already border Russia. So Russia basically already tolerated those, even though the West told Russia they won't expand past the Elbe, past Germany. So NATO already broke one promise. And then, got 5 countries to surround Russia. It's still not enough. They want a 6th and a 7th now. And going back to the article here. In NATO member Estonia, which also borders Russia, Prime Minister Kallas tweeted that history being made by our northern neighbors. She pledged to support a rapid accession process for Finland into NATO. Swedish Foreign Minister Ann Linde tweeted that Finland's announcement gave an important message. Finland's announcement came a day after British Prime Minister Boris Johnson visited both Finland and Sweden to sign a military cooperation agreement. The UK pledged Wednesday to come to the aid of Sweden and Finland if the 2 Nordic countries came under attack. I remember the UK signing something similar with Poland. Remind me, how did that go again? During a joint news conference with Johnson in Helsinki this week, Niinisto said Moscow could only blame itself should his nation of 5.5 million people become a NATO member. Quote, "You, Russia, caused this. Look in the mirror," the Finnish head of state said on Wednesday. On Thursday, he tweeted that he spoke with Ukrainian President Zelensky about Finland's firm support for Ukraine and the country's intention to join NATO. Niinisto said Zelensky expressed his full support for it. Of course. In 2017, Sweden and Finland joined the British-led Joint Expeditionary Force, which is designed to be more flexible and respond more quickly than the larger NATO alliance. The force uses NATO standards and doctrine so it can operate in conjunction with the alliance, the United Nations, or other multinational coalitions. Fully operational since 2018, the force has held a number of exercises, both independently and in cooperation with NATO. Russia's aggression in Ukraine prompted Finland and Sweden to reconsider their traditions of military non-alignment and to contemplate joining NATO itself. Public opinion in the 2 countries quickly started to shift towards favoring membership, first in Finland, then a bit later in Sweden, after Russia invaded Ukraine on February 24th. So this is, again, an important point. This is true because we looked at the polling data ourselves. Again, it's not the most unique indicator, but it definitely must be taken into consideration. And what did we see? We saw that where people were perhaps a bit more reserved on this topic, now you could certainly see a majority of people in Sweden and Finland favoring NATO membership after Ukraine on February 24th. So the latest opinion poll conducted by Finnish public broadcaster Yle showed earlier this week that 76% of Finns are in favor of joining NATO. That's an overwhelming majority, isn't it? That's a big change from earlier years when only 20 to 30% of respondents favored such military alignment. So I think this is very interesting because this is, please, pay attention to this. This is not just about NATO expanding, because the countries that are contemplating NATO membership, in this case, meaning Finland and Sweden, they're not only in proximity or bordering Russia, but have had a position of neutrality, right? They have maintained a neutral stance in recent history, okay? And that is really the important point. And you're seeing this also, not just in Scandinavia, but with Germany and with the EU, right? So one of the biggest proponents of German disarmament and German neutrality are, of course, the Allied victors, right? For good reason, right? You had 2 world wars, the Holocaust. Germany had to be disarmed. And the idea was that Germany and Austria, by the way, would maintain a neutral stance and not get involved in conflicts and so on. Although we all know that Germany was selling weapons to the Saudis in Yemen, just doing it indirectly. Nevertheless, in an official capacity, at least on the surface, they were maintaining neutrality. And you know, that has completely changed. The EU, which is supposed to be, you know, this beautiful, you know, lovely neoliberal institution that guarantees peace in Europe and is a neutral arbiter that doesn't take sides in conflicts and doesn't arm anyone, that changed overnight, like that. Right? So now the EU is sending weapons too. And now Finland and Sweden are breaking with neutrality to join NATO. This is what is so significant because, you know, before they're saying no weapons for Germany, and now they're saying no, Germany has to send weapons to Ukraine and spend more on its military. 100 billion euros. I mean, this is unheard of. This is really, for me, and I think for a lot of people who, you know, who understand what happened in World War II and World War I and the Cold War, this is astonishing, honestly, that the same Allied victors are now encouraging German armament. They are encouraging Germany to spend more. Oh, wow. What does that hold? You know, what does the future hold down the line with this sort of behavior? And what does it hold also for countries like Finland and Sweden breaking from neutrality? Is this really what we want? Let's take a look at this statement over here. This is the Finnish president. And this is where he blames Russia, right?
From our own will. But by stating that, Russia actually expressed that you don't have your own will here. And that is a huge change. That made us think. And what happened in 24th February, which continues the huge warfare Russia is having in Ukraine, surely that changed also the picture. They are ready to attack a neighboring country. If that would be the case that we join, well, my response would be that you caused this. Look at the mirror.
That doesn't even really make sense because he's saying, well, Russia is ready to attack a neighboring country over this, so we're going to do this. What? Here from the New York Times, May 13th. After 200 years of neutrality, Sweden weighs joining NATO. Wow. The Gotland regiment of the Swedish army was going through its paces, practicing how to use its Swedish-designed lightweight anti-tank missiles, the NLAWs, that are proving so effective in Ukraine. Sweden is relearning how to be a military power, right? And pulled along by its strategic partner Finland, it is about to apply to join NATO, ending more than 200 years of neutrality and military non-alignment. Isn't that a shame, honestly? And again, fine, yeah, you could say this is Russia's fault and everything. Okay, fine. That's still a shame. Isn't it better to have countries that are neutral? Again, you have two logics here. I'd say one of them is not logical. As a matter of fact, it's something else. But you can choose how to end this conflict either with diplomacy and de-escalation or with escalation. This is escalation, right? And what I'm trying to tell you is that this is not just about what's happening in Ukraine right now. I'm talking about the future. This is not good for Europe or the world, by the way, right? When you've had a continent that has been at war for thousands of years, I mean, the worst conflicts in history in Europe, right? The bloodshed in World War I, in World War II, the Holocaust, the Cold War, and all of the horrible things that have happened just in the last century, and all of that before it. The best thing to do is to make sure things like that don't happen again. And unfortunately, we're in a situation where, you know, the US did bomb Serbia, and NATO did that. And then, of course, right now there's this situation in Ukraine. There's a war in Ukraine, and a lot of people are suffering. You know, the goal should be to make sure this stuff does not happen. You know, people cannot afford to have this happen. You know, their lives are too precious. And here they're making sure that not only does the conflict continue, but that there are potentially more conflicts in the future. By, you know, countries rearming, countries increasing their military expenditure, countries, you know, being on the, claiming they're on the defensive, but then joining an alliance that is known to be offensive, especially during its last 3 decades. So do you understand the problem here? This is going to have repercussions down the line. I really hope I'm wrong. I really hope I'm wrong, because that would be great. But I'm afraid that this is what is going to happen. You know, after 1990, the NATO should have been disbanded, just like the Warsaw Pact was disbanded. And instead, they doubled the membership and attacked countries that have nothing to do with anything, right? They were not a threat to NATO in any way. It's just about power. It's just about imperialism. And so we know what this vehicle is. We know what this tool is. And then you have crap like this that you see online. I mean, my goodness. Look at this. What is this? People saying NATO is a defensive alliance. Anyone who says otherwise is parroting Russian propaganda. What crack are you smoking, man? Like, what does that mean? What does that mean? People are allowed to have opinions, you know, especially Syrians and Libyans and Serbs. Huh? Or are they also parroting Russian propaganda? Are we all just collectively hallucinating about what happened in Libya? Really? You're telling me that the most prosperous country in Africa, it wasn't bombed by NATO? Really? That didn't happen? NATO didn't bomb the great man-made river public infrastructure, which is a war crime? The world's largest irrigation project in history, which Gaddafi built, and without borrowing a cent from any foreign bank or country. Can you imagine what an achievement that is? They bombed it. NATO bombed it. And then look at Libya. Destroyed country, destroyed infrastructure. I mean, they... Allah la yawafun. Allah la yawafun. I really, man, my heart bleeds. My heart bleeds for all these countries, the victims of NATO, and then they want to say things like this to us. You know, this is so insulting and ignorant and petty and childish. And unfortunately, people, you know, this is the conventional wisdom now. People think that this is real. They think that by parroting CIA and MI6 and NATO propaganda that they are being smart. You see, this is the problem, because this is an uninformed, arrogant position. Meanwhile, you have human beings, you have entire countries that know what NATO is. NATO came to them, and NATO took action there and bombed them and destroyed and inflicted pain and misery and suffering and destruction. They know what NATO is. And then you have people like this who think they are smarter and know better. My goodness. The arrogance. This is what is so egregious. You know, in Arabic, we have a phrase, a proverb, right? We say, "Darabni baka, saba'ni ushtaka." So, you know, when someone hits you or beats you and then cries and goes and tells on you as if you're the one that did them wrong. I did a really butchered literal translation, but basically it's like, you know, a bully claiming to be a victim. That's really what it is, right? That's what it is. And that's what's going on. You have NATO killing and bombing and then pretending that it is the victim and it is the one that is defensive and it is the one that needs to protect itself. And this is what's happening. It's not just NATO, of course. It's the whole West, right? It's the whole Western apparatus, but NATO being a vehicle of that, right? Being a cry-bully. A cry-bully. Which row says, oh, you mean Israel? Yeah. Going back to, just very quickly, going back to this over here. The New York Times say that few analysts in either country doubt that the two countries will apply jointly and that NATO will rapidly accept. Both Washington and London, Washington quietly and London loudly, have provided bilateral security assurances to both countries while their applications are ratified. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, Stockholm decided that war was a thing of the past. It removed nearly all of its forces from Gotland and reduced the National Army by around 90% and the Navy and Air Force by about 70%. It was a decision that a retired Colonel, Mats Ekroth, who runs a military museum on Gotland, dismissed as absolutely idiotic. And so here, they start to convince you about why war is good, right? I mean, look, man. Why not hold a referendum? Because, again, keep in mind, Sweden is saying we want to join NATO. It's not Sweden that's saying that. It's the leadership. They have ruled out a referendum. And this is interesting because I just showed you now and 2 weeks ago that public opinion has shifted in favor of NATO membership, right? In both countries, in Finland and Sweden. So if you're so confident that the Swedish population supports NATO membership, why don't you just have a referendum since, you know, you're a democracy and all? I don't know, man. Why not? I don't get this. Shouldn't the people have a say? Especially in a situation like this. If everybody's saying, listen, Putin is a liar and Putin is a maniac and he doesn't want nearby countries joining NATO, and he's using that as an excuse to attack other countries. And so there's a little risk of that you would give him another reason to attack, right? That's the whole point. They're saying they want to team up. Don't you think it's best to consult the population, right? Given the risks that you say are there from Putin? I don't get it. I don't get it. And when it comes to the Russians, it's kind of funny because when you see headlines like this from The Guardian that say Kremlin threatens retaliation after Finland leaders say it must join NATO. I mean, the impression that I get from all of this is they again try to say like Russia's the aggressor because it wants to defend itself. Do you see the double standard? It's like it's fine for for Sweden and Finland to defend themselves by joining NATO, but if Russia does that, it's a threat. What? Why? Like you know that this pisses the Russians off, and you're doing it anyway. And then when they say we are going to defend ourselves accordingly, you say it's a threat. Do you see the double standard in the language? Again, you can dislike Russia, you can hate all of their politics, but you cannot deny there's a weird imbalance here in how they address, official statements from both sides. Now, call me crazy, but this map, if I were Russia and you did this shit to me, you did this fucking trick of putting bases on an entire continent next to me. Oh, we are gonna have an issue, my friend. We are gonna have a real issue. Honestly, I don't know what to say, man, because right now, the world is so crazy. We are in a situation where the two belligerents here, the U.S. and Russia, they don't want to talk. You know, in the Cold War, even during the Cuban Missile Crisis, which some people compare to this, I guess I understand why. It's not entirely the same, but even during that time, there was very, very, you know, intense diplomacy. And, you know, those situations were quite serious. This one is too. But my point is, there's no diplomacy this time, even though it is serious. And when you have statements like, oh, we want to weaken Russia and, you know, this bragging, I really, please help me understand this. How is this supposed to convince the Russians to back down? Because you say, okay, they're the aggressor. Okay, fine. So how do you get them to back down? You know, the goal is to stop the war, right? Right? I don't know. I think for Ukrainians it is. It's not, though, for the West. They want to make money. The logical thing to do is stop the war. Actually, to stop it from happening in the first place. But you want to stop the war, right? So how do we do this? How do we de-escalate? Do we, you know, send more weapons so the fighting continues? Do we expand NATO? I don't get this. This is doubling down. This is what this is. And the problem with this strategy is that the risks are too high because, you know, it could end up working. Yeah. Maybe you start dissuading the Russians and then they will just, you know, shrug their shoulders and say, okay. Or the Russians will feel even more threatened. And then that leads to a very, very, very bad escalation that we don't want. And I consider what's happening in Ukraine already a very, very, very bad thing because, you know, it's easy for us to sit here and say, oh my God, nuclear war, like that would be the most, it would be the most, but people are already suffering now. That's the point. Like there are millions of Ukrainians that are suffering consequences right now already because of this shit. So we've already reached this dangerous point. And I don't see why more NATO expansion and more weapons is going to tell the Russians to back down. If anything, you know, it's like you're backing them into a corner and then they might lash out even more. What does that mean, lash out? What does that mean in this case when we're talking about a country with one of the best, you know, military apparatuses in the world, you know, one of the best military powers with excellent technology, nuclear missiles. You know, what do you think is going to happen? Why would you gamble with this? It's not like you're playing a card game. This is very dangerous. And I think this is extremely irresponsible and stupid. Like you can hate the Russians and hate their politics without, you know, risking a nuclear war, right? People in the Cold War did that. This is not smart. And at least in the Cold War, they knew what diplomacy was. When I was talking to Pepe, he really made a good point, is that the diplomats today, people like Blinken, they don't understand the balance of power. They don't understand that you cannot just say shit like, oh, you want to weaken Russia. Like, have you lost your goddamn mind? If I were the Russians and I'm hearing all of this, I would be just even more convinced that this is an existential threat. Honestly. And again, I'm not saying that, oh, well, that makes what's happening in Ukraine okay. I don't want any of this. And I'm pretty sure the Ukrainians least of all. I mean, I think this should have been avoided in the first place, which is my whole point. So you take action now so it doesn't get worse. But what I'm saying is, if you want to de-escalate and stop the war, this is bloody irresponsible and stupid. Just last point. Who do you think is going to profit from NATO expansion? Pop quiz. Tell me right now in the comments. Who gets to benefit the most? You already know. This is an easy one. Hey, there we go. Everybody got it. The military-industrial complex. There we go. Everybody got it. the military-industrial complex, the weapons manufacturers. Absolutely. So now, in addition to making weapons, making money from weapons sent to Ukraine, now they get to make, they get to create a new revenue stream by arming these countries. Yes? And here's just last point from Turkey. Turkey's a NATO member, right? And Erdogan says that Turkey is not supportive of Finland and Sweden joining NATO. Now, that's a very interesting point. Let's look at what Reuters has to say. So, the Turkish president, Erdogan, said on Friday it was not possible for NATO member Turkey to support plans of Sweden and Finland to join the pact, given that the Nordic countries were home to many terrorist organizations. Though Turkey has officially supported NATO enlargement since it joined the US-led alliance 70 years ago, its opposition could pose a problem for Sweden and Finland, given new members need unanimous agreement. So that is the first thing that came to my mind. I was like, oh, first obstacle. Turkey's repeatedly slammed Sweden and other Western European countries for its handling of organizations deemed terrorist by Ankara, including the Kurdish militant groups PKK and YPG, and the followers of US-based Islamic cleric Gulen. Ankara says Gulenists carried out a coup attempt in 2016. Gulen and his supporters deny the accusation. I remember this. Finland's plan to apply for NATO membership announced Thursday, and the expectation that Sweden would follow would bring about the expansion of the alliance that Putin aimed to prevent by launching the invasion of Ukraine. We are following the developments regarding Sweden and Finland, but we don't hold positive views, said Erdogan in Istanbul, adding it had been a mistake for NATO to accept Greece as a member in the past. As Turkey, we don't want to repeat similar mistakes. Furthermore, Scandinavian countries are guest houses for terrorist organizations. They are even members of the parliament in some countries. It is not possible for us to be in favor. In response, Finnish Foreign Minister Haavisto urged patience and called for a step-by-step approach in response to Turkish resistance. He also said he was due to meet his Turkish counterpart in Berlin on Saturday. Meanwhile, Sweden said it remained confident it could secure unanimous backing for any NATO application it could submit. NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg had said the Finns will be warmly welcomed and promised a smooth and swift accession process. Yes, we know this. Finland and Sweden are already NATO's closest partners, sitting in on many meetings, getting regularly briefed on the situation in Ukraine, and taking part in regular military drills with NATO allies. Much of their military equipment is interoperable with NATO allies. See? However, they cannot benefit from NATO's collective defense clause that an attack on one ally is an attack on all until they join the alliance. So that's, if I'm not mistaken, Article 5, right? So the next... it's Article 5, collective defense. Turkey has criticized Russia's invasion, sent armed drones to Ukraine, and sought to facilitate peace talks between the sides, but it has not backed Western sanctions on Moscow and seeks to maintain close trade, energy, and tourism ties with Russia. Yeah, well, the thing is, Turkey depends on Russian energy imports. So, you know, they again have to walk sort of a fine line, kind of like Israel in a way. Oh, we don't want to upset the Ukrainians, but we don't want to upset the Russians either. This is interesting. I think this is going to be a very interesting development. Do you guys remember last year when the Americans were leaving Afghanistan, supposedly? They didn't tell us where the CIA are. When they were leaving, the idea was that Turkey would actually take over control of the international airport in Kabul. And you know, that's very interesting because basically to me what that looked like was it's, you know, oh yeah, we're totally withdrawing. Here's a NATO member who's Muslim. Maybe you accept it better. That's what it felt like to me. You know, it's more digestible because Turkey is a majority Muslim country, still a NATO member, still NATO. But that didn't happen. obviously, given the developments that soon followed. Nevertheless, let's follow this one closely because my hunch, I'm speculating here, but my hunch is that there will be significant pressure from the West so that Turkey does not stand in the way. I don't know in what form those concessions might be. That remains to be seen. But I really think that right now there's so much pressure and they're so hungry to just make NATO bigger and piss off the Russians that this could just be lip service from Turkey. So I wouldn't say, oh, it's game over. No, this could change very soon, and I'll keep you updated on that, of course. What do we have? What do we have over here? Man, I can't believe this. Are you serious? What the fuck is this propaganda? What the man, I really cannot I read about really horrible events and wars and just terrible shit every day. And this thing is this story is just making me more and more upset, and I really look at this. Look at this. Seriously, I am so angry and upset. It's like every couple of hours there's some new development about Shireen, which makes your blood boil. This is from the Times of Israel. The Israeli police are saying that officers intervened in her funeral after rioters seized her coffin. Israeli police said late Friday that officers intervened in the funeral of Al Jazeera journalist Shireen Abu Akleh in Jerusalem earlier in the day after, quote-unquote, rioters seized her coffin at the hospital against her family's wishes. Are you serious? Oh my God, I really... So now the people mourning her, the pallbearers, are rioters. Honestly, it looks to me like the Israelis are the rioters who are literally coming in to cause havoc and chaos and destruction and pain and beating and lashing and kicking. That looks like a riot to me, not mourners who are trying to carry a beloved national hero to her final resting place. This is so depraved, my goodness. Officers charged Palestinians who were holding and surrounding the casket and beat them with batons, nearly toppling the coffin. That's the video I showed you guys, right? Images of the incident sparked global shock and condemnation. Look at their statement. The Israeli police are saying about 300 rioters arrived at St. Joseph Hospital in Jerusalem and prevented the family members from loading the coffin onto the hearse. What? What is this? So these are the official tweets. The Israeli police are claiming plans for the funeral procession of Shireen Abu Akleh were coordinated in advance by the Israeli police together with the Abu Akleh family. I really strongly doubt that they want anything to do with the Israeli occupation. But let's keep reading. On Friday, about 300 rioters arrived at St. Joseph Hospital in Jerusalem and prevented the family members from loading the coffin onto the hearse to travel to the cemetery as had been planned and coordinated with the family in advance. Instead, the mob threatened the driver of the hearse and then proceeded to carry the coffin on an unplanned procession to the cemetery by foot This went against the wishes of the Abu Akleh family and the security coordinations that had been planned to safeguard the large number of mourners. Israel police instructed that the coffin be returned to the hearse, as did EU ambassador and Abu Akleh's own family, but the mob refused. Israel police intervened to disperse the mob and prevent them from taking the coffin so that the funeral could proceed as planned in accordance with the wishes of the family. During the riot that was instigated by the mob, glass bottles and other objects were thrown, resulting in the injury of both mourners and police officers. Wow. I mean, I've seen a lot of Israeli propaganda, but this is really up there. And so insulting. Honestly, I'm speechless. What do I say to this? What am I supposed to say to this? What am I supposed to say to this? I cannot believe that they are saying this. And you know, the thing is, let's say they're telling the truth. Let's hypothetically say they're telling the truth. How exactly is beating the pallbearers and almost causing the coffin to fall on the ground supposed to be in line with her family's wishes? Don't you think that would upset her family? There was no other way you could do this peacefully. You had to tear gas and beat and charge people. What is this? What is this? This is ridiculous. I've never heard of such a thing. This has to be a joke, and a very, very sick one at that. A really sick joke. I cannot believe this. Do they have no shame? My goodness. I want to say something. Let's give them the benefit of the doubt, even though they don't deserve it. Don't you think there's a better way of fixing the situation? And why do they call them rioters? Rioters, man, people that are coming out to mourn, you know, in a funeral procession are not rioters. People, this is normal to carry someone who is martyred in the street. It's normal. And people are upset. Of course they're upset. Everyone is upset. That doesn't make them rioters. This is the information that I have is that they had to take Shireen by hearse because of this, because the Israelis were beating the pallbearers. Thomas says, call it a day, Richard. A soul can only take so much bullshit in a day. Now, really, man, I'm not exaggerating. I'm so upset about this. You know, I've been crying for 3 days now about this. And I want to show you something because I mentioned this earlier. Look at this. After kicking and beating the coffin bearers, occupation forces attacked the funeral hearse carrying Shireen Abu Akleh to the church, smashing the window and snatching the Palestinian flag draped on her coffin. Their violence didn't end at her death, but stalked her to the grave. Look, here's the video.
There's a very large crowd here outside of the church, as you can see. 2 men were arrested for actually raising the Palestinian flag. That's actually illegal under Israeli law. Now, when Shireen's car carrying the casket actually came in, there was a Palestinian flag displayed in the back of the car. The Israeli police actually smashed that window in and took the flag.
I think we are all beyond shocked watching those images earlier of what happened at the hospital, and I think it just highlights how even in her death, Shireen is highlighting the occupation, Israel's occupation of the Palestinian people.
There's a very large crowd here outside of
Palestinian flags are illegal. I mean, think of how revolting this is, right? Think of how revolting this is. They're not. This is what this was about. They beat the mourners because they wanted to prevent them from expressing their national identity. They didn't want Palestinians to be Palestinians in Palestine, in Jerusalem. That's what this is about. It's about oppressing an entire people, uprooting them from their land, uprooting their culture, killing them, vilifying them, maligning them, ostracizing them, oppressing them, and crushing them. And even unto her death, they behaved like thugs, Look. No, really, man, I don't know what to say, man. I really, I feel like I'm just repeating myself. No shame, no shame, no shame. Over 10,000 Palestinians paid their respects to Shireen Abu Akleh, killed during a firefight early Wednesday. No, she was not killed during a firefight. There was no firefight. She was shot dead. There was no firefight. This is a lie. Have you guys seen the video? Because I'm afraid to play it. I don't know if they will flag anything. Have you seen the video? The main video is when you see her, she's already lying down, limp and lifeless, and her colleague is next to her. And they're trying to pull her away. Ya haram. Ya Allah. Here. That's her on the left. And you see they can't get away. So that's her colleague. She cannot leave because they're firing at them. And then there's a guy in a white shirt who comes down and tries to take her, pick her up. And yeah, and they were all under fire, you know? That's the whole point. And There was no firefight. They shot at them. And the video that was really important, which is from her colleagues. You know, all of her colleagues, they said the same thing. They identified themselves to the Israelis, and here's the translation. I played it to you, but you should see it again.
اتجمعنا أنا وزملائي الصحفيين.
So again, you can. This is right after she was killed, and he's, you know, just come out, and they all said the same thing. Listen to what he says of what happened, because he was there.
اتجمعنا أنا وزملائي الصحفيين في نقطة قريبة جدا من الجيش. جهزنا حالنا، لابسين كل المعدات خوذي، من شوي شلحت الخوذي الواقي. انتظرنا شيرين تاتيجي هي وزميلنا علي، كنا في المقدمة أنا وزميلتي شذى حنايشي. وصلنا كشفنا حالنا للجيش. بعد ما كشفنا حالنا للجيش تقدمنا أمتار معدودة بجانب مصنع البلوك أبو صواي. بس وصلنا مصنع أبو صواي صار إطلاق نار بكلهم علينا إطلاق النار. لفيت وجهي أطمن عليهم، ناديت الكيد شيرين على الأرض، الكيد شذى إطلاق نار عليها. احتميت بصور. بعد ما احتميت بصور صار اطلاق نار علينا. بعد ما صار عمليه اطلاق النار علينا حاولنا نسعف في شيرين، ما قدرنا نسعفها. شذا مش قادر تصلها وهي على بعد سنتيمترات. انا تحت السور واطلاق النار علينا. الاحتلال استهدف شيرين وهي لابسه الخوذه. الاصابه تحت الاذن الاصابه بهاي المنطقه كانت الاصابه. الاحتلال كان مصر يقتلنا عبر القناصه. وقعت شيرين وهي لابسه بريس. مع ذلك من حاول انقاذها كان يطلق عليه النار. شيرين كان استهداف واضح إلها وإلنا كطواقم صحفية. علي سمودي اتصاوب، كان آخر واحد اتصاوب، ومع ذلك يتمكن من قطع المسافة عن القناص وتجاوز المنطقة الآمنة. احنا ما قدرنا نسعف شيرين لوقت طويل، فشيرين الله يرحمها.
الله يرحمها. That's from the operating room, and that's him with the helmet, and he was screaming, "Wake up, Shireen, wake up!" But she's already gone. I don't know about this story about arrangement with her family to take the. I think this is rubbish. I think this is complete rubbish. They have no shame. They lie about everything, right? They lie about everything. Even when people are trying to mourn, they call them rioters. You know, it's unbelievable. They always have some excuse. You know, they always have some way to portray themselves as innocent, and they never did anything wrong, and they never ever accept any responsibility for anything. You know, never mind apologizing. And who wants their apology? What does their apology mean? It's worthless. It means absolutely nothing, because they will just do it again, and they can't bring her back, and they can't bring back, you know, all the other lovely people that they killed, like Rosanna Najjar. You guys remember her, right? They killed her in 2018. Right? She was a nurse. They just killed her. They're sniping people, and you know they have no shame. So I am not going to believe this. I have not seen a single mention of this story until they said it. Where's the official statement from her family? Where's this statement that corroborates what they are saying? It doesn't exist, right? I'm checking. I'm still checking. I don't see anything about this, and I never heard anything about this. And the only people that are making this claim is the Israeli police. And I don't know about you, but I'm not I'm not inclined to believe that, because they are willing to lie about anything to get out of taking responsibility, killing her, desecrating her burial and her funeral, and they raided her family's home the day before. So I'm sorry, but I really find it hard to believe that their family wanted anything to do with them, and with the people that killed her. That's ridiculous. I'll let her. If I find anything, I will absolutely let you know. But I wouldn't hold my breath. Moon in the comments is mentioning Rachel Corrie. Rachel Corrie is another example. She was an American, and she went to Palestine to protest against the Israeli occupation. They bulldozed her. I'm not kidding. They literally ran her over with a bulldozer. So do you see the level of cruelty? This is why I don't believe anything the Israelis say, because they have a track record of doing some really insanely despicable shit and lying about it too. So I'm not gonna give them an inch unless I see a video of Shireen's family saying that. I'm not believing this, because this is a flat out disgusting lie. And even if you believe them, this doesn't excuse how they handled the situation, right? It doesn't excuse it whatsoever. Again, you want to say that the people throwing stones, the rioters, are disturbing the procession? Okay, fine. But the people carrying her, they pose no threat to you. They're not going to run away with a coffin, and you have no right to do that, to almost knock her to the ground. So every way you look at this, there is fault to be attributed to the Israelis. And I want you to remember this thing and remember this forever. If the Israelis were not in Jenin, raiding Jenin, Shireen would not have been there, because there would have been nothing to cover. Shireen and her team were there to cover Israeli raids, where they were entering the refugee camp and kidnapping, arresting, attacking the Palestinians on their own soil, illegally occupying the West Bank. They have no right to be there. They killed her on purpose. They killed her on accident. Their presence is the original crime, which leads to this and to so many other things. Do you understand? Their occupation, not presence, I should say, And once again, Shireen and the team of journalists she was with, these guys have been doing this for decades. They are as seasoned as it gets. Not only have they been doing this for decades, this is their land, their soil, their country, their language, it's their home turf. That doesn't mean that they can know everything and be 100% safe. Of course not. But I do not accept this idea that she acted there's nothing you can say that she did that justifies this. Nothing. And that's why you have statements from the Israeli military spokesperson saying that she was armed with a camera. Yeah, she's a journalist. Are you afraid of a camera? I know why, because you do shit like this. And I want to say another thing. The disgusting media that are saying that Shireen died under disputed circumstances. There's nothing disputed here. She was literally with 5 other people, and those people are reporters, journalists. It's their job to inform. They all said the same exact thing and were under fire themselves. They were there. first-hand experience. They are reporters. They know exactly how to describe what happened in a clear fashion. It's unequivocal. What disputed circumstances? You have 5 eyewitnesses who were also shot at. What's disputed here? The only people disputing this are the ones trying to cover for Israel. My gut feeling, unfortunately, is that nothing is going to change because I think it's important to remember that what she did, I don't remember who said this on Al Jazeera, but to celebrate her life, to celebrate her work, and what I will try to do, and I don't know if someone wants to help me with this, I would love to put together maybe a little compilation of her reporting, some of her best bits. That would be really nice, because the other day I was trying to tell you what happened, and I only managed to show you a few seconds because I was just trying. It literally had just happened an hour, because I went live like now with you guys, and then I finished, and I think some of you were telling me like IOF killed someone. And I because when I'm live, I'm doing like 50 things at once. I have 50 thoughts. So it doesn't click, right? And then I stopped work and I went to drink something and then I took my phone and I was like, what? Oh my God, that's what happened? Can I be honest with you? For I don't know how long, but my brain refused to acknowledge that this is Shireen. I was like, this has to be someone else. Like, I knew it's her name. I know it's her name. It's her. But my brain was like, I don't recognize her face, which is ridiculous. I know who she is. Like, I don't know. I couldn't, accept it, It's in any case, I'd really like to put together a maybe small collection of her her reporting that we can look at. Would be really nice. In any case, I think there was one more video that I didn't show you from her. Oh man, look at the size of this crowd. Seriously, look at this crowd. Look how many people came out for her. Unbelievable.
Alone.
They buried her next to her parents.
Alone. What he talks about Janine, well, he talks, as he puts it, and his conclusion after decades of being at the top of the security apparatus of Israel is that Israel has failed. That Israel has failed miserably. That's
Just give me a second. I'm trying to see what you guys wrote. Ruth says Russia doesn't have much reason to invade Finland, but do you think breaking neutrality would start something with Russia? Or do you think they'll just cut oil to Finland to mess them up? No, I don't think they will. I don't think there will be anything between them. I mean, that depends, of course, because if the Americans or NATO, they start putting nuclear missiles there, yeah, that's going to cause a big problem. I don't think they would invade because, in that scenario, because, what would follow, what would ensue would be horrible. But I really don't know. My hunch, but I'm speculating. My hunch is that they'll accept Finland and accept Sweden, but they won't put too many things there to, it will be kind of just like to what's the phrase again? Yeah, just to be a thorn in their side. Quite literally a thorn in their side. But I don't know if they would be so stupid to do something like that. I mean, when I say stupid, I mean to put like something like nuclear weapons there, because you have to understand the Russians were saying things like nothing to do with nuclear weapons. They were saying just the troops. Like, they know that NATO countries are surrounding them, but they were telling NATO in December not to accept Ukraine, and they were also telling them not to put troops from one NATO country in a NATO country next to Russia, right? Dan in the Outback says, stop poking the Russian bear. Unfortunately, China will be next. The way it's looking with Taiwan, unfortunately, it's cooking, and I hope it dies down and there's nothing of the sort, because it looks like it's escalating a bit, with the Solomon Islands and AUKUS and all these things, which I talked about the other day. I hope I'm wrong. Sometimes you have things like this in a short time period, and then it fizzles out and it's fine. So I really hope that there won't be anything serious. Musawi says, do not consider those killed in Allah's way as dead. In fact, they are alive with their Lord, provided for what Allah says in the Quran. Amen. Allah yarham ruha. And, the thing is, in Arabic, we don't say that Shireen was killed. I mean, yes, people were saying like, she was killed in cold blood. But the other way of saying it, a nicer way of saying it, is that she was martyred. And she truly was, because she was martyred doing her job, doing what she did best. And it is precisely because of her job that she was martyred. This is like, there's some people who fight with the guns, they fight in the battlefield, and then there are other people who fight with their words, with their ideas, with their pen, The pen is mightier than the sword, and Shireen is one of those warriors, right? The battle against occupation is not just with the guns, and the fact that Israel uses its bullets on journalists like Shireen shows you how scared and insecure they are and guilty, because they know that if the world knew about what they are doing, they would be exposed. They're not some democracy. Everything they're telling you about Israel is bullshit. And they don't want that. And that's why they kill people like Shireen with impunity, because they know they can get away with it. And please let me be very clear. This is not just about killing, beating as well. Because when you look at the videos outside the Aqsa Mosque a few weeks ago, you saw how they were beating journalists, right? I showed you this clip. It was not inside the mosque, right outside in the compound. They do this all the time. They do this. This is nothing new, And I hate to say that. I'm not saying like, oh, it's not special, it's boring. No, I mean like it's so common. This is what happens when you have people who can commit violence and acts of violence with no consequences, none, and who also get to play the victim on top of it. This is what you get, you know? Fernandez says Palestine will be free. We must not give up our hope, because that is exactly what they want. They are not dying in vain. Much love to Palestine and you, Richard. Well, thank you very much, and I agree with you, and I echo your sentiment. They want us to give up. They want the whole world to give up, and the reason they brutalize the Palestinians is because they want to send a message that, you know, we are the boss. We are in control. We decide what you can do, where you can go, what you can show, what flag you can have in your hand. We decide everything. And this is not going to work. It's going to backfire, and it is backfiring because public opinion is changing. I at least I feel that way since last year, with the war on Gaza. It hasn't changed dramatically, but I feel it's changing a bit. I don't know what you guys think. Do you think it's becoming a bit more acceptable? Well, not acceptable is the wrong word. There's nothing wrong, but like, do you feel that people are slowly starting to wake up to what Israel's doing to the Palestinians? And do you agree that it's, especially after May 2021 with the war in Gaza, this is my sentiment and my hope. And my hope. I just hope it doesn't take another 70 years for things to change, you know? And Shireen did not die in vain. No, on the contrary. On the contrary, I think if anything, she literally brought together Palestinians, you know, even stronger, and Arabs even stronger, and has motivated even more people, because there are a lot of people, a lot of women who are going to be looking at her and her legacy and thinking, I want to do that. I want to be like Shireen. Right? And that's really nice. I just, you know, I wish it didn't take her being killed, but because again, I'm even before many people looked up to her already, but I think now she is immortalized. You know what I mean? And it's important to not just her, but all the people who are suffering under the occupation to tell their stories. And that's why people love her, because she, no matter how big or how small the story is, she's there, right? She's always there. And she shows the human element of it, you know? Very, very humble, very down to earth. And that's why I think a lot of people see her as some, you know, like not just a household name, but like, you know, part of the household in a way, almost. Because she's, you know, always there and always in people's living rooms, and really it's so crazy, because my brain just it literally did not register. I feel like I was trying to like not, like I couldn't accept it. No, like I don't know. Anyway, I'm hope I'm not rambling too much. Thank you to Richie for the super chat. Richie says, strength and victory to the resistance. Palestine will be free from the river to the sea. Yes, amen, amen. Robot says, Swedes, Stockholm will demonstrate for peace and neutrality today for the second weekend. 12, so that's noon, right? At Medborgarplatsen. So is this an anti-war protest? Let me just look that up quickly. Maybe I can put it up on the screen. Is anyone from Sweden watching right now? Let me see if I can find this protest. Maybe there's a poster or something. Okay. Well, I can't find anything, but thank you for the super chat, and Samuel. Thank you. I'm not going to read it out loud but I appreciate it, and you're very kind. So, thank you. I heard something about her. Well, they buried her next to her parents, and the sad thing is that her parents, I think, died in 1998 and 2000. So basically, they didn't even get to see her become, like I'm sure, they must have been proud of her, of course, but to see her become that big, and loved and like an icon, they're probably very proud, In any case, thank you guys very much. Sorry, I'm really just upset about this. It's I will put up all these segments. By the way, if you're new here, please consider subscribing. And one more thing that I'll kindly ask you, I have a Telegram channel, so please make sure you follow. It's t.me/Medhurst, and it's good to do that because then you won't miss a live stream. When I go live, I always send a notification. So we are just 21 subscribers away from hitting 9,000. That would be great. It's completely free, huh? It's just a messaging app where I post notifications that I'm going live and so on. And I also have an email newsletter if you prefer that. Same thing. You get a notification, or an email when I go live. This is RichardMedhurst.substack.com, and yeah, I think that's about it. I'm not in the mood to plug the show, but I mean, thank you to everybody who donated. Thank you to everyone who signed up on Patreon. I appreciate it very much, and please don't forget to hit the like button. It helps promote the video, and I really want to promote the video because the stuff that happened at the funeral, for Shireen's funeral, is so outrageous. I mean, people need to see this and understand what Israel is, because they are getting away with this for too long, and if we're not loud now, they will do it again. This is the problem, that no one is pressuring them. We cannot expect the US to pressure Israel. We cannot expect the UK to do it. We cannot expect the EU to do it. We have to do it, right? And together we are big numbers, and we're not doing anything. This is nothing radical. We're just asking them to stop killing Palestinians and treating them like they're not human. We shouldn't even have to explain this, In any case, thank you, everyone. You're very kind, and if I missed your PayPal or something, please forgive me. I tried to read them all. Thank you, Ahmad, for the PayPal. I don't see a note, but thank you. And I think I got them all. Yeah. Okay. Thank you to Paulina on CashApp. And I'll see you guys very soon. Take care. Ma salamim. Bye-bye. Sorry, I see Tony saying Al Jazeera is reporting 45 journalists killed by Israel. Yeah, I think it's I was talking about this earlier. It's in that range, It's definitely in that range. I mentioned it earlier, but that shows you again how much respect they have. And then last year they leveled the buildings of Al Jazeera and Associated Press. But thank you, Tony. I appreciate it. And thank you, everybody. I see all your nice comments. You're very, very kind. Thank you, Mandy and David and Robert and Ratita. Lassini is saying, can I see this back? Yes, you can. Of course. Thank you guys very much. Take care. Ma'asalami. Bye-bye.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
A is for
All men and women created by you know the thing.
B is for
I'm beginning to see why your wife left you.
C is for
Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys.
D is for
Don't worry, I'm so serious. Children, I love to hear them.
E is for
An excuse to walk by the dealer and say, no, I'm not going to be a mule. I got something to do. I got to go do boom, boom, boom.
F is for
Time friend, and she's a friend. She's been my friend in and out of public life.
G is for
Go to Joe 30330.
H is for
Hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun. And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down.
I is for
I'm a Democratic candidate for the United States Senate.
J is for
Just look at the record.
I have President Biden, Vice President Biden.
Well, I tell you what, if you look at my record and you still doubt about my commitment, then you should vote for somebody else.
K is for
Kids jumping on my lap. And I've loved kids jumping on my lap.
L is for
The lion, dog, face, pony soldier.
M is for
Make sure the television, make sure you have the record player on at night. The phone, make sure the kids hear work.
N is for
NATO.
O is for
The only African American woman that ever been elected to the United States Senate.
P is for